Greetings, I am Lies and I use she, her.
And I am Scandal and I use they, them.
And let's play a game together!
Yes!
It is so good to have all of you, yes!
Yay! So greetings, salutations everyone. No flirt, I know,
I
yeah,
know.
the flirt option is gone!
It's very sad.
It's actually really frustrating.
It's
At least I'm frustrated, that would be me.
It's the unflirtiest. Apparently flirt wasn't a fun game convention, it was literally only a thing moving up to picking a route.
Yeah, and they're like, well, you flirt with who you're interested in. I'm like, what if you just flirt with everyone? What then?
Well, yeah.
Do you know that flirt is literally considered to be a character trait?
Yes.
As much as I have dunked on it sometimes in some stories, because there is that aspect that in some stories they really cannot go beyond the flirt. There's no basically self-reflection. There's no, hey, where does this come from? There's no, like, let's discuss this. It's just, this is all this character is one trait, and it is flirt. Anyway, so we're gonna go back to chapter 8. Piper. Piper. Un pipel.
I was gonna say, and the last episode was incredibly Piper heavy.
It really kind of was, actually.
It was amazing. So hopefully we will get more characters in this one. Okay. You're not responsible for the things Harry did. Thank you for saying that. Who says we can't flirt? Flirt!
I'm really surprised. We got the big thing and what you... it's okay. You just want to have your fun.
I'm gonna do it.
You are really gonna have to.
I might.
Or you would
it's
just
fine.
hold it in your hands if you really feel like it.
It's okay. I think I can read like this. I hope.
You hope.
Thank you for saying that. Still, I put this trouble before him. Maybe he wouldn't have been driven to these means otherwise?
Okay, so this has been a conflict that we have actually had, because now the implication here, so Omen has been around for about 2 years. We found out from the character extrapolating some minor amounts of backstory. They have been around for 2 years. They caused a rift between Hell and Earth when he appeared with his sister, basically. So, the problem is with Harry, as far as I can tell, Harry started this several years ago.
So we have some timeline confusion. Just real basic plot recap here, because Drunkenness was asking, for anyone who didn't hear the question in chat.
Yeah.
That when Omen appeared, he tore a rift between the two realms.
Right.
And it stayed open. And eventually his sister came through because he ran into her later. If you
Oh,
remember.
yeah, that's true.
I was going to say, and supposedly this rift, though unconfirmed, has been letting a lot of bad beasties into our world.
Right.
And it may be some either motivation or potential justification for why, if indeed it is Harry who's doing the thing, is doing it.
Yeah.
To try and combat
Doing
these...
the mad scientist, let's be more extreme thing. Yeah.
I was just say, so that he may be doing it to combat the additional and extra monsters that are happening due to this rift having been open. And there was some cool little catharsis between the original tension that was built up between Ezra and
Finn.
August.
Oh.
Because,
Ezra...
because they had a falling out in the past.
Yeah, that's true.
Because of basically economic and social differences.
Right.
And then they
And
got
also,
to work together.
you're gifted and I'm not, and I feel guilty about that.
And the two of them worked together in a really interesting and cool-looking ceremony to close the Hellgate.
However, it left us with the question of why the crap is your main character even here, so...
Yeah, we weren't sure why we were there for that ceremony, but it was very visually pleasing.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
kind of
hopefully
existing.
that catches you up more?
If that makes sense?
On the biggest parts of the plot. Alright, maybe he wouldn't have been driven to these means otherwise. So here he's just referring to specifically Harry and him doing what he's doing.
Yes.
Alright, I frown at him. Not because I completely disagree with him, but because it does make me wonder. I've rarely had the chance to converse with a being so old. We don't know how old he is.
We really don't.
Demons in particular have always existed closely to human history. Existed closely?
Sure, whatever.
All
they've
right.
existed, and they've existed in reference to human history for a long
Nearby,
time.
maybe.
Supposedly.
Alright, parallel, even, maybe. Would it matter if you hadn't, and he didn't? Or wouldn't it have? Or wouldn't it have? Because this is what he's capable of regardless. Are you really gonna pull the card of, well, if he's been pushed this far, it means he was always capable of being pushed this far, so it doesn't really matter if the circumstances are extreme? That's what that sounds like to me.
Kind of, yeah.
So, there's this thing that I've encountered occasionally in reference to people sort of interacting with that's the bad guy.
Right.
And they go, well, if they've done this bad thing, even if it's in reference to this really horrible other thing catalyzing their behavior, well, they were always capable of that behavior, so it's a good thing we just caught them out on their potential.
Which I think is really funny, because then it immediately drops all the other plot threads of, hey, we've pointed out that the rest of the agency is kind of shit, but it's actually just this one dude. And you're kind of like, you really are gonna just say that if we solve this one problem, somehow all the other problems will go away, except that I've watched numerous movies where they really never deal with it. Like, hey, here's the one main character, and they're the orphan, and they've been saved. But that literally doesn't deal with the problems of all the other thousands of orphans. But this orphan is okay, so there's nothing wrong.
And this this right here actually supports our character still being entrenched in the police narrative of going, all people that were wolves that turn into wolves, if you will, which is the term for criminals in police training that we've heard.
Yeah.
I would say we're always wolves their whole life. It doesn't matter if they're only showing their their behavior now. It's their true colors.
Well, you know, it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Of course, they were always bound to eventually show who they really were.
And it's this interesting sort of condemning narrative in reference to people of going, it doesn't matter if you did this because situations are extreme.
You know what?
Even if situations never became extreme, you would have behaved this way eventually anyway.
Right. It honestly reminds me also a lot of, at least how I was raised, was a lot of like Christian narrative of going that people are just born bad. You know?
But this orphan is okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you know, Harry Potter did the right thing by being the magical special child who was born at exactly the right time in order to stop the big bad. Not that, you know, Wizard Society had any racism or anything else going on for it, and that it has huge problems with, like, seriously unregulated love potions that cause extreme problems like this, apparently, all the time. But nobody ever interacts with it, and you can just, you know, throw love potions. What was it? There was love potion actually used on Ron Weasley, and there was one more, I thought, right? And you could just use these willy-nilly.
I have been gently dumping Harry Potter information from my head.
It's okay.
Just
it's
so
okay.
you know.
I don't. It's hard for me to forget. I'm sorry.
Because of this. Regardless, wouldn't he have just been this way anyway?
The whole time.
Neville was born at the same time, so he lucked out even more. It's true. Honestly, part of me is like, imagine if either of those parents had like fertility issues and didn't have the other child.
Right? I feel so bad for Neville's family, though.
I do. Neville's story is tragic, and I think often I would have liked him as a protagonist better.
I do too.
And I don't even mean like with any changes. I mean, leave the story exactly the same, but write Neville's story.
I think one of the reasons also I would have liked Neville is because Neville was actually more of a character. So one of the criticisms my friend and I have had of the Harry Potter series is, by and large, is that the author seemed very strongly to forget that Harry was raised as a muggle. And both Harry and Hermione, as soon as they come to the wizarding world, they completely abandon everything to do, for the most part, world. From their own lives, just because, you know, magic is more important. And that's really weird to me.
It's super weird, especially in the case of Hermione, who was this excellent, like, top of her class kind of student.
Right.
And going, I will excel at absolutely everything, and I'm interested and invested in everything. And then she's like, half of reality doesn't matter anymore because this half is more important.
Right?
It was weird.
There
was a lot of weird things in that book. Neville is a good boy. Best boy, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Omen blinks slowly, his head tilted in that almost unnatural way. He folds his hands and studies me for a moment, then looks at some points past my head.
So I've always found this to be interesting. What does an unnatural head tilt actually look like?
I was wondering that way, but this one's not quite unnatural. Like, it's almost unnatural.
The reason why I'm asking that is because, okay, so there has been a criticism that I have actually watched individuals who are either neurodivergent or say like have basically autistic spectrum or basically are just socially considered to be different. And I'm going to say that, you know, air quotey.
Unnatural head tilt is what Voldemort does.
Poink! Crack! And I get that, but also some people pointed out that like some of that othering does seem to come at basically the sort of semi-suggestion of those more marginalized communities.
It does.
Of going like, this is the bad behavior. You're not supposed to do that. You're the weird person. You have the strange tics. You do the strange, jerky, unnatural motion. What are you doing? It's like, they're just a person who has slightly different, like, it's fine.
Delta says that puppies are unnatural head tilt.
What? Yes! I don't, you're like, but that makes total sense.
So what's that dog that looks into the gramophone and tilts its head? Is that an unnatural head tilt?
Right? I'm trying to,
I try to listen. Dogs, like puppies especially, listening when they do that tilt back and forth trying to figure out a sound are amazing.
Honestly, it's the same thing that owls do.
But
a lot of owls actually do the head tilt thing because they've got ears that are displaced on their heads, so they're not exactly so if anybody actually knows anything about owl ears, owls on average will actually have ears that are placed in different locations on their head, so they can judge basically distances.
Like they're asymmetrical in height.
So one will be higher and one will be lower than the other, and it's really kind of cool because they really do the head tilty thing is literally to judge where their targets are, and you can watch owls do the head tilt thing quite a lot.
Yeah, the whole turning their head upside down, it's getting a different range of the sound field. And it's really cool.
I love it a lot, actually. It's really cool.
Alright, at some point past my head. But his isn't actually unnatural. It's only almost unnatural.
I'm waiting for the...
Now, as a hunter, we've seen a lot of unnatural head tilts.
We have.
Like when a human just turns their head upside down and then you realize they're not a human anymore.
And you go, oh no.
Oh.
The monster that I monstered all along. What if the hunters themselves could do it? And
God!
And they're just like, crack! That was unnatural. You're not supposed to do that.
Analog trigonometry.
Oh God! Right?
That's amazing.
It's
true. I kind of love it. But yeah, like owls just building like a 3-dimensional sound field is amazing. Because unlike bats who do it, with their ears moving everywhere really, really quickly.
The swiveling ears.
I was gonna say, they just swivel their whole head because they don't have the little ear flaps to swivel. And it's just a difference in evolution. It's really interesting because they've statted into eyes so hard.
If any of you guys follow Tier Zoo on YouTube, there are a great number of just so many fun little videos where they talk about basically the natural world as in relation to, here's here's these various different animals and we're going to talk about them as if they were video game character stats and just sort of rank them. It's tier. Yeah, like an actual Tier Zoo, and I think it's one word. So we'll put it in the chat so people can look it up if they want to.
Okay.
On YouTube. There you go.
Okay. It might be one word, it might be two, but we're putting it in.
I think it's one word.
So Tier Zoo is this really cool person who does basically taxonomy and biology of animals, and I think they're into archaeology and stuff. But basically they have a strong history in biology and trying to make basically historical animals and modern animals interesting. They start ranking them against each other as if you're in a role play in a MMORPG.
Yeah.
So they talk about them in reference to like creature builds or character builds, and they rank their stats against each other, and they'll talk about them in groups of here's all the bird builds in a specific family, and then you learn oh, excellent.
Yes.
They're super cool. His presentation's very engaging and very fun. They move through very quickly, and they're full of science facts.
I will say, for the people who are sensitive, he does use actual footage of animals sometimes attacking each other / being killed by each other, though he does put cute little effects sometimes over top, like bam, blash, so whatever, -5 HP or KO or whatever it is. So you don't necessarily see all of it, but some of it has shocked me for some of the material he has. But even just me, where I've watched nature documentaries for years, it is really just oh yeah, I forgot how brutal that was.
Yeah, and so he'll lead up to it as if it's one player character attacking another of different, basically animal builds.
Right.
But it's graphic nature videos sometimes.
Yes.
So warnings for that.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. There's a faraway look in his eyes that makes me think he's reminiscing, and what I wouldn't give to be able to read his mind.
Because I need to know at all times what your experience
I'm not easily
is.
disturbed. I watched some autopsy videos for research.
That's totally okay. I support you. I just would like to warn anyone else because I don't know if anybody else will go look.
Yes, content warnings are appropriate.
Yes.
But thank you. It is. I imagine you can handle an awful lot of things, given your propensity for Valdemar is fascinating.
Valdemar is bae.
Is yes. I think you ask a question meant for a hunter? I think you asked a question meant for a hunter. Did we even ask a question?
Did we ask a question?
I didn't think we asked a question.
Hang on.
Did
if we've been talking so much,
we talked too much, we lost track of the story.
Well, would it matter if you hadn't, and he didn't? Wait a minute.
I thought that was rhetorical.
I thought that was either vaguely rhoritorical or just sort of a thing of going, hi, let's have some minor discussions about morality. That sounds like a hunter question. What?
I thought it was just super rhetorical.
I thought that, honestly, it was just it just sort of sounds like a morality question going what do you think? What has been your judge of Harry's character so far? Do you think this would be a thing? Well, I don't know. I think a hunter would know better than me.
Also, I am a hunter. So are you telling me to ask myself?
Ahem. Gets a mirror. Hello, me. We haven't talked in a while. At least not since this morning.
Do you think, as a hunter, that Harry would have behaved this way even if the situations weren't extreme?
Oh, thank you for me, asking me. But I think that I'm... No, it's fine.
Question meant for Hunter. You destroy creatures when they hurt others, but you must know that all creatures are capable of harm and of evil. Implies strongly humans also are capable of harm and evil. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Wink, nod, nod.
Is it wiser for you to kill someone because of its potential to do harm, or kinder for you to not bet its life on your fear? Huh?
Are we going to try
Okay.
to, question your bias? Is this what this is?
This is
Oh,
Omen.
are we gonna do
very softly saying, check your bias.
But please,
Aye.
do it. Like, your bias is strong.
Omen says, hashtag check your bias.
Right?
Either way, I don't think this is what you really want to know.
Really?
I mean, honestly, you don't really want to know if an alternate timeline would have made Harry behave differently. You just want to know where the hell Harry is. That's for me to decide.
Also, I like that question of going, you don't actually really want to know the truth. You just kind of want confirmation of how much you hate him.
That's what it sounds like. That does sound to be a narrative of what you really want is confirmation of your suspicion or bias.
Uh-huh.
That's for me to decide. And I like this one going, it's sort of immediately, Omen's so cute and disarming. And then also right away going, actually, you don't even get to purport what I may or may not be interested in at all. It's all me. I may have asked you questions, but don't you dare challenge where I should be asking them.
Right?
He's no longer smiling, but there's something in his eyes that's less speculative now and more like respect. Wait.
What?
What?
Why?
Maybe you should be asking Hunter that question. I respect you. Check your bias. I respect you.
What?
My sister and I, we have friends in this town. Love in this town. We have things to lose.
Unlike you?
Unlike other people?
Says the person who's also immigrated to this town.
You may have promised to help when you need it. Oh, wait.
You have my promise to help when you need
sorry.
it. If you need
you
it.
have my promise to help when you need it. If you need it.
Why are you trusting?
Help with what? Wait, so basically what he's saying in a really roundabout way is going, I understand that you have a problem with Harry and monsters in general. We shouldn't be the monsters you're worried about because we haven't done anything wrong, and so your fear shouldn't make you attack us. Mm-hmm. We're also here to help you if you need it. Because we have things to lose, so you can count on that help. And that we won't behave badly because we would lose important things.
Oh, that's true. Don't worry. We are not of any risk. We also, because we have things that we are normal. We are normal. We have people we care about. We could be resources for you. Oh, that's terrible.
That was like two levels of hedging against don't attack or be suspicious of us. Because we really aren't ever going to do the bad.
I swear to God, everybody in this game is just like, please don't fuck us up.
I am afraid of all the hunters. Yes, I am. They're really quite damn scary. Yes, they are. All hunters, please don't kill me now.
It's a really lot of power imbalance. Yes.
All right. So. And I have faith that you'll make the right choice. Whatever your definition of right is, does the air quotes.
But your definition of right is, except that I'll totally help you in your definition of right, so I guess you agree? It's not even the whole thing, well, I guess you'll decide, but whatever you decide, I'll just agree with you. Why?
Because then he won't be in danger.
But
if you just support the law's choice.
Of course.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm like, that's sort of terrible because that doesn't make you right in the end. That just sort of...
I mean, Uwu asks about it here.
Right.
Are you not worried my definition will be different from what you hoped? And going, maybe my definition of what's right will actually remove you and your sister as well. Maybe. But I'm sure you'll do whatever you think is best. I think you're kind, you see? I'm sure you'll do whatever you think is best, and I'm going to tell you that you will do something kind, because I think you're kind.
I hope you're kind. I'm really desperately trying to make sure that you're kind.
Trying to basically encourage you to choose something that you think is kind.
But I'm also according to that same logic, that's kind of what happened with James. James was like, I'm trying to believe that my partner's doing the best thing. Mm-hmm. My husband is trying to help people.
I assume.
Okay, so hang on. You're gonna forgive me. I've been sitting on this now for over a week. Can I finally... Okay, I've actually been sitting on it for a little bit longer, but
What
I
is?
don't want to dig on the game, but I am kind of mildly frustrated that your literal darkest character, like skin tone wise, is already dead and married to a white guy who's the bad guy potentially. And died because he's the noble sacrifice, I think, in this case.
That's what it
And
sounds
I'm
like
not
a bit.
really, I don't want to call it bad or, like, looks necessarily completely bad, but it's frustrating to me because you don't have any, like, strictly, like, here's your, like, really dark character, here's with your natural hair sort of experience. I just, like...
So I was gonna say, in
I'm
reference to, like, basically skin tone politics, having the character in your game that has the darkest skin dead at the beginning of the game is a kind of a statement.
Yeah, kind of.
Whether or not you mean for it to be. And we've just been reading and watching some more material about the history of, like, skin tone politics and stuff, and so it just kind of is another one of those things of going, it doesn't look particularly good.
Bury your black gaze. So there's actually another YouTuber that I'm going to talk about here called Shona Laika.
Shona Linka?
No, it's Shona Laika.
Oh, my bad.
It's Shona Laika. Let me actually make sure I have it correct here.
Okay.
But Shona Laika actually talks about, hang on, the presentation of, basically POC presentation. Yeah, it's Shona Laika.
Okay, SHON...
Nalika. They are a non-binary individual who talks a lot about politics.
What's the name of the video?
And it's called POC Representation Patterns and Pitfalls. And this is just their experience. I believe they are Indian in terms of their descent, and I'm talking about, like, actual India. But I actually really liked the video. I didn't necessarily agree with everything based off of what I've also seen from other people, but it's not exactly a conversation I feel like I can have as a white person necessarily, like, or the same kind of conversation. Because obviously I get way more rep than basically POC do in general. But they were kind of talking about, you know, going like, if you're gonna have like, the video itself is more about, like, representation of, you know, here are all these diverse casts, but all the good guys are more colored than, say, like, the bad guys. Like, there's this, like, almost this fear of going, like, well, we can only now have good, basically, dark-skinned characters, or characters that are diverse in terms of a background and skin tone and whatever else, compared to the bad guys, because that's still not okay to do.
And it's basically, it's from a person of color that is a sort of dissertation and at least one approach to thoughtful discourse on, media and how they present skin tone in a lot of the stuff that they have been exposed to. Mm-hmm. And it's a really interesting video if you are interested in that sort of thing. But honestly, again, I think Shona Laika has a good screen presence. Mm-hmm. I enjoy an amount of their work. There's a level of, like, anger and bitterness that they have that is, I think, appropriate for their experiences, but just so you know what you're getting into, in some cases. And obviously, in the case of any video essayist, they're going to have their own biased opinions, but at least this is a person speaking on a subject matter that they are, physically familiar with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's kind of
cool. But it was kind of a thing that I kind of thought about in reference to this game, simply because I was like, cool, so your darkest character is...
dead.
Literally dead.
But yes, we buried our black gaze.
Real fast.
And honestly, as far as we can tell, though it hasn't been... No, it has been stated now. They were killed by a police monster, so your black person was killed by the police.
Yeah, and also then killed by his white husband, who's trying to do the best for everyone.
Right.
Like, I also get that thing of going, like, but it also, like, I don't know, there's a level of, like, here's your tragic, white bad character sort of thing.
Who isn't angry to be these days? You know what? Fair. Honestly, fair.
Yeah, okay.
And people do not have to be polite and mitigate their tone just because it would be more palatable to a larger audience.
Usually to a white audience. And I'm very familiar with that particular audience because, I mean, I've told you guys about this before, but definitely my family has been pretty conservative in relation to their politics and also has been very white and in some ways pretty privileged. I mean, bleh. So...
if you weren't, maybe you would have hurt less about all this. The reason I think that you are kind is because you're hurting about this.
What? Says the monster to a person who's really like...
Even Uwu is confused, pauses for a while.
Thank you?
Thank you.
Thank you? Okay.
Omen tilts his head this way, then that, but not almost unnaturally. Contemplative. This time it's a very natural head tilt. Few seek advice of a demon, fewer take it seriously. Did you give us any advice?
What?
I think you just said whatever decision... I guess advice can be whatever decision you make will be the decision that is true to your heart. That is like the so generic anime advice, whatever. And if the coin lands on heads, you're gonna follow your heart from now on.
Yay! You've done it! Good job, Demon Slayer! God, that was so weird.
Oh my god. Alright. I wonder if it's fate that I'm here. Ha! This place has taught me so many things. You're a prince of demons. Wouldn't you know?
What?
Know what?
Your character's really like, I'm super assumptive.
I feel like the two of them are having different conversations.
I know, that's why I'm like, this conversation's really weird, and I'm I don't know, I'm confused.
I really do feel like in this conversation, they are both having they're sort of talking parallel instead of with each other.
Yeah, kind of.
And it's a little bit wild, but going, wouldn't you know? Yeah, I totally knew what tea was before I moved up here and learned what witches were. And in hell, we don't have these things. You're a different culture, okay? I don't know what your culture is. No, wouldn't you just know these things, being a prince of demons? Looks like someone who lives in another country. Wouldn't you know all about America? You know, being important in your country?
Don't you understand the difference between American Indians and,
Indian Indians?
Indian?
Don't you know the difference between indigenous peoples and people who just live there? I'm sorry.
God,
I'm sorry. I would need older eyes to see something so vast.
What? What are we fucking talking about?
Okay, I feel like there's some sort of like layer to this conversation that it's about something else that we didn't pick up in the plot, and he's trying to basically subtly go, you can do whatever you need to do. Like, it's like code speak that they do in comedies sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And you're talking about something completely else, but if you miss the context, you're like, this is the weirdest conversation ever.
It's so strange.
Everyone listening in, this is the weirdest conversation ever. And you're like, I know they know we're doing something, basically bullshitty, but they still don't know what we're saying, so it's okay.
Right? I'm also just kind of like, again, I get this weird feeling sometimes playing through some of these routes and going, was there somebody we were supposed to pick first?
I'm also like, do demon eyes get to see out of hell better and more of the universe / world if they're older? What do you see with your demon eyes? Omen, what do you see with your demon eyes?
I need to know. Oh, baby.
So that's the thing I'm having here. I'm going like, is there demon lore that literally says you get to understand other cultures better if you're older?
No.
Because of your eyes?
Because if you're evils? I don't know.
Maybe you need to pick your Ezra first in this game. All games, date Astra first, okay?
Date Astra first.
Just date Astra first.
Sigh.
That's alright. My father, maybe? Perhaps he would know. Perhaps it's why he doesn't understand why I love your kind. Because he can see more of you. Your fragile, flowing world. Your lives so short they could be measured by seasons. As I do.
What?
Okay. Perhaps it's why he doesn't understand why I love your kind.
Your flat.
As I do. So, paraphrase it. Perhaps it's why he doesn't understand your kind. As I do. Because you can remove the stuff in between commas. Kind of thing. Grammatically. Or, love your kind,
perhaps
your
that's why
so
he doesn't understand why I love your kind as I do. Okay.
Or, my father maybe... What? My father maybe could see the bigger picture that I can't see?
Well, this is the father... Yeah, so I was thinking. My father can see the bigger picture, and I'm clearly short-sighted in comparison to him because I see all these things and I think they're amazing. Unlike, Dad.
Who sees
Dad,
them
Mom,
and
Dad.
doesn't see them as amazing anymore because he can see even more than I can.
Right?
Okay, maybe we got this.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't...
As Alcar puts it, it's his fucking loss. The fact that he has a wider perspective of the world and is less indoctrinated to anything because he knows it all means that it's his loss for not being more naive.
I was going to say, actually, that doesn't sound like the point you're trying to make it, Omen. You just literally said, my dad has the ability to see all these amazing things and whatever else and has a much larger perspective on what's going on. But, you know what? His loss!
And basically, I'm getting that thing of, wake me up when it's all over. And then going, basically, they say, basically, that song has the tone of, you need to open your eyes and be realistic about the world. Things aren't all good all the time, and they can't be that way.
Right.
And he's going, I'll just stay naive and stay asleep then and prefer to see the world's a good place.
Right.
And so he is saying that more knowledge about something actually makes you more embittered towards it.
Ignorance is bliss. You are correct.
That's what he's saying. Because I know so little about you, I admire and think you're amazing. But my dad, who knows apparently everything about you because he's so much older, doesn't think you're amazing anymore. He thinks it's all horrible.
Maybe.
I mean, has exposure to the
Yeah.
internet and more knowledge made you happier? Oh.
I don't know. I think in a lot of ways, like, I know sometimes it can be really depressing and people talk about it going, like, what do I do? But it's also a level of, like, I don't know, social empowerment. Like, my friend has also talked about going, like, they like, for example, with the advent of the internet, there's a lot more people going, like, hey, I can point out that something's wrong. And if I ping hard enough with other people, there can be more and more voices that come together and go, hey, that's not okay. Or, like, just keeping track of, let's say, in our own, you know, particular situation of going, like, yo, the fact that you promised this thing a couple of months ago and then suddenly changed your story, we can literally keep track of that and go, you've lied.
That's not okay.
That's not what you said. You know, like, that can be empowering, actually. Mm-hmm. And also, it let people know that they're not forgetting things. You really did remember a version of the story that did happen.
Mm-hmm. And I was going to say, it's kind of weird that he's like, I mean, it's kind of like
I have all knowledge and it makes me bitter.
I was going to say, it's kind of encouraging that Omen's like, ignorance is bliss, and it's his loss that he can't just see everything as beautiful. But it's also kind of supports that model that basically the game itself has an ideology that the world sucks and that people are just going to be bad.
Right.
And it kind of, because we're filtered through Uwu's experience, through your MC's experience, I feel like that's what continually is going on, is Uwu is going, yeah, the world and people inherently are bad, and we're trying to basically hedge, you know, like protect the good few tiny amounts of people against the big bads.
Also, that is a level of massive assumptiveness. You don't know if your dad actually has anything to lose at all. Maybe your dad is like, I have experienced these things because I have literally seen all of them. So seeing also in this way seems to be also, I comprehend them.
In my experience, Drunkenness, in reference to that, the internet has done nothing but add more to me.
Yes.
Like, it has made my life better. Mm. And as much as there is some level of, like, depression and unhappiness that has happened due to being more aware of the world's problems, there is also an experience very strongly of going, I have had so much more empowering knowledge given to me than I've ever had before that, yeah, I would not change it at all for anything.
Right.
So the wider worldview that I've had, actually, and the more accurate it is, the more I have been actually happy, if you will, or encouraged to happiness.
Like I said, it comes sometimes with this thing of going like, oh god, we're repeating history? Because that's one of the things that... So I was dating someone for a long time who was a history major, and they were talking about how sometimes the level of frustration they've had when you study history is going, history is bound to repeat itself if you are not aware of what has come before.
And one of the cool things now that I've pointed out was sometimes when people are, you know, just stuck in doom scrolling, or my friend is here and stuff, is going, if people are even able to accurately catalog and say in a socially accessible platform that everyone can see, hey, right now it looks like history is repeating itself, then we're way ahead. Before, when it took us 30 years to go, hey, this event back there, it had happened before.
Right.
And for it to have to be published publicly because individuals didn't know about it.
Right.
So we're already making a lot of progress in that direction. Mm-hmm. I have to snort a laugh, hearing that word spill from his mouth.
'Cause he's so tiny and cute and kawaii and...
I can't believe he cursed. We're really just laughing because he cursed.
What does that remind me of? I think in some ways it actually kind of reminds me of how people, like, when I've been around you, friend, and people just go, but you look so cute and tiny and adorable. You must be super innocent. You don't know what the sex is.
Oh my god. Okay, so I just have a round face, okay?
I know you do, but I also...
Forever, people really do, because I'm you know, tend to be friendly in professional situations. There is a level of people having assumed, at like every job I've ever been at, that I am the innocent one, and you could never cuss around me, and you could never talk about any mature topic around me, and it doesn't even matter how much I start to get older, or even when I'm older than other people in that conversation, they're like, well, yeah, but clearly you're the innocent one. I'm like, it's just my face. Oh my god.
It's just
I can't control my face.
It's actually not just Trump and Hitler. There are lots of things that people talk about that we repeat lots of different kinds of patterns.
Yes,
there's micro patterns that we repeat, and there's also larger overarching patterns that repeat, because people basically are like, having a higher level of education doesn't mean that you won't repeat yourself if you don't pay attention to what's going on.
But that is one of the parallels. I was trying to do like a generic parallels, but that is definitely one of them that I've seen recently. So you are right in the correct ball court. We are playing the same tennis game.
Aha! We're doing it.
Right. Definitely Alcaw's influence.
Because he can never say fucking.
Right, I guess. I mean, we've talked to him like, 4 times? And we're like, how? He said fucking. That's amazing.
Whoa.
Damn right. All right, I need to speak with him. I need to confront him.
Oh, okay. So what do you feel like your character was leading up to more with this? Was your character feel like they were being more sympathetic in regards to their conversation, or they were being more desiring to condemn
Why
Harry?
do we think that Omen knows where Harry is?
Okay,
did
so
we ever come up with
we
that?
are still super frustrated. Okay, so for those of you who weren't here before, there's a thing apparently where Harry, I guess, disappeared, but neither my friend nor I caught it, and it seemed to be a weird thing that was almost brought up basically in...
I wonder
what?
If you're in August's route, if you get the experience of Harry leaving because they're more closely connected, and it assumes it across all routes.
Oh, God! Is it that big of, like... I would personally call that a writing error.
Yes!
Like, a continuity error, like, hardcore, because... Obviously, we picked Piper. I don't know when Harry disappeared. The only instance I have where Harry has left is literally James, before he died, like...
Talking to Harry and Harry going off to do potentially some research.
Yeah, and that was it. Like,
So, in reference to this... I don't think it actually matters what Uwu's driving for here in reference to their internal experience. And I'll try and break this down as much as I can in reference to these 2 choices. Okay? I think it is more of what Uwu would say in reference to trying to ply Omen to be agreeable.
Oh, you're gonna go that.
Because I really believe that Uwu has largely been approaching Omen as a cop. And in this case is definitely here in the sense of their profession, trying to solve this thing. Even if it's not the job they were hired for, it's in reference to what is correct and just in the world, right? And so I really think that what Uwu is going to do here, and what they would do here, is say what they think would be most agreeable to Omen, which is, I need to speak with him.
Okay.
Because Omen has just dropped 3 very strong social hints of... I don't want you to be aggressive, and I think you're a kind person. So if we go, I need to confront Harry and not be kind and do be aggressive, that is going to be less in line with what I believe Uwu has perceived Omen to want.
Right, and also has tried to, I would say, almost manipulate Omen, around.
And I believe very much that in this case, Uwu would make their statement not in reference to, I do sympathize with, or I do condemn Harry, but what is going to get Omen to be agreeable.
Also, professionalism would dictate that you're not going to condemn Harry necessarily in front of Omen. You might do so depending on where you are in regards to your relationship with some people, but I've watched other people go, I will strategically go, I will speak with them, I won't openly condemn them in front of you, even though you're like, dude, you know that this person has been, like, I've been there with managers sometimes where they're like, I know what they've been doing is bad, but I'm going to talk with them. And instead of just sitting there and condemning them, they go and they go talk with them, or they condemn them to their face, right? But everybody else who's been suffering, which I find to be really fucking frustrating in terms of, like, weird, like, political stupid behavior.
They behave very soft PC in front of the masses.
Which is so... But it's also, like, you're not acknowledging, though, the pain of the people who've been hurt by those individuals, which is... So... Like, where I found it to be really interesting, people are like, why, how could you ever choose someone who could be super aggressive? And it's like, because they were acknowledging in some ways that these people were being hurt and confused and battered by the other people who were also involved, which was most of them. For years, this sort of behavior has continued on, and if you don't know what I'm talking about in terms of U.S. politics, you might get it. But it makes sense. So, I don't know, you could have a situation where it's like, I don't know how much your character would be like, yes, I will be, polite, and I will be, sort of withdrawn, or I will be like, I'm going to condemn this because clearly you need this, which...
See, and for me, I really think that Uwu's entire motivation here is to get Omen to be cooperative. To get Omen to give us what we want.
You can use the...
I did.
Okay.
And so I actually tabbed down.
You're correct.
I remembered one time not to use the mouse.
Aha!
So I was going to say, I think we're going to sympathize with Harry, not because that's necessarily what we believe, but because we think that's what Omen will be most agreeable with.
And this actually reminds me, okay, so, excuse me, tiny divergence again.
Go.
I ran off on a tiny little tangent, is because this actually reminds me of where my friend and I, we were just recently watching through Hunter x Hunter on Netflix, because they're going to be ditching the series.
Because it's there right now.
It's there right now, and it's going to be going away on March 7th. And I was like, you know what? I haven't watched a series for years. Fine, I'll sit down and I'll watch some of it, right? But there was a recent episode where I really liked where these characters sat down and goes, okay, I'm going to ask y'all a series of standard questions. And I was expecting them to go, just basically, respond, but they actually gave their reasoning as to why they were doing and making some of the choices they were doing. And it was fascinating to me because I was like, most authors don't think about, like, character motivation.
Why are the characters choosing things?
Right, and also sometimes you can literally have a character who will answer the same question of going, I would like to face this person in battle, or I would not like to face this person in battle because I really like this person, and the other person going, I think they're dumb and they're inefficient and they don't know what they're doing. Like, most people won't think necessarily that far. So, like, I like our discussions about stuff like this because that also shows that there's a level of nuance you can get out of this. So say, like, even in a really standard story, for, like, if you're going to play with your friends, like, I've seen sometimes for even tabletop games where people are like, the DM gave us this choice or this choice, and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to walk through my character making these decisions, and if these are the only choices I have, I'm going to give their reasons why. And sometimes you have really positive reasons for being like, I'm going to condemn Harry because I think it's really important that we actually show a unified front, and I want to be here for the people, and I think that's important. Or someone going, I think it's really important to condemn Harry because clearly, are just what, like, you can come up with tons and tons and tons of reasons.
And I'm going to add an addendum of my own opinion to what my friend said here.
Sure.
I think a lot of authors do think of their character motivations, but only usually their main character.
Oh, yeah.
And so I don't think it's that no authors think of their character motivations and why they're doing what they're doing. Now, there's certainly some authors where they're more interested in telling a story than having a character, and the character's a vehicle to tell the story. But I do think there are a lot of cases where the primary fallout is that side characters aren't often characters as in whole people.
And I suppose it should be more clear too, because obviously this was a shonen. One of the reasons why I also found this to be impressive is because largely in shonen they just kind of go, what is the thing that's going to get you the biggest, most explosive fight? Mm-hmm. And it was just interesting of going like, oh, this isn't just I just want to face this person, I want to answer. Like, they don't, like, it's so weird sometimes where I watch characters where you're like, you would have a really complex reason for doing this thing or that thing, and it's just fight this person, don't fight this person. Fight this person, don't do that person. And it was really weird because it doesn't feel very driven by character. It's just the most quick, clippy, fast response to get to the end of the episode.
And my friend did have a very strong response to this particular episode and go, wow, they're actually talking about why they do or don't want to do something. That's amazing. Mm-hmm. And they went through like 7 characters with it or something.
That's like 8 or 9, yeah.
Or 8 yeah, anyway. All right. I need to speak with him.
I think you have to enter.
Enter. There we go.
Yeah, if you want to select a choice, it has to be the enter key. If you want to pap through, you have to use the space
bar. Up and down. Okay. The words launch in my throat. The intentions too.
No. Pap through.
I see. I got it. I'm just like, the intentions? What intentions? Omen studies me, but with a soft, trusting expression.
Why?
Perhaps Why
do you trust?
Also, why are you saying but with a soft, trusting expression? I think he usually has that.
Yeah, I know.
Like, we've usually described him as excited and trusting, soft and trusting, friendly and trusting, shy and trusting.
I was about to say, your main character is very much like, Omen literally is, again, like, the thing is I really got a very strong, like, you're an infant. Mm-hmm. Like, the way that the character seems to really view Omen is just this sort of, you are helpless, kind of, or you're just sort of a mess, but also you could potentially be something that could be a threat. But for the most part, you're a harmless kitten. Oh boy, look what a mess you are! Yeah, I don't even know.
Perhaps my first impression is right. I must think on this and act on this alone. I need to speak with Harry. I need to understand him better. I still don't know why we think Omen knows where Harry is at all. I
don't know either. I'm like, why did we even come here? We were both like, why? We were talking about something
Here's what happens. Is, like, okay, this is bad headcanon, okay? There's no basis for this, okay?
Okay.
Harry was freaking out about not being able to control the monsters in the world, okay?
Okay.
So he summons a demon. The demon that responds to the summon is Omen, who's trying to get out of hell, and tears open a hellgate. And then he's going, I'm responsible for the hellgate, so I need to, I've now got access to all the demon blood that I want because I summoned this demon, except for I also did it poorly because I didn't bind him, so I have to leave the hellgate open because I have to get access to more demon things to be able to do more of what I need to / want to do.
Right.
So Harry's trying to solve his own problem with his own problem, which is completely circular in all ways.
Yes.
Alright, there's a passing look he gives me, and I can see that it's both fear and sympathy. Fear for my well-being, undoubtedly. There's no telling what Harry will say or do, and sympathy for what I assume is my attempts to reason with the man. I understand, He smiles again, but this time with sadness tinged in his eyes. Be careful? I nod and swallow the lump in my throat. I will. I promise. I should go. Why are we telling Omen that we need to speak with Harry?
Why?
And especially if we're leaving, so Omen's not telling us where to go or how to get to Harry. What is the point of this entire conversation? You need to go. All right, I understand. Shaking my head, I step away, and then turn and head for the door. Suddenly the church feels too oppressive, and I have to get out, clear my head, think. Though I know with a faint feeling of dread which way my choice will lead. I can feel Omen's eyes on my back until the door closes. What's our choice?
What is... you've beaten me, game! I don't know what our choice is!
Alcar is waiting for me outside of the temple, much to my lack of surprise. Why is he there? I've had the sense he's been keeping an eye on me more than usual since the encounter with the creature.
Since when?
But he wasn't there with the encounter with the creature.
What are you talking about?
And we just went into a monologue, like basically a time skip of things after the... I don't even know. We speak to the void, assuming he can hear us. My thanks. Poof!
Four?
Just him skulking out of an alley. I can't believe you knew I was there. Four?
Bit four! Four's gone 20 years ago.
I might have been convinced that I was mistaken, if not for the pout and the defiance on his face. Stifling a grin, I raised my hands in a gesture of peace instead. That I was mistaken that he was caring about me or following me or what? No need to poke the sensitive wolf today.
Why do you poke Alcar so much? It's not even funny. It's just sort of annoying and childish.
It does feel like that a lot to me. We just kind of harass him, and he gets grumpy at us and we think it's funny. Which, to me, is a form of verbal abuse.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just like, I was gonna say, I guess our character's just abusive. And just sort of like, ha ha! No, but this is what bros do or something.
Your discomfort entertains me, and so I will agitate it.
You know, even though I'm the one who's literally has the legal allowance now to murder you, should you even consider sneezing wrong because you have a brand on your chest. Isn't that fun?
I mean, technically you have the legal allowance to murder any Inhumans without any explanation.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. Or you can just fabricate one really briefly, but...
without any substantiated explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting for me. I take it you want to talk.
Assuming a hell of a lot, don't you?
He grins. Why does he hang around us?
Right enough. You're about the only exciting thing left in this goddamn town. And the whole...
He gestures.
I was right.
Vaguely. Yes, that was so good. My friend here just doing this vague gesture while they voice act. It was amazing. And the whole, yeah. He gestures vaguely in my direction. You know, it's not what's on the outside that he hates. It's what's inside. You just gestured to all of me. Yeah, all of you. Oh my god.
That's really funny.
All right, in my direction, and I can't quite get his meaning. You and me both, friend. I'm not entirely sure Alcar himself knows what he means either, because the expression on his face is one I can't read. One of the many things I've learned about the half-Lycan is either he won't lie, or he's hellishly bad at it.
Have you?
Have we learned that?
Have we?
When did we learn that? I'm glad we learned that.
I'm so excited. We've learned a thing that I didn't know we'd engaged in.
It's okay.
Excellent.
Now we have learned that. Now we know that we have learned that thing, so that's good. All right, so it reminds me of the folk stories of wolves as betrayers and deceivers. Even now, and not just surrounding Alcar, I wonder if those who told the folklores mistook wolves for foxes, or for their neighbors.
Oh no, are there going to be fox monsters? I need to know immediately.
Immediately.
Are we going to have fox boys? Will we have soft fox boys?
I mean, like I
Ryan
said,
Fox will show up.
Oh god, yip yap,
Yip
in
yap.
the chat.
Yip yap.
We're gonna have. I was gonna say, if we get foxes in here, I will be thrilled.
It will be really cute.
But also, like, or for their neighbors. Are you mistaking wolves for your neighbors? Foxes for your neighbors? What?
I also are talking about coyotes.
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Or for their neighbors, meaning their species neighbors, coyotes? Yeah, I don't know. Alright, folk stories. Yes. Maybe their boss? Wait.
Oh, leader of the foxes. God, sometimes this game follows itself up so.
Okay, so it's basically fox boys.
So I have.
Astra enters the chat.
I want to support the writers, but there's a thing where they will establish one subject, then they'll move to another, and then they'll go into another sentence and they'll return to the first subject with no information or awareness that
there'll be no connection.
Conveyance, basically, to the reader that they have returned back to the former topic.
So we're then saying maybe people were mistaking wolves for the fox's bosses?
Yes.
Got it.
That's why I was like, what?
Right. The whole debacle. We tried to fill in his gesture.
Your
gesture, does it mean debacle? I'll be your thesaurus.
Yeah.
Let me be your thesaurus.
Right?
Flirt.
Fox boys. Yeah. I'm so excited.
I love that. Looks at someone. Let me be your thesaurus. Flirt.
Hey, yeah. That. Debacle. Flirt.
Perfect.
A pause. Almost awkward.
A pause. Almost awkward. We have a lot of almost in here. We have almost unnerving, almost unnatural, almost awkward, almost sinister. Like, nothing's ever committing in this game.
What? Just commit. Be awkward. A pause. It's awkward.
It's awkward. The pause was awkward.
I mean, when you don't know somebody very well, it was an awkward pause.
I want the character to say, the pause was almost awkward. And the narrator to come in, the pause was definitely awkward. I want that contradicted narrative and going, Uwu being like, it was a nearly unnatural head tilt. The narrator, it was a very unnatural head tilt. That would add so much to this game in such an obnoxious way. Alright, not that I'm asking for that in any way, I'm just like, I'm lost right now. Almost awkward.
So, listen, I'm no good with the whole emotional thing. That's what Ezra's here for.
What? Are we saying literally the most feminine dude is here to be emotional?
Well, because he's the healer. God, I hate that stereotype. I'm okay.
It's okay, this is just
I have run
opinion.
into some of the most hardcore nurses and doctors. Also, some doctors are complete fucking assholes. Like, I was raised as a doctor's kid. There are some doctors that are fucking dicks, and they will tell you what your experience is, and they don't care what your feelings are, and if you're black, you have a thicker skin than, other human beings do. Like, I'm like, there is a reason. No.
Most medics I've met are cynical as fuck. Yes! Most people that I know that have ever been in the care field. So my very first real job, I say real job because I mowed lawns and cleaned houses and babysat, and none of those were, taxed by the government employment jobs. But my first real job was actually working in a nursing home as what's called a dietary aide. And it was just working in the lunchroom and serving everybody their stuff, right? Like, that's all it was. I say, but every single CNA, RNA, all the people that helped the patients were cynical as hell. Like, even when they were smiling and friendly, it was like their patients had to be objects so they could get the work done that was expected of them, or they were just bitter and distant because of how harsh the industry they were in was. Like, I've never met a single person that's in healing and medicine and doesn't seem like they just have hollowness and tragedy behind their eyes, usually covered by a layer of, severe cynicism and anger.
Yeah.
The healer's just the soft one.
I'm like, please, make your alright, here's your challenge for the day, everybody. Make a healer character who is a bitch. They're a bitch.
Total bitch. I hate everyone. I hate all of you. I'm going to heal you by cracking you with my staff, so it will hurt and then you'll have no pain at all.
Yeah, because then I healed you.
Fuck you all. Do you know how much pain I've seen? This isn't even pain. Stabs the healing medicine into you, heals you on the way out.
Transformers did that already? That's amazing. Good job.
Excellent. Well done.
And again, I
also want to be like, Alcar's, little disclaimer at the bottom, Alcar's views do not necessarily represent the views of the entire Lunaris Studios and all of their participants.
Right? I mean, and I love the idea of people going, I have somebody who's a healer who will be there for me, and they will make me feel good, because obviously you don't feel very well, and, bedside manner is a thing that they try to teach.
Bedside manner is really valuable, even if it's hard for people to do.
Yeah, grumpiest robo-grandpa. Nice.
Alright.
But it's also just, it's not nearly as common as people want to have, and I appreciate the level of the fantasy, but I think that's the thing is sometimes where people will talk about basically the harshness of what's going on, so you go, this is reality, what can we do to change it? Because you have to acknowledge what's going wrong before you can make any steps to interact with it, because if you just say, this is what the entire field is, then you will never be able to acknowledge that anything's wrong with it.
Ezra's here to handle all your feelings for you. Is that it? So you're saying I should have been shipping you with Ezra?
Such a fucking dick. Okay, it's fine.
You know what? You always ask people to lean in, okay?
I know.
They have leaned in. The MC is a entitled police asshole, okay?
Okay.
That's who they are. Just embrace that. If you want people to lean in, support them leaning in.
Okay, so part of my reason, though, is just because they're not doing it really to anybody else. Does that make sense? Like, and I get that people wear different masks around other people, and I understand that. So I'm like, I would like to have some explanation for it, though, because it does also just kind of seem like, well, you know, because Alcar's the rough and tumbly one and whatever else, and now we're just gonna have them sort of butt heads like bros?
Perhaps.
Like, and I'm like, why? I'm not accessing.
And
does that make sense?
Maybe he's not for you.
Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe it's, you know what? That's true. Yeah, here's a good case of it's not for me. Scandal should put it down. Okay.
All
I'll
right.
put my chin in my hands and just go, it's not
And
for
I'll
me.
just cover that really, really briefly, because I was actually in another stream recently, and they were talking about how sometimes people just dig in really fucking hard on something when it's clear that the media just isn't for them.
Mm-hmm.
And in the most part, I don't think we try to do that. Hey, Pom, welcome!
Hey,
it's
Pom!
Pumpkin! The most monster lover persona is here.
Oh, no.
The monster lover has entered the chat. Anyway, I was going to say, and so in this case, there are definitely going to be things that we encounter that just aren't necessarily for us. And it might be hard sometimes to tell between this is writing that we can't access versus this is just a trope we're not into. Mm-hmm. But here we go. And in the meantime, hello! All right.
No, he just self-expresses better is all. Makes the mushy-wushy shite not as mushy-wushy.
Washy-washy.
It works either way, come on. I'm weird.
Honestly, mushy-washy scans better than washy-mushy. I'm just going to say it.
Washy-mushy.
All right, how much did you miss?
A lot.
So we've only been in stream an hour this round, but basically we have a theory that Harry might be the bad guy. And also that there is a lot of, like, that they're turning hunters into giant genetic horror monsters. So more monster for you.
Yeah, more monster. But unfortunately not enough actually, like, visually seeing those monsters, because I think they sound really cool.
Graphic design for it, but I kind of want to draw the horror unicorn, because equines and specifically unicorns are one of my bags in art.
You're like...
And so I'm like, I might just draw this. I don't know how well I'll do with the decay and such, because that's a little harder, but I'm thinking about it.
It's true.
Oh, who's Harry? So Harry is the biggest big boss that we've met. He's the blonde. We compared him briefly to Lucio. I say, but he's in charge of the the local hunter chapter.
Harry is also a non-romanceable character. He's the blonde. Do you remember?
He's in charge of let's see. Sometimes not seeing the monster is better. Yes. If you don't like sad shit, don't watch Read. Made in the Abyss. Oh my god.
I have heard about Made in the Abyss, and I would actually kind of like to watch it.
I thought it was just Made in Abyss.
I think it is Made in Abyss.
I think it's just, okay, I think it's actually a play on words. Made in Abyss, like maiden in the abyss, but also made in the abyss. It was created there.
Made in Abyss.
But it's Made in Abyss. Yeah. I was gonna say, that's my understanding of the title. But we've actually watched a couple of really cool, like, breakdowns of Made in Abyss by people who've done video essays on it, and it's really neat.
It's honestly, it is really, like...
It's supposed to be, like, horrifying and sad and intense, but some of the takes on it that we've seen without seeing it at all have been really, really powerful and interesting.
Yeah, I've really liked, there's another YouTuber, actually, that I've enjoyed a lot of his takes on some of the animes in general that I've enjoyed watching, or just sort of hearing about, is called Explanation Point. He's done a lot of really interesting, videos in relation to Made in Abyss. I don't actually remember who else I either liked it or not, because I wasn't really digging on Mother's Basement much in regards to that.
Just exclamation point like that?
I believe so. It might be one word.
Okay. You'll probably find it. He's also the one that did the one that was a breakdown of why Made in Abyss is a terrible anime but a good game. Was that him?
Maybe?
Okay, so
it might have been him.
Someone actually did a really cool breakdown on YouTube as a video essay of why Made in Abyss is an awful anime but a great video game.
Right.
And it's really interesting the case they make, and it's really fun and interesting to watch.
And they even actually go into the history of the mangaka who specifically actually was a video game designer. And they talk about how, here's the setup, here's the things, like a lot of the establishing shots and some of the tropes, but I was always giggling about that anyway, because I'm like, sounds sort of like basic anime though too, because a lot of them, especially if you're doing like a shonen or a fight thing.
It doesn't mean that their
do.
argument is correct, but it's a really interesting thought experiment.
But I'm like, you can apply that kind of formula to a lot of ones, is what I was going to end up saying. So
I loved it, but the anime was ongoing. I'm bad at watching ongoings. I usually pick up completed series, and also,
Yes.
you know what? If you watch it, you watch it. You will survive and be amazing.
Yep, I support your survival.
All right, so mushy and
That's weird. Anyway, I wanted to ask you if you're doing okay.
I just mumbles off. You're doing okay.
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 It looks painful.
Monster ex-human manga anime. I would recommend Magician's Bride.
Oh no, it's that one.
I don't know Magician's Bride.
No. The one with the skull and the girl
you
who has
mean
the red hair.
Ancient
Magus' Bride? Yeah, that's Ancient Magus' Bride.
So it's called differently in some places?
I'm actually making the assumption that that's what they intended to say. Did you mean to say Ancient Magus' Bride? Because I think that is the one that you're talking about. And I apologize for my reaction. I just wasn't super... Like, I really liked the movie that I saw.
The pilot.
Which was the pilot? Well, it was like an hour and something. And then as soon as I got into the series, I kind of went, Oh, that's interesting. It wasn't really my bag of, like...
It didn't focus on as many of the things that I wanted it to focus on, but the pilot was amazing and cool, and probably I didn't give the rest of the series a chance, because the pilot felt like something, like, profoundly, like, almost like old school, like, Ghibli. It felt somewhere in between, like, Howl's Moving Castle and also, like, Princess Mononoke, with the level of, like, intensity and darkness and horror and monsters, combined with the experience of, you know, here's your sort of, like, tension and romance and, like, support and stuff like that.
Right.
And so I was fascinated by it, and then I just couldn't get into the Elias is a baby. Yes, Elias is a baby.
I've heard a lot of people really like Elias, and that's super awesome. I very much support them. Like I said, I really liked just sort of the pilot, and yeah, there was something in the series when we started watching it where it was just like...
It just seemed like the focus had shifted a bit.
Yeah. I have a problem where it's like the things that I like in animes, for the most part, or even just in stories in general, it seems like where I get hooked in is not the point the series wants to go after, and I'm kind of like, oh...
And that was kind of what I was going to say. Sometimes I get exposed to media that I'm really excited about in the beginning, and then I realize that the thing I was latching onto isn't the thing they were actually doing and perpetuating on purpose. But honestly, it's a really pretty anime.
It really is.
And it does what it does really effectively, as far as, like, I've heard the audience reacting to it.
Yeah.
As far as just shipping an adorable, you know, powerful girl with a big-ass monster. And it's in a very fluffy, cute way. Like, there's a lot of fluff in that anime.
That's true.
Okay.
I was just trying to see if you're hearing okay.
I love the idea she just mumbles it off. Just, are you doing okay? Oh. I appreciate the effort you took to arrive at that question. Yes!
Oh my
We
God.
recognize his incredibly weighted and lengthy pause. I appreciate how much work it took for you to say that sentence. Good sir.
You've done. What do they say? If it shows affection, it's something.
If I put in the work, it means I care.
I care. Everything is a mess, I suppose.
I mean, is it?
Perhaps.
I'm not just going to let all of it, all of what I've learned, go, if this is what you're worried about.
What?
Are you saying that everything's a mess and that we're just gonna... I don't understand.
I don't understand that at all. It doesn't follow for me. I just imagine there's this cat mewing so much.
Yes! It's just him, he's like, I just wanted to ask if you would... Yes, that one, exactly.
No, I didn't think you would. I trust that you won't, and I know you're going to try to do something.
I appreciate your faith in us, and the specificity of your faith is amazing.
Strong.
Stunning.
It's amazing.
In fact.
Whoa. Something probably dangerous, or if you won't, they'll force you into it.
Hi, so if you don't do something dangerous, it's totally gonna be because, you know...
I guess?
I just say, but someone will make you do it anyway, so it's gonna be something dangerous either way. Done.
Right.
He says it with such bitterness, with such certainty, that I know immediately the sentiment must have come from personal experience. By the way, I've been forced to do some dangerous shit as well, actually.
Really?
I'll do my utmost to prove them unnecessary. They're forcing me to do shit? No, I will be so deep in dangerous shit before they can even get near me, it will be stunning.
It will happen. Stunning.
You will choke on it how fast I will jump into the dangerous shit.
Stunning. I wouldn't be caught dead by anyone else saying this, but if you do, I'd appreciate that.
You're going to tell us to get dangerous ourselves first. Is that really what you're doing?
Hi! Is that what's going on? Because honestly, I'm really confused. This conversation seems to be a level of abstract that I'm not...
It seems like they're talking about something over here that we haven't picked up on very well, and so it's not,
Either that or it's a language or basically a barrier to a conversation that I don't know how to have, or you get a more understanding of Alcar's style of conversation if you actually were in Alcar's route.
Julian be like, mumble, 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 mumble. By the way, I care about you and some shit. Cat Julian. Mumbles off in supportively.
I don't know what you're talking about, but what do you think?
Mumbles in awkward supportiveness.
Mumbling in awkward Scottish.
Alright, I'm sure you would.
Sure.
Then he inhales deeply, lets it out, slow. Still struggling with those feelings. Oh, everyone, we have a deep breath. Breathe deeply in. Breathe deeply out. Or release it, the deep breath. I knew what I meant. Anyway, everyone.
Breathe deeply out.
Consider about, checking your posture.
Somebody, is that a fart?
Getting a drink.
Do I do the fart noise?
Oh my god.
Or maybe that's just me. I don't know. Is it just me? It might be just me.
Probably just you. I knew what I meant. Alright. Still struggling with those feelings of yours. Feelings. Those things that,
Feelings. I'm just filled with feelings. I meant...
Yes. Julian is quote.
Oh,
God.
God,
About how
yes.
fast I'll get into trouble. Okay, I misinterpreted that because of the speed of the chat, but yes, you are correct. Julian, I expect you will get in trouble and just, you will choke on how fast I'll get into trouble.
Oh.
Perfect. Well done.
Oh, baby.
That is appropriate.
Oh, baby. Only all the time, always.
Mm.
Well, considering you and for your girlfriend.
Hi, thanks.
Hansers are crazy about this whole loyal this and service that. And especially Piper's temper getting involved.
It's true. Thank you for the correction, Palm.
It's true.
Aye.
Though I'd love to be within eye and ear shot of her finally losing it.
I think she's actually lost it a couple of times.
You've missed out, Mr. I live in the woods.
Yeah, you've just been missing it in your whole
You've
ground.
been eating sand.
No. Do you live under a rock? Actually, I do.
Actually, I do.
He does. He lives under a little rock.
I do live under a tiny rock.
Alright, so if Alcar ever doesn't know anything, you can just be like, it's okay, you live
He
under
lives
a
under
rock.
a rock. I'm also like the literal metaphor of like the half lichen living under a rock.
He knows nothing about anything. I don't know.
It's okay.
It's fine. He wasn't raised in a barn, but he does live under a rock.
But she's been here for as long as me, and believe it or not, I do care about decent people getting thrown out like trash. Again, you and her, I suppose.
Oh, you're a turtle. So you have your own barn, and it is a rock.
Oh! Perfect.
I love it.
It's just a little bit smelly, so be sure to clean yourself once in a while.
I mean, some turtles smell fine.
No, I know, but they do clean themselves.
But why'd you call them smelly?
Because when they're not clean, they smell.
Oh, you're saying like born in a barn suggests unclean?
Yes.
Okay,
That's the association.
Well, I can be clean living under a rock, okay?
I know you can. You can also be clean living in a barn,
It's
so...
true.
So, human me, what are you up to?
Currently stalking you. Apparently what I'm doing, actually, is walking around and interviewing everyone about their opinions of Harry before we go and confront him for reasons.
Okay, the second one, these don't follow at all. If that is the actual line, what are you up to? I'll confront the Lieutenant General is not a way to respond to that question, I feel.
No.
And also, I'll talk to him.
Also,
it's not a response
how do
to that
any
question.
of these people know that we're talking about Harry or that Harry's involved, other than our basic, so the little weird montage that we had back in our room, which some of you missed, where they did a second day-night cycle sort of, slide through of things. Mm-hmm. And we're like, we talked to the important people about what's going on, which we assumed was largely about the situation of how hunters are made, because they put so much weight on that. And then, words.
What are you looking for?
Sorry, I'm looking for... And then Niagaku came in and said they're probably more talking about the monsters.
Right.
And I said, right, just the monster and the situation of the monster, but when did we ever tell or talk to anyone about Harry and that Harry's involved with this? The fuck? Yes. And so if he says, what are you doing? And we answer, I'll confront the Lieutenant General. That sounds odd.
That sounds like a weird segue.
It's a really weird segue. And also going, what are you doing around here? I'll talk to him. And then in both cases, Alka goes, wait, what? What?
What are you talking about?
Who? So,
We gotta go.
these both sound like basically Uwu's been trapped off in their own head over here, not really having the conversation with Elkar at all, if you will.
Right.
And then it's just suddenly they're going, so, what are you up to? And we go, blah, Harry! Basically because that's what's been on our mind, you know? And it feels super weird to me. So let's see. And I also don't know what sympathize with him versus condemn him means in reference to the game. So I appreciate that there are these helpful parentheses there telling us what the two statements, functionally
But they literally do not seem to follow.
Well, hold on though.
Go ahead.
But they told us what flirt meant.
Yeah.
And the game taught us flirt means this thing, and here's it in parentheses. They didn't teach us that I was able to pick up what condemn or sympathize Harry means in reference to these statements. So we're then choosing things that have extra information on them that I don't know why it's there, because I don't know what it does to the game or means for our character. I don't know what the convention is.
I mean, other than basically in the end, you're just going to end up condemning Harry or you're going to end up sympathizing with Harry. That's the only point that I
So this is basically what we did with Iris in Arcade Spirits, where she was like, and if you do this thing, right now you have a 90% chance, and your other actions will change the percentage chance of succeeding in this encounter, but there's not a thing tracking it.
Yeah.
It's just behind the scenes.
Right.
That sounds wild.
It is really weird.
All right, so the only one that kind of follows the question that he asked is I'll confront the Lieutenant General. But since we weren't talking about Harry
at all
in that conversation, as far as I can tell the entire time, unless that's what he was talking about with Piper was in reference to Harry, and
also,
we just couldn't pick it up.
What conversation are we having? That's why I was like, what are we talking about? So I was like, it sounds like we're having a conversation over here, and there's a lot more conversations that are having over here.
I think they mentioned that they debriefed everyone during the days that passed. Maybe it was not clear, but Hunter told them. Well, and that's what I was going to say is.
But what does
in the days that they did a montage, there was a statement that was a wrap-up statement saying, I talked to everyone who's important about this, but it seemed like during that time, all we were focusing on was one, that the monster had been killed and hunters are monsters.
Yeah.
And it hadn't even been confirmed as far as we understood that we knew Harry was the thing or not at all, because it seemed like Uwu continually wasn't picking up on it.
Yeah, until later, and then going, oh no, now it's Harry. It was them sort of finally, decidedly pointing out while they were talking. I can't remember who it was, but it was going, it was Harry. And it was only while we were talking.
With Piper, kind of.
Was it with Piper?
Finally, in the end, when we go, you've been avoiding us in the woods.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And going, it was Harry. So we're having sort of a confusing thing of, that helps, and that's great if all the love interests know that we suspect Harry, and it's been confirmed somewhere that we suspect Harry, but neither of us were able to catch that.
However, also at the same time, too, the biggest sticking point I have with that is going, what does debriefing mean? It could mean any number of things that we choose, because, okay, so before, we were assuming that your character would go around and tell them, hi, here's all these details about the monster that just killed me, because that'd be the kind of debriefing I would have expected since we just had an encounter with a monster, and literally your character never seems to freaking bring it up at all. I'm like, why wouldn't you have debriefed, basically, or shared that information?
Well, and it seemed like the biggest thing that was going on with Piper,
right.
And that we talked to was, this is how hunters are made. Oh my god, it's so dramatic. This is how hunters are made. The thing that Uwu, or that our MC was focused on after they had their vision with James, was, hunters are made like this, OMG.
Right.
And Piper went, hunters are made like this, OMG. And then it went into a montage. We tell everyone that's concerned. So I assumed we told other hunters, perhaps, that we trusted or etc., of hunters are made like this, OMG.
Right.
I didn't pick up the experience that the focus was, Harry is making monsters out of hunters, because no one was talking about it.
And I will also say, and again, you don't need to answer these questions. These are not meant to be an attack on you. This is just sort of our process, what we think about, too. And so apologize if this comes as aggressive. I don't want you to think that at all. It's just us sort of going, expressing kind of frustration. Because I've also been confused going, but why the hell would your characters talk to these people who are outside of their group? Why would you talk to Omen? Why would you talk to his sister? Why would you talk to Alcar? Why would you talk to even Finn? I don't care that your character says, I will trust you. But it's sort of that level of, they're kind of over their trust. I'm not getting...
Yeah, and
the same amount of attachment. Like, there's this level of weird assumptiveness that I don't understand.
And I definitely second what my friend has here. None of this is meant to be attack specifically on the game, and definitely not on any of the helpfulness that you've provided, Nyagaku.
Yeah, not in the
It's
slightest.
just a level of going, we weren't able to pick that up, and we're trying to figure out sort of how we missed it, or basically where the game could have potentially communicated it more clearly.
Right.
Because what we both picked up was really we're focusing super freaking hard on this is how hunters are created, and then it immediately segues into a time lapse, and I'm going, so we're telling everyone about how hunters are created.
Right?
Because that was what they focused most on. So also, I think it's interesting that we're coming to everyone and talking to them about Harry without ever mentioning Harry, as if that's the only conversation we could ever possibly be having, and the only reason we would enter
It feels alien.
a conversation space with
Yeah,
them.
you're like, what? There's tons of other conversations we either could or could not be having. Again, that level of, why is our character talking to Alcar specifically about Harry?
Well, and also, it was
Like,
really
I understand there was a
interesting-
thing with Azazel and him, and the fact that they set him up, but that would be good to sort of, like, have that establishing shot / information if that's the conversation you're sort of continuing / having.
Well, and it was sort of interesting to, like, again, like, we're talking to Omen and going, why? It sounded like we were
Why?
almost asking where Harry was.
Right?
Which apparently was not what we were doing at all.
Ah.
But anyways, neither of these seem to
Now you're wiggling the
follow
mouse.
conversationally, so I'm not really sure what to choose.
I'm not either.
But if we assume the entire thing has been about Harry, without us realizing that it was about Harry, and all those statements of, I hope Piper doesn't blow up, and, you know, you'll choose this thing, and God, all the feels are over, you know, Ezra holds the emotions because we're talking about Harry.
Right.
Why are we suddenly just going around and talking to everyone about Harry anyway?
This
It seems
feels-
like it's building up to a grand confrontation that is actually scheduled.
Mm-hmm.
And it does remind me again of Arcade Spirits, and basically you get to talk to absolutely everyone before you deliberately go down to the warehouse where the final battle will happen.
Except what I liked about Arcade Spirits was that you could choose whether or not you wanted to literally go talk to everyone.
You could choose whether or not to talk to them, and also you knew you were literally in this time frame motivated by your own feet walking that direction, going to do the final confrontation.
Yeah, and I don't know. Don't worry,
The writing can be confusing, and it needs a rewrite.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Nyagaku.
Yeah,
I was
like-
just say, and the thing was, is like, it always feels like, and we've mentioned late game a number of times, like a lot of people seem to focus really hard on the start game, and then the late game falls apart basically in production schedules, and so you don't have as much time to do like proofreading and things because you need to get things out on time, and so I'm hoping that in the rewrite they'll catch a lot of this stuff because they're currently
Right.
working on that.
Which I think is really cool. It's also one of those things, too, that sometimes, so we've talked about it, I've suffered with it in regards to even, like, role players or trying to write my own stories. My friends also suffered under the thing of going, you sometimes get so far into your own story, you don't realize you are no longer the layman.
Right, you can no longer see what context you're missing.
Right, and sometimes, like, you share it to other people, and if you've talked to them a lot, where you're going, hey, will you proofread this for me? You can really basically screw yourself because they will have way too much outsider knowledge or insider knowledge, as it were, of going, oh, I know how the story is supposed to go, so they inadvertently end up filling in the gaps, and they don't just go, hey, so I'm playing completely this straight, so this thing literally just walked into this thing. What are you talking about?
Okay, so in this case, I think it's going to be a level of I'll confront the general because we're sort of, basically, I'm going to kind of handle these of going with the conversational tone of what we're having. Because Alcar's kind of fronting and being a little bit like, yeah, this thing, and you could be, you know, either more aggressive or more assertive. And I think we're just be like, I'll confront General. And he was talking about, you know, Piper's gonna lose it and you may blow up and just doing irrational things. I think that's gonna be what that is.
Sure.
So that makes the most sense to me.
Yeah.
I look away. Every time someone asks this, every time I ask myself the same question, I hope the answer would come easier by now. I wonder if it only says that text if you take forever to choose.
I keep hoping that somebody's actually, it's gonna have like quiet, like,
Timers in the
timers
background.
in the background. I think it would be the funniest damn thing.
There have been like a couple of games that I have played that actually have background timers for how long you take to choose, and it will actually give you a different answer depending on how long you pause on that screen. Now it's not an infinite number of choices, obviously, but there is like a fast answer, a middly answer, and a long answer, and it's kind of amazing.
Yeah.
And you don't really know they're there until you play it again and quick clue faster and go, hang on, that was different dialogue.
Yeah.
All right, would come easier by now. That'd be more.
That
sure.
I'd be more
That
sure.
I'd be more sure, but it changes almost by the minute. I'll confront him. I'm a general, and though he's my superior, I stop there. Alcar has been remarkably upfront with me about everything, despite his original warning not to trust anyone in this town, including himself. You can trust the untrustable. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean Hunter's business is for his 4 ears.
Oh, that's funny. So my point earlier of going, do you want to play the whole, we need to be polite and not share with outsiders our problems.
Uh-huh.
I was right.
You were right. And there's
Shit.
also... Well, there was that same level of basically entitled possessiveness of looking at Omen and being like, you don't get to decide what I think. Maybe you don't think that. You don't get to know or decide.
Uh-huh. Which is also, though, really funny, because then this line to me almost... Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. This line here pretty much invalidates sympathize with Harry or condemn Harry. Because the thing is if this is actually going towards basically an ending choice of do you sympathize with Harry or do you condemn Harry?
We don't know
like,
enough.
No, but I'm saying, like,
But yeah,
if it does,
if it does.
this completely invalidates, like, to me, basically the reasons why you would pick either one of those. It means that your ending is either has to be fixed, and this is just sort of window dressing to make you feel like you're making a choice,
Okay.
which is fine. Like, I've seen games do that, but it's that weird sort of ludonarrative dissonance of, hi, this is going to allow you to kind of pick and choose around.
The reason why you talk to everyone is because all routes are essentially the same story structure, except you have special interactions with your chosen love interest.
Oh!
Okay. And so they make it so everyone's included in every single route. It would have been nice if they had some setup for it, other than we just walk out and suddenly we're talking to everyone.
Or, hear me out,
Mm.
you just didn't do it.
There's that one. There's
Like-
no reason we need to do a wrap-up. But I hear what you're saying there with going... If we are basically in our sort of police or cop narrative mentality of going, you don't get to be involved in what I'm going to do or what justice will be and how it's served, that I shouldn't be involving you in official police matters, official hunter matters, I would just say, then why are we making these choices out loud at all to then admonish ourselves internally?
But also to go back to the thing that you've brought up, Miyagaku, is going like, I don't understand it. Like, I get people are like, I really want to show off these characters because I want you to keep playing the game or see what else is interesting. But I'd be like, let people then, I guess, make the choice to decide if they're going to go talk to those other characters. Or, if they want, they could just go through and play the stuff that they've largely scripted for that route. Like, each route, if you're going to play with Piper, you have an assumptive number of people that you're usually only going to interact with unless you choose, the player chooses, to go off and go talk to other people.
So, Arcade Spirits was not my favorite game, but I keep sort of comparing it to that one because they have a similar scope in story, if you will, as far as like basically how many words, how long,
How many
and the
characters,
fact, and how many characters and love interests, and also basically how they build up to what seems to be, a final boss confrontation, right? And the thing is in that one, you did get a choice. But two, it was also a level of it was specifically set up of why your character goes and does this.
Right.
And at the time, because I hadn't played this yet, I didn't appreciate how well that one piece of it worked and how thoughtful it was that they actually had a reason for you to, one, talk to them all, and two, it was actually discussed inside your own head. But that doesn't mean Hunter's business is for his 4 ears. That's an old, easy excuse. In truth, it's more that I don't want to say the words. Make them real. Okay, so it isn't actually that we want to keep it from him. It's
You really did just do a Zuko line because you felt like it?
That's rough, buddy. It's okay, he's turned into Zuko. He has a face scar.
Like, I can appreciate references and stuff, but, like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm being picky because I'm getting annoyed because I feel like I'm not following the story very well.
Hold on a second. So, I'll confront him. Then
I'm a general, and though he's my superior. And then you go completely quiet,
and then
he just
he
goes,
says, that's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
So, I'll confront him. I'm a general, and though he's my superior, that's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
Alright, there we go. That's what the conversation actually was.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. I'm sorry.
How should you be? He dragged you into this. Branded you. Did he brand you? Knowing full well you were just an easy blame for something he's explicitly done.
We don't know that. So there is also that thing too that sometimes when people go, yes, okay, so when your systemic issues empower you to do shitty things, there are also people in there also making independent choices, second guessing what they think everybody else is going to be second guessing and what they believe that they should be doing. So like psychology is really interesting because people will literally talk themselves into things because they believe that other people around them believe certain things about them and what certain things look like. So in my sociology class, I actually got praised for pointing this out at one point where it was a really basic exercise. But we were literally supposed to break down basically an anchorman, right?
Okay.
We watched a short little clip of an anchorman, and the guy got really, like, so his initial presentation, and then he takes off his mic, and he turns into an asshole. Right, and he just gets really entitled, and the way he speaks just sort of shifts and whatever else. And it was like, okay, and then the sociology professor was like, all right, so break down why you think the guy did that and where it could have come from and blah blah blah. And I was like, so you have religious background interpretation, you have social gender expectation background, but you also have his perception of what he thinks social gender is, and you go on, and the layers are huge
Of why people behave the way they do.
and people will literally self-indoctrinate to something that they think is there, because that's how crazy sometimes people are. They will make an assumption rather than ask sometimes too.
So as
And
far
I'm
as
like,
I know, this could also be an extrapolation.
Uh-huh.
Okay? So I don't mean to cut you off here, but
No, it's fine.
this could also be since Harry's in charge of this section of everything, even if it was done by people under him, he did it because managers are responsible for all the things their subordinates do.
right.
Okay.
But also, as like with the Nuremberg trials, there is are you responsible as well, or is it just your bosses? But Nuremberg trials actually explicitly put that out. So I actually participated in a mock trial version of the Nuremberg trials when I was a kid in high school. And because the big thing that made that trial so interesting was they were finally like, managers cannot basically take all the blame. You have to also have some of the blame of the people who are just fucking sitting there and going, well, I'm just doing my job. I just torture them because I was told to. And it's like, that was actually one of the things that were like, it was a big breakthrough in psychology where they were like, we have to actually acknowledge that you are also making choices rather than you're just doing what you're told kind of thing. Like, I know I'm misrepresenting it. I don't have all the details out there, but it was one of those things where it was really interesting because they were like, we're finally talking to the people who are under them.
Hey,
Cassagenic!
Welcome!
Hello!
So we were just breaking down a comparison with the Nuremberg trials. How are you?
How are you?
All right.
Anyway, so...
Should you be? He dragged you into this, branded you knowing full well you were just an easy blame for something he'd explicitly done. That I've explicitly decided he's done.
Absolutely.
Hey, hello.
Hello!
It's like, hello.
Yeah, he sure fucking did. And you won't catch me red-handed doing the same thing. Blaming people, not a part of his pyramid of shit.
Completely normalized and scandal stream. It's true. It is completely true.
It's
not part of his pyramid stream. Wait. Are we saying that this whole thing is because Harry is trying to sell everyone into a pyramid scheme?
Oh no, he's an MLMer. He's trying to help everyone become a girl boss.
He is trying to get everyone into his MLM, and then we'll all sell police door to door.
Like the newest Cruella movie.
Oh god,
she's a
girl
fucking
boss.
girl boss. It's not about the fact that she's a puppy skinner. So she's just a girl boss like Margaret Thatcher.
Okay, so I'm just gonna assume that everyone in the chat actually knows who I was just saying that everyone knows who Cruella de Vil is in reference to Disney. Okay, and if you don't, you can look her up. But the thing is like the new trailer for We're Gonna Tell Her Story for her point of view, basically the trend of de-villaining the villains, if you will. It disappointed me strongly for two reasons. One of them, there was not a scrap of fur in that entire trailer. Any leather or animal skin or anything. Like, I was just like, how are you a fur titan and you don't wear a single bit of fur in the entire thing? And then two, they want to go for girl boss. I just will kill puppies if I wanna because I'm just powerful and empowered.
And people are just trying to stop me, even though I'm magnificent.
I'm expressing myself.
Also, I really laughed because a lot of people pointed it out and I had to go watch it again. So I watched the Joker trailer again for the 2019 version for the Joker.
For Suicide Squad.
No,
for the
Joker.
Okay,
specifically Joker. And it was like, oh my god, you're right. This is like girl boss Joker.
Anyway, so they chose a really interesting angle for it, and I don't know if I'm prepared for the direction they're going to go with it. But anyway, pyramid schemes, here we go.
It was almost like people didn't like Glenn Close.
I loved Glenn Close as Cruella. She was lovely.
She was fantastic.
She did great. And obviously they made part of it, really cheesy because that was pointed at a younger demographic.
Yeah.
But I felt like she handled the role wonderfully. And she did a lot of sweeping theatrical things that fit with basically where she could have just been. They could have drawn the cartoon one from her several times. It was really well done.
I thought it was great also because she just had fantastic clothes. But she just looked great.
I'm also like, what pyramid are we talking about here?
Anyway, that's good. Figured so, but gives me some peace of mind, at least till it actually fucking happens.
Good, have that peace of mind. What would you have done if I said I understand where he came from and side with him? How would we possibly understand where he came from? We really don't have enough context in this entire game yet. We haven't even talked to him since like the very beginning.
So here's my question. Or I think we might actually be set up that whatever you pick, there is actually a decided ending.
Maybe there's multiple endings. That would be amazing.
No, but I'm like, no, I'm saying that there
one.
isn't. It's only one
It's
ending.
only one ending.
Because suddenly going, but is the possibility is ridiculous. I'm like, then we literally just chose to condemn him. We've chosen to condemn him twice now and only sympathize with him once. So, and now we're going still toward, well, you know what?
I think we've condemned him. Yeah, twice now. Okay, just once with Piper. Okay. I say the possibility is ridiculous, but my curiosity burns. Stings. And if we're already ass deep in this kind of tense talk, what is one more match to the flames?
Also, Alcar, literally one of the most like paranoid little characters going, you don't talk about shit like that in the street. Do you know where I am right now?
Okay.
We're in the middle of a public area discussing confronting / potentially like having a coup against your lieutenant general
of the police, of your local government,
and
police force.
You're doing this in the middle of the road. Hey,
Okay.
what is this? This is just a couple of bros hanging out, talking about overthrowing the government. Sounds fine. I'm all for it, but this is weird.
So I want to say good catch, because you're right. Alcar has been the most conspiracy-oriented, like behavior-wise, of every character in here has been like, we need to keep things secret. We should do this in
Hide
private.
under the rock.
We shouldn't talk so loudly.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. And we're just really like, I say, hey, it looks like you're following me. He slurps out of an alley and goes, let's talk about how you're going to overthrow the leadership of the police, which is also the government. I love that this has police government. I'm like, your law enforcement is also your lawmakers, and there's just so much room for abuse there that's amazing.
I love it. It's,
All right,
it's good.
match to the flames.
Then you would have been what I expected.
Why? Because
sympathize.
Of course you'll sympathize with your people, your leaders. You're going to say the cops are never wrong.
No, never wrong.
I love the spelling of mlemmer, as
Mlemmer.
would you like a lick?
Mlem.
Mlemmer. Do you enjoy mlemmer?
Mlem.
It's gonna have free real estate.
I have faith in hunters, save maybe 2 or 3. That literally just completely undercut your point.
It's okay.
I'm fine, it's okay. I've no faith in hunters! Save maybe 2 or 3. And that won't change with your stellar example.
I don't believe it's just a couple of...
Oh, so it's not us.
Uh-huh.
I don't believe it.
But also, I don't believe it's just a couple of bad apples, is what he's saying. It's really a systemic issue. All right, Alcar says systemic issue.
Okay.
All right?
So I actually thought it was really funny. Hang on. Hang on. I've got to find this because I just was dying.
Okay, I just want to be like, okay, Omen said check your privilege, and Alcar says it's a systemic issue. That makes me so happy. Those are both really wonderful things.
Okay, so this is my favorite. So this was from the Appeal. So it's a paper, I believe, on that you can find. So it goes, exclusive. A new report reveals complaints against 1,826 Baltimore police officer. That's 1,826 Baltimore police officers, including 400 accused of violence. Most haven't faced accountability. You look at this report, and there are these officers that everybody's known about for years, says the quote from someone, and then it leads on to an article, right? Because this was on Twitter.
Right.
And somebody literally Googled going, how many police officers are in the entirety of Baltimore? 1,900 cops!
So 1,826 out of 1,900 are the bad ones.
Those are the bad ones.
Those are the few bad apples.
Those are the fewest, baddest apple. The tiny numbers, guys. Itty bitty numbers. It's not the agency that's the problem.
It's just who they're hiring, you know? Oh my god, the police narrative.
Sorry, I saved that because I think I just about lost my shit. When I saw it, I was just like,
that's amazing.
oh my god.
Alright.
I know faith in hunters, save maybe 2, a 3. Oops! All bad apples! Oh, yes! And that won't change with your stellar example.
Oops.
But from me to you, thanks. You're the stellar, not example.
You're not a stellar example. No, you're a stellar example, but you're not changing my mind.
You're the tiny exception. You're the minor,
No, basically, you're a stellar example, but you're still not one of the ones I trust. That's what I'm hearing. That's amazing.
This is so
Thanks.
well, I'd better go and put more drinks on somebody else's tab before this town starts missing me.
I better go cause more trouble as we talk about overthrowing the local government.
And also, like, you could literally be just thrown in jail immediately, and why are you doing this, Alcar?
It's fine.
It's okay.
And also, apparently, he's just like, I feel like he's like, I know we're at the end of the game. Therefore, I can say whatever I want because you won't have time to basically attack me. Because he's been real wary of us the whole time.
He really has.
I know you're a cop, and I'm a minority, previously convicted criminal.
Uh-huh.
And that's what this relationship is here. And he's like, you know what? Doesn't matter. I'm just going to talk to you about this, like, straight open now, because clearly the mystery is basically solved, and you know, it's not me, alright?
And it's also, like, regardless of the fact that, you know, it's also that thing of going, like, I don't know what else to do, because you guys are just going to abuse me anyway. I'm going to put my drinks on tabs, because that's apparently all I do to you people. I have no sense of, you know, like, personal boundaries, nothing like that. I just steal, I'm a thief, that's all I am.
What in the world? Is Finn wealthy?
What?
Does Finn have a lot of money? Like, he's old, but that doesn't mean he's rich. Does Finn have a lot of money, and since when?
And also, I'm like, since when did we ever suspect, though, that Alcar is using Finn's wealth / putting things on his tab / why would Finn be in a bar, and wouldn't the bartender know that if they've never seen Finn in the bar?
I was gonna say that just
you
sounds...
can't just open a tab. I'm fine.
Where did this come from? But putting drinks on other people's tabs and going, we're gonna just nod at the joke and be like, ah ha ha, Finn's wealth. Is Finn wealthy?
I don't know. Read the line first. Hang on.
Tell me you aren't trying to drain Finn's wealth within your lifetime. I'm just like, since when is Finn extremely rich, and 2, when is Alcar connected to that at all? Because not only, like, even if 1, Finn is rich, and 2, we all know each other, when would it specifically be Alcar trying to interact with Finn's wealth?
I've also really never seen Finn and Alcar interact at all, so I don't even know what their dynamic is, and this is really
I don't think
strange.
I've ever seen them in the same room or on the same screen.
Yeah, I don't think so. So I'm like, what is this even about?
Why do we suggest any action between them
at all? What? What are you talking about?
I mean, it's been implied that the werewolf runs around and helps defend the woods while the vampire and his clan also do so.
I mean, yeah. But
so they clearly interact somehow, but we know nothing about it.
But that's some cool sort of conversation. I wouldn't worry. Broke into the catacombs once just to see how rich our man is. And he's loaded. Okay, as far as I know, there's like 2 ways into the catacombs.
And 1, you don't have to break in there. You can just freaking walk in.
Yeah.
And 2, if you do
especially
break in...
if you're really edgy, Raven will love the shit out of you. Like, right. I imagine Raven would love the crap out of
But also, like,
honestly.
I broke into the catacombs to see how rich he is. We've literally been down there and can't see how rich he is without breaking in, so what's going on?
What are you talking about?
Do you mean because...
Excuse me, sir, what makes you special? Anybody can break in there.
Okay, that just reminds me. All right, so I'm just gonna throw back. This is tangential, but like related, like language wise. Okay.
Oh no.
So there was this joke. There was this post on Tumblr a while ago that I super enjoyed. That was basically this experience of, I love it how whenever someone's got someone dating supernatural person, like they've got, you know, your normie dating a supernatural, you know, boy, right? And he's either a vampire, he's a werewolf, he's something really dangerous, and he's like looks at them, you know, with intensity. He's like,
I could kill you
at any moment. And then why does the love interest never look back and say, honestly, humans are extremely fragile. Anything could kill me. 2 inches of water. A dedicated duck. You're not special.
What makes you... So?
Yeah, and where they're just like, I have had...
Bitch, get line!
Yeah, like, I could kill you at any moment. You know what? Line right up. Humans die constantly.
Do you know what? I could die of a bee sting.
You know what? I could literally choke on this glass of water while speaking to you.
Uh-huh.
And if you don't know the Heimlich maneuver and I ever eat food in front of you, that could kill me faster than you can.
Uh-huh. I could also get hung up basically on something, like if I slip and fall, my clothing could choke me to death.
Like, it's
what do you want?
Have you ever seen Final Destination? Anything could kill me.
Do you know what also could kill you? Not breathing in your sleep.
Oh my god. Sleep apnea can be completely deadly. You know what else? You could just die because you die. They just die. Failure to thrive, I guess.
What did you die of? Sadness.
Anyway,
Sadness could kill me, fucker.
I just kind of love that idea of basically going, you're not special, anything can kill me. Alright, he's loaded.
Oh, is it? And he's loaded. It's not as though the treasures would sit there and marinate if you don't spend it.
Alright.
Because we don't invest in banks in this world, which actually did not tend to be a thing, and you might not want to really invest in banks. They're more of a corporation structure than they are actually, you know, banks. But
It's alright.
Anyway.
We don't know how much capitalism we have in this world. Honestly, money hasn't been discussed much.
It's true.
Only that real estate is cheap, and God, it was still really blindsiding when it was like, you have a real estate market?
What?
You have hot chocolate
But
and
that
a
means that
real
you have a
estate market.
housing market.
That's what I mean, a
Obviously.
housing market, sorry.
Yeah.
And I was just like, world building 101. There's a housing market. Wow. He could pay taxes. We would say that. As an embodiment of the law, Uwu would say that.
Especially because, because he's a creature. But we don't have to pay taxes.
Here's the confirmation.
Pay taxes to your boss.
That the government is in fact also the law enforcement. I just find it still amazing that they bundled those two together. Like,
they didn't see them as independent?
if our Congress was our police, I think that would be
police
fascinating.
state, yeah.
Like, that would just be really, really unusual, really strange.
It's also
interesting choice. Okay, imagine if the Roman soldiers were also the emperor.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. Well, it's also I can't tell if we're a police state specifically or we're an authoritarian government. So
But it is the sort of thing if you're paying taxes to the head of the police, so your lawmaker is your police chief.
Which is also different. I love that where people are you have your government and then you have your justice system. You actually have separate things.
Yeah, and this one seems to have all of them together, which honestly, props for simplifying it, going, your courts, your law, your police, your Congress, your government, all of it, one thing. We're just simplifying it all. It's like an iPhone, it's all there.
I know what we are.
What are we?
We're Judge Dredd!
Oh my god! This is
Which
Judge
is super
Dredd.
authoritarian government!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
The police are the lawmakers. Okay, fantasy Judge Dredd accepted. Alright, he has a point there. My friend trying to make the deadpan Judge Dredd angry face. It's not really deadpan, it's the permanent frown face.
Honestly, I love the it was the most amazing thing to actually show my friend. So I've never seen the original Judge Dredd movie with it had Stallone in it, and then I've seen the other one with Carl Urban in it. So it was really funny where my friend was like, "Why is he scowling like that the whole time?" And I'm like, "'Cause that's the character." And I googled the character and was like, "Character."
So I didn't know Judge Dredd. So Judge Dredd is a comic book character.
And
Just
it's specifically for Britain too.
For as many people as can. Judge Dredd is a comic book character, and he's always drawn with this impressive scowl, but you never get to see any of his face except for his mouth and chin, basically.
Right.
And in the original adapting of the comic books into a movie, they had Sylvester Stallone play Judge Dredd, and they took his helmet off and showed his face because they're big name actor.
We have Sylvester Stallone. You have to show Sylvester Stallone.
But then when they did a remake of it, which as far as I understand was a better representation of the world, being his sort of dark and gritty and the type of experience that it actually was, in the comic book canon, they had Carl Urban play him, and he's like, I will not play this character unless you leave his helmet on him and basically stick to the comic book canon. Mm-hmm. And then he just had this impressive commitment to maintaining this unified scowl the entire time, even when he's talking. And it looks a little bit unnatural, but honestly it works camp-wise. And the movie's kind of grown on me, dark as it is. And his rookie in training, she looks like she's gonna be damseled a whole bunch of times, and then she just kicks ass, and it's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool. Also, again, the fun thing is so if you guys don't know about the history of Judge Dredd was also meant to be, as far as I understand, a mild parody or just a direct, strong parody of basically American government and American mentality. So it's a British comic about the extremism of the United States under an authoritarian government that's basically post-apocalyptic. Apocalyptic. And it's really interesting. I've heard other people go into more detail about it. It's kind of where people are you didn't realize that this thing was actually about how bad this system actually is. And everyone's like, no, but it's so cool. It's like the Watchmen series. You weren't supposed to like them because this was bad.
Right, you weren't supposed to think it was cool because it's horrible.
Rorschach is actually a terrible fucking authoritarian who hates women and wants to murder people. Anyway.
He has a point there. I have an appointment to catch with my enforcer. Anyway, next we're going to have to we're going to have to give our opinion to August.
Before we run off though and to see someone else. Because
we still have to see Ezra. We haven't done it with Ezra yet.
Wow. I'll pray for you.
Thanks. Thank you.
I'll go to the IBEC right away.
I'm still just don't join the IBEC. Don't become an IBEC, okay? With a laugh and a shake of his head, Alcar shoves his hands deep into his pockets and ambles away, towards the tavern's direction. Towards the tavern.
Just towards
he's heading towards the tavern. Done, you got it.
Yeah, that's a little redundant. Towards the tavern's direction, like that's redundant. That is
I
unnecessary.
wait until he's out of sight before heading my own way.
My own way.
Do you just turn a slight left into Ezra's shop? Because really, it was right there. I know, they only have one drawing of the city, so it's all right there.
Fine.
Except for they don't. They have the market. They have the drawing of the market.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
We could literally be there again.
Which we have only seen once.
Nope, the market
I'm
is-
actually deeply...
The market is only allowed to exist on festival day. How dare you assume that it exists any other time? Market is only a liminal space.
But I love the market.
Oh, I'm sorry, you only get to see it once a year. You better
Okay.
buy an entire year's worth of stuff.
Why can I not go to the market?
Because it's been disassembled, my child.
Ah.
No. Mum, can we go to the market like we did last week at the Iduna Festival? I'm sorry, my child, it won't be back until next year. I hope you bought everything you wanted there, but I only have my pocket change. Life's tough, my small one.
That's rough, buddy.
That's right. But you only gave me my pocket change. You didn't give me a whole year's
This
of pocket
person
change.
also just like, yes, I called my child buddy, and I mean,
Perfect.
this child, I hate you.
The sun...
You say that to me all the time.
The sun shyly disappears beyond the horizon as I step into the magic shop. It's okay. As the sun disappears, more beautiful light glows in through the windows. Passing what I assume to be Ezra's final customer for the night with a smile. That's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
Either we have a smile and we've got it, or they have a smile and the customer's got it. Maybe there's just a smile in the room. It's fine. Grammar is not important. We're just there with a smile, okay? Hi.
I brought this for you.
I mean, we offer them all the time. So literally, we've got a bag of smiles. We just pull one out and offer it frequently. It's fine.
Oh, smiles for the poor.
It feels a little bit like that whole Peter Pan convention of a thimble is a kiss. There's a thing that represents a smile. We just reach into our pocket and offer one of those.
So are we offering acorns to everyone?
We're just like, that's a smile. We just
That's a
offer
thimble.
smile. He looks exhausted when I catch his eye across the counter, but he still smiles warmly when I approach. Hey, we got a new follow! Hixty Drake is now following us.
No, that was actually a while ago.
Well, the computer just announced it, so I'm excited about it, okay?
I appreciate that.
Sometimes
But yes!
our email system is behind the times.
It is, like it was a few hours ago.
Well, you know what? I'm just catching up now and I'm grateful, alright?
Alright, I appreciate your gratefulness. I'll give you support.
Apparently the internet is in such a state that it's like, and it's going to take me 2 hours to tell you that someone has followed
Oh
you.
my god, right?
Which is fine. This is all fine.
You look tired.
Hi. Do I? So do you. Hi.
No! You first!
God, you look tired. No, really, you do. No, you look tired. No, I'm sure it's you. No, really, it's you. Hi. All right, everyone who's tired in the chat, quick say no you.
No, you.
No, you.
Yeah, you.
All right, Ezra huffs. There's a huff. Take a
Oh,
drink.
take a
we
shot.
haven't had a shot this entire
Wow,
time.
that's actually pretty funny.
All right, water check for everyone. In the way that Casagenic has a really cool feature that you can purchase on their channel where you do, no, you. No, it's you.
No, you.
Where you can buy a water break. Our drinking
Yes.
game has finally come around. Everyone take a drink.
Look at all the poor
there was a
tired
huff.
people.
Everyone tired. Oh no, reverse No, you. I reverse it back. That's amazing.
That's beautiful.
And I love it. All right, so in case you didn't know, on Casagenic, there's a drinking game with this game that we've been playing where we all just get hydrated every time a repeating word motif happens. Huff is one of them because it's happened so many times.
It's pretty impressive.
Eye rolls is another one.
Yep.
All right. Ezra huffs a quiet laugh, and Coco peeps loudly at him, appearing from between his feet with her usual attitude. There's the cat. There it is. All right. Let's see. He rolls his eyes. Immediately, there's an eye roll afterwards. All right, everyone take a second drink because we got a huff and then an eye roll.
A huff roll.
We are gonna be hydrated in this stream. It will happen.
We will. We will.
All right. He rolls his eyes before looking down at the feline, raising a dark brow at her almost accusingly.
J'accuse.
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 He was accusingly.
I mean, he's a French cat. He's a French person.
And she does accuse him. I
J'accuse.
shall banish you to Montreal. You should be banished to Montreal.
No, absolutely not.
She chirps at him in return, and I swear she almost looks angry. Her, query, him, no. Her, query, him, no.
No.
Her, query harder.
Bitch.
I'm sorry?
Sorry. He's nothing.
I've never owned a cat. I don't understand what you're saying.
If we drink when they huff, do we huff when they drink?
I don't know. You know what? There's only been drinking like a couple of times in this game, so maybe that could be a thing.
Maybe
we could do it.
We could do that. We could do that. If we need to start huffing and puffing, and blow the house down. Flirt.
Right. I mean, honestly, there's been very little blowing in this game other than the huffing, so maybe we could do with a little.
We might need some.
It could be just a way to lighten the mood. Then he gently nudges Coco with his foot. You know, my brain going, Coco, the white cat. Everyone that I know that has an animal named Coco, they're all brown.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, it's a brown guinea pig, it's a brown dog, it's a brown cat.
I appreciate the attempt to be, like, subversive or something, but I'm also like, if this is not, like, you know, a magical animal companion, why is she called Coco?
My cat's name is White Chocolate. I shorten it to Coco. White Chocolate. All right.
Show White? Bernice White?
Whitelet.
White. Oh no!
Okay, sometimes I really love the experience where somebody gives a long, elaborate name to something, and then they shorten the very beginning and the very end together, and it makes a nonsense word that sounds interesting and distinctive. And then some point, after this nonsense word has become a distinctive name in your head that identifies with that label of person, someone says their full name, and you have no idea what happened to your reality.
So we're talking about an anime character now.
Pretty much. All right.
Woo.
Then he gently nudges Coco with his foot, when with a defiant flick of her tail, she darts through the purple curtain and into the back room.
Cats, hey? Cats, hey?
I mean, I know very little about cats. He picks up a pile of books stacked by the cash register and inclines his head for me to follow him.
Oh, you're not gonna finish all your, like end of routine? I'm sorry, I've worked at cash registers before. You should do it immediately.
He's also not going to go turn off his light or lock his door. Okay. What if the gesture of telling the cat no actually included him magically locking the door and turning off the light?
Honestly, that would be cute.
I just poof. Things have changed. The shop is closed. Officially now. Done.
I am a healer with a minor in neon lights.
I
and locksmithery.
Alright. And in home security.
And home security.
I got a master's in healing and a minor in home security and lighting. Okay. Oh, and you know.
Right.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I mean, honestly, like, I still want to see the other side of his shop, which is supposed to be just brimming with every amazing, interesting thing to look at ever.
I know.
I want to. I also would love to buy something from his shop at some point. That would be lovely.
That would be really cool.
All right. For me to follow him. I oblige, watching as he pops each one back in its rightful place. The books were on the... Does he sell answers to questions? I need to know. Does he have reference books and he sells answers to questions? What?
What if he's one of the very few people who can read in this whole goddamn town?
Oh my god!
So he sells research. Basically, like, people ask questions and he's like, I will do the research. And then you will know.
Right, I will read the answer to you. Some people coming in and going, I have this question. He's like, that's in this book. And they go, okay, what is it? And then he tells them, right. And then he double checks for comprehension, and then they say, so they say back what they've understood, and then, so that sort of thing of repeat the directions to me kind of thing. Right. And then they go home with whether their spell or their answer or their potion or whatever it is. But it's because, that would be interesting. Honestly, we don't know anything about the literacy rate of this entire society, but the fact that there's a massive bookshop that's also the magic shop suggests some people can read.
Well, if it's like anything like in the US, then we know it's pretty bad.
I'll say, we also know that it seems all hunters can read.
Yes.
So that's part of the university they specially go to.
Yes. Which is actually kind of interesting, because if I was going to be making an authoritarian government, I would actually want to decrease literacy, because that way then
it's
again
to control people.
as it's been shown throughout history, in order to maintain control of people is to literally, one, disconnect them from people, make them basically fight each other, two, and number three, also basically make them incapable of reading.
I say, if you can control information, you can control people much better.
Yes.
Because they don't know what their options are, they don't know what their, but basically, if you can control freedom, you can control freedom through knowledge, because if people aren't aware of their options, they can't choose them. So a lot of times there's been this case where something either bad will happen to someone, or someone will get into a limiting situation and make a what is considered a poor choice.
Right.
And then people that and then like the adults that I've been raised around will basically be like, well, that was their choice, that's what they chose. And I'm like, if it's the only option they're aware of, it's not a choice.
Yeah, it's really
like, well, of course there are more options. But if someone's not aware of those options, They cannot literally choose them.
There's also that thing too that I love, even in where people go, well, you have a choice. You can have the job or you can leave the job. And I'm like, that's not much of a choice, because the choice is either you do this and you hate your entire life, or you don't do this and you potentially die. Like, that's not really a fucking choice, my dudes.
So there was this really interesting book that I was reading recently, and I wasn't a big fan of it, but there's a series of sex education books that are illustrated for basically a juvenile to teen audience, right? Mm-hmm. And one of them is called What is Consent? And I was hoping it would be like really informative and break it down really simply, because a lot of the older generations that I've met and know, and some, people that I work with, think that consent is basically a modern made-up term. I was just say, even though obviously it's been around forever, it's just that people are talking about it more because we're trying to be more aware of people, right?
Right.
And anyway, so it breaks down in the book basically how consent works and how you can consent to things. And there's one line in that book that really struck me, that basically and I wanted to memorize it, but I didn't quite succeed in doing so. I should have taken a picture of it or something so I'd have a screen capture of it. But basically what it said was this idea of, if there are outside forces pressuring you either emotionally or socially to make the choice, then you can't consent to it. Mm-hmm. So basically, joining the workforce if you need the money is not true consent.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really neat and interesting thing, because you can't be free of outside forces when you need money. Mm-hmm. And so that one. Anyway, I oblige, watching as he pops each one back into its rightful place.
So, how was your day? Are you feeling okay?
I also really like that my friend's like, you need to do your proper shutdown of your shop, oh my god!
I mean, that's what I thought, because we used to get in trouble for shit like that.
Alright, so
yeah.
You know what? The professionalism in this game is right out the window. But honestly, he's probably like, I have a whole set organized routine that I do. I can't do it with you here, so I'll just put it on hold. I'll put something in place to let me know where I left off, and I'll do the whole thing after you're gone. I think that makes sense to me.
That would work for me, too.
Alright. He turns, eyeing my side, knowing full well his magic healed me perfectly, and yet still finding the time to worry for me. Aren't you worried about my other bumps and bruises and soreness? I have a lot of them.
Also, I'm just kind of like, okay, so it's been a conversation that you can actually have something called phantom pain. Or, like, for example, like, there's a thing you can actually see that's an interesting phenomena in regards to, like, when people don't have external limbs anymore. So, say, like, they lack an arm or a leg.
Don't have external limbs.
But it's a mental limb. That's what I'm talking about. They don't actually have a physical limb.
Physical limbs.
I know.
Is that external versus internal limbs?
Okay. But it is internal. It's in your head.
We're talking about monsters. Who's got internal limbs?
Well, if you slowly crack them open and out of the chest comes the...
God.
Okay, but yeah, so basically mental limb versus basically a physical limb in this case. So my dad is basically a pain doctor, and I apologize, I never know what the hell his position actually is, but he would talk about dealing with people who have basically phantom limb pain. Mm-hmm. So individuals who basically experience pain or for a limb that they literally don't have anymore. Mm-hmm. It's that sensation, like you can even see it on some like there are it's been well documented with like dogs and cats who've lost like limbs either due to accidents or whatever else, or like amputations because they hurt themselves, so they got gangrene, and because people didn't take care of their dog, etc., etc. But where they will literally act as though the limb is still there, and they will try to lick it, and they will try to care for it, or they will act like they're basically still hurting, even though the limb literally isn't there anymore.
It's also well documented in humans who can talk about it and go, my hand hurts, and they're like, you don't even have that hand.
They're like, yeah, but it hurts. Uh-huh. But I can still feel it. I get all this tingling in my fingers. You don't have fingers anymore. Yeah, but I still, like,
and basically, the experience is sort of, basically, the neural pathway still being there, even though the literal nerves aren't there.
But I was going to say that psychologically or mentally, perhaps you have not been healed there.
I still think it would be interesting if Ezra inquired after all of us instead of just our side.
No kidding.
Because his magic seemingly didn't heal the rest of us, only our one apparently gaping wound. Alright, and still finding the time still finding the time to worry for me. Though, unconsciously, I still press my hand over the place where the wound once lay. If it's unconscious, how can you describe that you're doing it?
So this is one of those things about first-person perspective. Unconscious means you don't realize you do it. So you shouldn't write about it.
So you shouldn't be able to talk
about it. Because you didn't notice it.
In your head that you notice yourself doing
the unconscious
It's alright.
It's okay.
Unconsciously, I press my hand over the place where the wound once lay.
I can
And
just be-
almost...
I realise I have grasped my side.
Yes, and you can realise you did something.
Even as I start to
unconsciously.
do it.
Right, I say, an almost phantom ache settling deep in my ribs. As if my body is aware that there should be something there. In this case, it's not that you should have more, body than you do. It's that you should have more pain than you do. Physically, I'm fine. I am a specimen to behold.
Do you not like me? Flirt.
I flirt. The last book gets pushed between its shelf mates, and Ezra turns to face me fully, concern etched upon his face.
Just physically?
If you don't know it, I'm under a lot of stress right now. You need to figure this out before everyone gets hurt. We say to ourselves?
To ourselves?
What?
What?
Him, just
What?
physically. And then we look into our own self and we say, you need to figure this out before everyone gets hurt.
Okay, so, is this literally the first time we've ever done this?
What do you
We're
mean?
suddenly talking to ourselves?
I
I don't think I've ever seen this before.
I don't think we've talked to ourselves directly either.
I'm actually really confused.
That sounds bizarre.
Like, have we ever talked to ourselves before? Like, at least in this direct kind of, you need to figure this out before everyone gets hurt.
I don't know. I think it's wild. I think this is the first time that we've literally just broken into this and gone, I'm going to talk directly to myself. Because I know we've sort of coached ourselves of, this is something I need to figure out.
Yeah, but it sounds like...
But not, you need to figure this out, uwu.
Like direct words and language, asserting to ourselves, this is the thing that needs to happen. We've always had, like, side language, sort of just like I steel myself for this experience because I know I have to do this. Like, it's sort of, like, more narratively exposited, more than just, like, directly I say something myself, which would be interesting, because if you just use this language and didn't exposit it to yourself, you could make the assumption, obviously, that you're trying to buck yourself up, or, be like, you need to make a decision, you need to make a choice.
That's possible.
Like,
At any rate, that's a
where
little
did
wild.
this character trait come from? I know it doesn't mean that it's a character
I
trait.
think
One
this is probably-
instance does not mean character
I would
trait.
just tend to say this is an editing thing where they didn't think about tense and focus.
It's okay.
I clear my throat, offering him a clipped smile. I trim one first and then hand it to him. I
take the little wobbly edges off.
I just feel like I'm in limbo with the whole Harry situation, which apparently we've talked to everyone about. It's fine, I'm dropping it now. I got to assume from this point on that Harry was the thing we had absolutely figured out and has been the thing we've been discussing this whole time, not any of the other stuff that I myself as a player thought was important. Done! I'm supposed to be on my way to see August right now, and yet we've been avoiding them for days, and also avoiding them since, they walked in and Piper read ourselves, and that seems like something you'd want to clear up professionally.
Alright.
It's okay.
So you can't bring yourself to go.
Yeah, and apparently we didn't even, except for, actually, they're a love interest, and so if we go with Nyagaku's information, it means that we did talk to them in our, basically our last montage. Did we also wrap up the awkwardness?
That was the other thing where I'm going, like, why are there things that we have and have... That's why I'm saying, like, what did we... I want to explicitly know what we have discussed with these potential, even, like, just other characters. Like, I don't even want to bring up the love interest thing, because just whatever. But it's like, okay, so if we explicitly went to people and we exposited things to them, what did we exposit under no uncertain terms? So that weird stuff like this doesn't just pop up and go, you've been avoiding them, but I didn't. I literally just saw them recently. Are you literally telling me that we had no conversations in relation to what just happened?
Because if August knows about Harry and what we think about Harry, it does mean that we talked to them during the montage, which means we haven't been avoiding them except just today, basically.
Yeah, I don't...
So that's the experience itself.
You can't bring yourself to go.
I think it would be, okay, so just like an addendum here, a really quick correction, basically. So if they had done the wrap-up and the montage thing of you spend 3 days in your room, that tell the people that need to know, if they had just said, you tell the people about, Harry's behavior and what he's involved and the magic science that he's involved in, then, if you just...
Well, you'd be like, you tell them about Harry and his potential involvement. You tell them about the monster. You make it... That's you're like, I just want to know, in the most simplest summaries of terms.
And that's what I say, so that I think would have fixed it if they just added a tiny bit more to that line and specified what it was, the subject matter of what it was. That way it would clear up any other confusion that might have been there.
Right.
I shake my head, letting my hand fall numbly to my side. It was holding my side, but now it's fallen to my side. Still, I fight to keep the true extent of my worry off my face, pretending that the hurt, bitter undercurrents of the knowledge I was burdened with don't leave me feeling nauseous. Do you mean the knowledge that you're a monster, or the knowledge that your boss is making more monstrous monsters? Or all of it?
Or all of it.
For now, the only thing I can try to do is be honest, but try to be strong. Is to be honest, but try to be strong.
Also, again, like I said, your vulnerability with these various characters is sort of all over the place.
It's a little staggering, to be honest.
And that's okay. Like I said earlier, you don't have the same, basically, mask or persona that you put on for all the people around you. You share different things with all of your friends. That's how people work. Now, it's not necessarily the thing you want to so extremely do, because that could lead into you having severe, like, disassociative episodes, which doesn't necessarily mean that's going to happen, but sometimes some people who do, like, really extreme forms of, like, I won't share things with my friends, or I'll really cut things off, like, you can really hurt yourself psychologically. But it's like,
So the thing is what about being honest doesn't mean you're strong? I guess that's where I'm stuck here.
Yeah, no, I'm like,
the only thing I can try to do is be honest, but try to be strong. For them. For all of them.
Also,
No.
when did we start trusting literally everyone? Like, I don't understand, be like, trust no one character. Right, I will
Probably-
trust no one. And then now I trust
Probably
everyone?
after we started being involved with Piper, and what we did was we established they all feel like my family. I think that was the only line that they're going to give us.
I know, but it's one of those things that, like, the second that they said of going, like, don't trust anyone, and I think I even mentioned of going, like, that convention feels silly, because you literally know from the very get-go of turning the game on who your love interests are. So of course you're going to trust them, because none of them, as far as I can tell, are ever actually going to be a part of the betrayer group, or basically ever do anything wrong. So, which is why I said that I wish that you could have an Otome game where you didn't know who your love interests were.
It would also be interesting if you basically, I guess if they could be involved.
Yeah.
Like, if there was an arc where you actually had to deal with
Depending
the fact.
on who you pick, if you pick a different route and you make different choices, suddenly other people pop up as, I will fill this role for this. Like, I think it would be interesting, but that's me?
No, I can't. Ezra smiles at me, an almost sympathetic edge to it. I hope he isn't pitying me, because I can't stand to be pitied. But then Ezra is so very kind that I can't view it as anything other than innocent.
Trust your love interest. I'd never trust Lucio. Not even the main character.
Not even the main MC marries him. Yes! No one can trust him.
They're
It's
like,
okay, we actually had that route described to us as basically a glorious romp of toddlers. And it was really fabulous.
Oh!
Because it was Nepenthe?
Nepenthe. I think it was Nepenthe. So,
Nepenthe's
oh my
nurse-
god. So we have a follower, Dragon Issue, that I think you would really like. They actually did go over the Arcana stuff, and they also really like Valdemar. So I think you might potentially find some things in common with them. They're fantastic. They also like monsters.
But it was interesting because we were talking about the Arcana a little bit, and we were talking about how your MC is 3 years old.
Right.
Because canonically, the MC is 3 years old. And then it was
Yes!
really...
Rosh!
Yes! Love Rosh. Excellent. And we have loved having them in stream. It has been amazing, and especially the feedback they've given us in reference to actually, like, you know, your games and game studio and stuff as well. Like, that was super charming. Also, it seems like we have a lot in common as far as, like, role-playing struggles and such like that. So, like, you know, there's a strong sort of familiarity there. I was gonna say, but it was this really lovely thing where they're like, Lucio's basically a toddler, so it makes total sense that, you know, your MC would be into, because they're both toddlers. And so they just have this glorious immature romp where you actually act your ages.
And it sounds like they actually really enjoyed Lucio's route, but just for the sheer fact of how ridiculous it
But
was.
basically how much nonsense and BS there is, and they're like, and they're like, if you played them both like they're 3-year-olds, it would just be hilarious. And I'm going, maybe we should do that when we get that route.
We could do it. We maybe could. It'd be great.
All right, so sympathetic edge to it. But then Ezra is so very kind that I can't view it as anything other than innocent.
I know that Lucio doesn't have the excuse of being in his 30s. He's in his... I know.
I mean,
but that doesn't...
White male rage.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I have to do it. I was like, white male rage.
White male rage!
But yes, he doesn't have an excuse, but it makes sense then why the
they would
MC
get along?
doesn't mind how immature he is. Like, he has no excuses, but then the route works because a 3-year-old is the only one who can relate to
There's
it.
also the thing that I hate to say, like, I have been far more used to a lot of white dude characters being incredibly goddamn immature and nobody really ever doing anything. Like, they don't really ever have to change
It's
their
like
character
we've
much.
discussed before. There's a lot of caretaking in a lot of romance games of the male characters.
There really is, and it sounds like it's possible that that just goes really hard with Lucio.
Real
and they're
hard.
really trying to be like, oh yes, we will fix him or make him realize that he's done the bad, because he's a bad boy.
Alright, here we go.
Teddy loved a bad boy.
He's the bad guy.
Come, let me make you something.
I nod, actually thinking how I could very much do with a cup of something warm to clear my head right now. I'd like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I also have to say that I have met some people, particularly like cisgendered men in their 40s, and I will fucking tell you, they have acted like 3-year-olds, and I just have wanted to die.
But like, and I'm not going to use his name because it's impolite. But it's also really funny considering the icon. I say, but there was this individual that I worked with at my last job, and he was in his late 50s. And he was impressively infantile in some ways. Like, he was the most toddler-like of so many of the people that I worked with, of just running up, of this thing I need to tell you about, it's really important. And it was just really interesting sometimes, how much he's like, I am the most masculine, mixed, strong, capable. These young kids don't know what they're doing. I can lift that thing even if they can't. And then being like, the number's written wrong, what do we do? But also
is
just
that,
sort of...
is that big tall dude?
Mhm.
Oh,
in
God.
ovens.
I'm
talking about ovens.
Yeah. Okay.
And also, like, the person who managed him in his local area was just like, he will not stop coming to me for, like, help, support, confusion, everything. Like, I'm having to babysit him.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ezra fills the kettle,
Yeah,
placing it upon the
God.
stove and stepping towards me. And I often see that kind of stuff as a failure of community. Like, when someone behaves badly, or they seem ill-equipped, or they seem deeply immature, I see it as a failure of community and family and stuff. And it doesn't mean they're not responsible for basically the impacts they're having on other people, but it's not usually me going, oh God, another one of those. It's going, why do we keep making these as a community?
That is
As
actually...
a society, why does this keep
So
happening?
here's a larger question. I feel like, that people should be asking. How did we get this to happen again? Because it's not just one case of another individual, who's this white guy who ends up in his 40s who decides to go shoot a bunch of people in schools.
It's
at
this
least in the
experience
US.
of, it's another one. You go, how does the US
Yeah.
keep producing these? How does our society keep doing it?
Uh-huh.
Ezra fills the kettle, placing it upon the stove and stepping towards me as it begins to whistle quietly. Wow, that heated up instantly.
Immediately?
Poof! Magical heating.
Whoa.
It's okay. We know there's magical lighting. There can be magical heating.
It's okay. So, I assume Gus will be with you when you meet Harry? If so, I imagine you and them will be more capable of handling anything he tries to throw at you.
Wait, when I mean,
What?
if I literally don't know where Harry is or when he's coming back, how am I planning a meeting with him?
Also, we haven't even
don't
talked
have-
with Gus or August about this at all.
So we don't know what August's part is.
I mean,
but
he
it's
does
okay.
say he assumes.
Ezra's saying that he assumes, which is fine. But I was like, for me, I was like, we really do seem like we're working up to a scheduled meeting, but we have described over and over again that we do not know where Harry is. We don't know when he's coming back, and we don't know what he's doing.
Uh-huh.
So how are we going to meet up with him anyways? And what are we setting up for? We don't know where he is. And we're not investigating where he is. We're just sort of giving our opinion to people. Mm-hmm. All right. More than, let's see.
There's anything he tries to throw at you. And I've been meaning to ask you, if you don't mind, of course.
He stares me down with those wide, wise eyes. Why does everyone want to know exactly this thing? Like, I'm really interested in why everyone cares. What's your approach? Do you sympathize with him? Or are you angry with him? Or not? You don't. Do you sympathize with him or not? As if there's only two options. As if there's no grey, muddy water or middle ground or anything. Or whether this is not I'm just going to arrest him. It doesn't matter if I sympathize with him. The law will follow its course.
At least we hope the law will
Impartially.
follow. Yeah.
Like, there should be, in my opinion, there could be three options. You could have sympathize, don't sympathize, and be impartial. Mm-hmm. Because, and of course there's more than that because it's grey, but like, that would be reasonable to me. But I imagine, again, I feel like they're working up to two different possible endings. I feel like this might be, but we don't actually know how many endings, if any more than one, there are in this game.
Yeah. How are you going to approach him exactly? I mean, you've had time to process all of this? A little, anyway.
Yeah, a couple of days.
Just...
It's fine. I just want to know how he did it. how he did it,
What?
not why. I think that should be why he did it. Don't we care what his motivations are? Like, our entire thing of sympathize with him or not seemed to be cruxed upon what were his motivations
Oh,
for
there
doing
are
what
more
he
than
did.
one ending!
Thank you, Nick.
Yes!
All right, excellent. Okay, but the very setup for sympathize or don't sympathize with Harry seemed to be on maybe his motivation made sense and maybe it didn't. So, like, the beginning of this discussion was, do we know why he did it or not? I just want to know why he did it. I want to know what his motivations were. I didn't freaking get, like, I get this is what Hulu cares about. But I feel like if you're going to decide whether or not his motivation is sympathetic, the first thing you need to know is his motivation.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't know his motivation, you can't decide whether or not to be sympathetic to it.
So basically, alright, so Harry really is the bad guy. One, now we have
Yes,
that.
confirmed.
And number two, the ending decision is basically what you're going to be doing with Harry.
I still want to high-five you right now. You called Harry as the bad guy the first moment we saw him.
I
Second he appeared
I
on
was
screen,
attracted to you! You're a bad guy!
you went, ooh, he's hot. He's not dateable. I bet he's the bad guy.
I bet he's a bad
And it just happened. It
Ah!
was like, there it is.
I've been
it's
called
right there.
out.
You like the bad guys.
You're like the bad guy.
It's fine. We've had
Look at
chats
that. I like-
about being attracted to villains in this
Uh-huh.
particular playthrough. All right.
Huh.
So I just want to know how he did
I
it.
just detected the fellow gaze.
I will end this once and for all. Okay, so in this case,
The lead up to this, honestly, was your character going, I'm really tired, and I feel really worn out, and I'm really sad. This sounded like a sympathy walk up.
it did. It
This
sounded
didn't sound like a, I'm gonna condemn him. It sounded like a sympathy walk
yeah,
up.
it sounded like I am out of energy. So that's
Yeah.
what I was getting from this as well, of going, I'm just worn out. And I'm gonna go with how he did it, because I think that's as close to why he did it as I can get, as I'm
Yeah.
allowed to get in the game. But I feel like the character does want to know why. I feel like Uwu wants to know his motivations.
But I'm also just like, why does this change your ending? Like, you'd just be like, I can, cool motive, still murder. Like,
Right.
that still applies.
All right. Anyways,
It's fine.
I just want to know how he did it. I feel like that's most in line with the character I've been building that I can do.
Uh-huh.
Because, again, they sound like they're just out of steam from their last conversation.
Right.
And also that they always enter a softer, sort of more connected place, more emotionally open place.
Talking
with,
to the angry,
Ezra.
to the grumpy, angry 4-year-old Brit boy was very tiring.
It does. There's also this level of, it really does seem like we try to mirror the emotional space of whomsoever we're talking to if we want something from them.
Yeah.
And so that fits with basically where Ezra is right now, of being the, I've created a safer space, I've made tea, I've invited you in, I've asked you if you're okay, I've encouraged you to take care of yourself, kind of thing. I suddenly turned my face from him, afraid of what Ezra might be able to read in my gaze. I mused darkly to myself, going through the motions once more. Pain, hurt, denial.
This is also the thing that's like a lot of people have also talked about, going like, yeah, of course people have motivations for lots of things. In some cases, though, like, that's why the law can be so difficult sometimes to dole out, because according to a lot of the law, they go, the absolute rule of the law is that you did this thing, you committed the murder, and it's trying to convince people that your motivations were something other than, you know, that you had motivations, or it was like,
Well, if you
like
do
your
law by the letter of the law,
Right.
then your motivations don't matter.
yeah.
I was going to say, it's you killed someone, you're a murderer.
Mm-hmm.
But then manslaughter exists.
Uh-huh.
So then letter of the law becomes a little bit more, you killed
Self-defense.
someone, but you didn't mean to kill someone, and it wasn't and it happened on accident, kind of thing.
You really
Whoops.
are loving.
I cannot. I'm afraid. Did we lose the mic?
We did not. Okay.
Yay.
I'm like, you keep bonking it, you gotta be real careful.
Sorry. The thing that we have the computer set up on, and I'm not sure what the name of this piece of furniture is, we don't actually own a desk.
Shoe bench!
We call it a shoe bench because it's one of those things you're supposed to sit on to like put your shoes on and take them off.
It is.
But we're using it as an incredibly low desk.
It's fun. I love sitting on the floor.
It's kind of charming.
great.
It's very I don't know, like basically experiencing something other than the American culture of chairs.
Yeah!
So we're sitting on cushions, so there we are.
I'm pretending for a while.
I said, anyway,
Done.
I mused darkly to myself, going through the motions once more. Pain, hurt, denial. We've almost hit all the stages of grief. We're just going to run right back to our rhyme playthrough. Stages of grief it is.
It's also really funny to me because you'd be like, Harry has betrayed me so hard. We didn't even know Harry.
Right?
Like,
I mean,
the level of, like, emotional okay. I get that you can have that kind of attachment to people that you kind of just assume that are a part of your in-group, right? It makes sense. You go, I feel betrayed because you are the ones who is one of the ones who is a part of our in-group.
You're supposed to be on my side.
You're not a part of your out-group. You're not a part of the group over there, someone who's not, in my circle. And so you can go, I take this as a deep personal betrayal. But it's also sort of sometimes funny where you watch people do that and you go, why do you care so much? You don't even know them.
Right, and why does it feel like it should feel more like your system has betrayed you rather than one individual person has.
All right.
To me, but at the same time, if that one individual person represents the whole system, you can dump your discomfort onto them.
It's also a really easy way for most people to... so I feel like it's also a quantifiable thing. I can more easily blame the person in front of me than I can this large, basically, organization that many people have come together to create and continue to basically reinforce, deny, basically try to empower...
Okay. I think I got it.
So,
All right, so basically... I think it comes down to, for most people's psychology, is going to be an experience of, if I blame a person, it can be solved because you can take care of and deal with one person. If I blame the entire organization, there's no real action to take because I can't reform the entire organization. And so one of them is, I am helpless and it's a huge insurmountable task in front of me. And the other one is, I could literally just kill them if it came down to it and that would remove the problem. So one of them feels solvable and one doesn't.
It's also that thing, I think, also where, excuse me while I repeat myself, that I feel like some people go, well, I don't, enjoy or understand canceling. And I feel like some people have being like, what it sounds like is y'all are afraid of basically being held responsible for the decisions that you have made. And now what you have is a larger, basically, social experience where people go, hey, you made a really stupid fucking choice and you should feel the responsibility. You should have that, basically, level of punishment. And they're correct. Like, it is just a genuine, you hurt people, you should be accountable for that. You can't just go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, and then you basically don't have any punishment for it. Like, I don't know how much you guys are familiar, basically, with the housing crisis that happened here in the United States in 2008. But a lot of people pointed out about it, going like, when the crash happened, it was because of a bunch of people playing, basically, with money who were extremely wealthy, and everybody else had to pay for it, but they just got to make money off of it.
And I know less about both these things than my friend here does, so I'm just going to kind of let them speak on the topic.
That's okay. It's really frustrating where people go, actually, it's nicer to have that ability of going like, hey, sometimes the only power I can wield is going, you should be held accountable for the shit that you have done.
Right.
You have wielded your actual, literal, physical, capitalistic power to literally destroy part of our economy. That's not okay. You shouldn't sit here and be able to drink wine. There's actually pictures you can find on the internet of when this crash happened, when people were protesting them, and going like, they're just sitting there and drinking champagne and giggling at this whole crowd of people who are like, what the fuck are you doing? You've destroyed the housing market. You've destroyed a lot of parts of like Wall Street and whatnot. It was really interesting. Anyway.
Right. Ezra quietly clears his throat, something hopeful in his expression, when I finally turn to look at him once again. I smile, but it's clipped. Forced. Guilty.
I found the wrinkly edges and I snipped them off again.
I'll talk to him. Hear him out. I think they're trying to encourage you not to sympathize with him. I feel like that's where the game is trying to drive you, of going, he did something horrible and unacceptable, you're not supposed to be sympathizing with him. And it seems like our character even is trying to encourage us not to have, I feel guilty for sympathizing with him. Going, it feels like the game is trying to direct you. You don't want to sympathize with him, but I'm like, we know nothing about what he's actually doing, how much his actual involvement is, whether or not he's actually spearheading all of this. All we've got is basically the suspicion of his dead husband's ghost giving us flashbacks, and I'm not saying
James asked us to sympathize with him, actually.
Right? And then James going, please don't just hate my husband, he surely had his reasons for what he was doing. I was just saying, and like, I'm not saying we should sympathize with the bad guy. So I'm not saying that it's somebody who's done horrible things deserves sympathy. What I am saying is that it's weird that the game seems to be trying to lead you in one specific direction, but it also says a lot for the police narrative that I've been developing of, is your character growth supposed to be that I'm no longer going to other everyone else, of police and humans are the good people and every inhuman is the bad thing over there. And I'm going to have to say I actually don't unconditionally support the hunters, the agency, and I, in fact, can think of other things on my own.
See, and I don't think it's exactly that, because I don't think sympathy equals exoneration.
Or sympathy equals I agree with what you've done.
Yeah, understanding is one thing, but that doesn't mean, again, that thing of going, like, I'm not telling you that, you know, like, this now frees you up to do whatever the fuck you want, or that it, you know, removes all guilt.
Right,
that would be ridiculous. Or responsibility. Of course you should still be accountable, but I can see kind of where you came from, but, you know, cool motive, still murder.
Right.
You know, and that's why I'm kind of like, why is this whole, we have to decide if he's sympathetic before you fucking talk to him?
That's why
That's
weird too.
weird.
And
this
also,
is like an ass backwards response to
without
this.
any investigation. The interesting thing about this game is that there really is no investigation except at the very beginning when you walk to the one side of death.
I know! We actually haven't done any investigating. This isn't how a trial works. It's like, you'd pick up Harry, and then you'd be like, hey, we're now going to go through a trial where now we get to hear you be sympathetic, explain your backstory. Now you get to tell everyone why you did what you did. You know, this game. He's done something horrible.
You can't romance to sympathize with him.
Switching this dude to abuse bureau for years and committing many
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
Well, they said they wanted to handle things differently in this game, so here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
I'll talk to him. Hear him out. I'm also amazed that we're not like, he's gone. We have free access to all of his secret files. No one's guarding them.
I know.
Oh
Also,
my
the
God.
thing that makes me laugh about this too is going like, I'm kind of wondering if they're trying to push you away from the sympathetic option. They're like, but that's the more complex one. You're not supposed to have sympathy for somebody who's done something terrible. And I'm asking, what makes you so monstrous if you have monster blood in you? I don't understand.
I say, but also,
I socially do not comprehend the level of, you get all these cool powers. You're incredibly capable.
here's an interesting thing. What was your motivation? Well, you see, also some hunters were in the same idea as I was, and they volunteered for this program to become super soldiers. Then where's your grey morality?
It's also the fact that they literally said in the very beginning that all these people are fucking dying.
I love that you put ooh-woo on the end of it.
It
That's
is pretty
so
good. And also, but that might be one of those things of going like, you don't know what the starting of the Day of Revelation was even like. Was it really confusing? And people basically jumped to conclusions and they just started murdering basically all these monsters out of fear because they are the other. Is that the larger narrative? I don't know.
And like I said,
I feel like we don't have enough information. This feels way too much like, you should make a decision. I don't have enough information. My character's too dumb.
My character is so poor at investigating that we know nothing.
We have none information.
And interesting enough, while August never sleeps and is always working themselves to exhaustion, we don't know what they're doing, and they don't seem to also be investigating anything either.
Yeah.
And so I feel like their route would be really illuminating. Like, how are you spending your energy, and why are you so tired all the time? I'm literally just worrying. So you're not actually doing work? Nope, just worrying.
I still thought that was really funny about August.
It was such a good observation, because like they're not doing anything.
As far as I can
What
tell,
are they doing?
August is doing jack squat because we're also not spending any time with our
What they're
literal
doing?
boss.
Okay, I got it. I know what they're doing.
What?
They're filling out all the hunter reports and paperwork that they aren't filling out themselves. So like they're doing our paperwork reports that we should be doing, all the other ones in town that no one's doing. So basically all the hunters just go, I need to file that soon. And August is like, we're going to be like 9 years behind on paperwork. I need to fix this. And that's what they're always doing.
Oh, you know, I would be okay with that.
It's not
That'd be
even
really funny.
truly about advancing the investigation so much as keeping it up to date.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'll talk to him. Hear him out.
I see.
I don't approve. He drops his gaze to the weathered wood in front of him, tracing the uneven grooves with his fingertip. Just as I suspected, my non-response disappoints him.
What?
I gave a response.
That was a fucking...
That's a response. Are you calling that non-committal, perhaps? But that also was a...
But that wasn't a non-committal. That was a, I'm going to talk to him. What are you going to do? I'm going to talk to him. That's not a response.
Maybe
yes,
this
that's
is...
a response.
Maybe what we're saying when we say we sympathize with him is, I will hear him out and then decide if any justice is needed. But that's ridiculous because we're not the only one in a position to be able to do that. Like, we're not even the most, like...
Powerful McPowerful.
We're not even the highest rank below Harry. So it's really not our decision to make based on the power structure that they've established in this game.
Are we really trying to encourage then your player character is supposed to be interested in vigilante justice?
Maybe, or that it is for some reason everyone, you're in charge of this investigation, so if the investigation leads to Harry, all power structures go out the window and you will be the one to decide. And I'd be like, whoa. So even though there are plenty of enforcers above us and other people of equal rank in different departments, we'll be the one to choose for the highest boss in the entire region's fate. Whoa.
Whoa.
Just as I suspected, my non-response disappoints him. We responded, I'm confused.
I don't understand anything.
Everyone wants to hear me loudly condemn Harry, to cry over what he by proxy has done to me, to everyone in this town. Do we assume? Okay, it sounds like again that we're trying to say that Harry came up with the original ritual for making people drink blood, but he did it also, so I don't understand.
I don't.
Or were we just talking about what he's done to us in making us sad because some of our fellow hunters were turned into monsters and then one of them was
Which we still don't understand exactly what's going on, other than Harry seems to be... Okay.
I can try and break things down for a second?
I'm just
wanna
like...
keep going. We're getting there. We should just keep going.
It's okay. I'm gonna...
Alright. Hi. I didn't realize everyone wanted to hear him condemned because I didn't know anyone's opinions of Harry or how they reacted to the... Okay, you know what? Doing a montage and wrapping up, I tell everyone the pertinent information during this time, is one thing, but if they're all going to have a real strong specific reaction to it, that'd be valuable to know. They all react badly to it. They all want justice they all want Harry to be brought to justice.
And they also want Harry to suffer or something. Like, you can't...
Right.
What?
Justice for the hunters that have been transformed. I don't know. Justice for Azazel, we cry. We stand at candlelight vigil. You killed Azazel, but...
And also Aya, except we still don't know where Aya is.
Aya should be another monster somewhere.
Aya should be.
There should be a second monster. This should be like Lake Placid, where there's a second monster at the end.
Oh, no.
Okay, I don't know if anyone's seen Lake Placid, but I'm going to
spoil
spoil
part of it.
right here, okay? It's sort of a comedy pseudo-horror, okay?
With a giant monster.
Giant crocodile.
Well, yeah, but that's a giant monster.
The
how
monster
big it
is a completely natural crocodile.
Well, no, I know, but it's not like kaiju. It's still big beastie.
Anyway, and so the thing is like, they spend the entire movie trying to actually, like, dealing with, like, the environmental consequences of actually, they're like, huge badass monster. Oh, the huge badass monster is just a really old croc in a place where they are actually eating people because of people's behavior. And then going, wait, this croc actually doesn't seem super aggressive and horrible. And then going, we should honestly preserve an animal of this age and this size. And then as you go, oh, there's not going to be any massive aggressive killing of the monster in this movie, because they've decided finally through interesting process and thoughtfulness that they're going to basically move it to a conservatory. Mm-hmm. Then a second giant ass croc comes in right at the end of the movie and they have to blast its freaking head off, and then you get to see monster destruction, monster battle real briefly, and then they also save the other croc. And it's kind of a really cool, like, subversion of anything I've ever seen in a really interesting way. Also, like, the comedy beats in it were funny, but it is still horror, so it's a little gross in places, so that one.
I actually haven't seen, like, I think I've seen only bits of Lake Placid, because it was one of those shows that I always caught, like, on Sci-Fi Channel, at weird points where you're just flipping through all the channels at night, and also I was a kid, and I was like, no, it's scary! Because it didn't matter, even if graphics were bad.
It's dark water with a monster in it. It's not up your alley.
Yeah, it's really not.
Because that is the big frighten for my friend. It do me the big frighten.
It do me the big sad.
Right. Anyway.
Okay.
Everyone wants me to hear me loudly condemn Harry, to cry over what he by proxy has done to me, to everyone in this town. So I don't know if I'm making a soft recommendation for Lake Placid, but I am saying that I enjoyed it and thought it subverted a lot of monster tropes in an interesting way. I'll just wrap that up.
Fair.
And yet, I see reason behind his madness. Do I?
Do you? We don't know!
How? From where?
So tired.
From whence did it come? We sit in silence for a little while, only to have it broken by a quiet tap, tap, tap.
I am so glad I reread those last 3 words, because I just went...
What?
Broken by a quiet fap, fap, fap?
Oh my gosh.
Because I only caught that at the corner of my eye, and my brain went, extend the T!
The T is now an F.
F.
Dear Lord. My poor friend, and reading. It's okay, it's just the font, you'll be okay. I'm like, is this your vampire gently tapping at the trapdoor on the floor?
Oh no!
Pep, pep, pep.
A gently rapping.
A tapping at my chamber door. It's okay, if it's below the floorboard, it is both the raven and the telltale heart at the same time.
Right? Oh god, I am still mad. Okay, so I don't know... Obviously, we have, Russians, and we have,
We have a diverse audience.
We have a diverse audience. Okay, so one of the big things that always made me laugh, and I've been laughing about it for years, is that I never got the impression that Edgar Allan Poe was an American. And then it was finally just like, Edgar Allan Poe was an American.
His writing feels like it's desperately trying to be British.
It really does.
It's like the most British know-how.
But it's also just like, because... most people only seem to talk about him in reference to, like, British authors or British...
writing and stuff?
Writing, and so I was like,
My
So he's
friends
British.
recently learned that he was American and it blew their mind.
I was like, I can't put it. It's been like
Alright.
3 years, and I'm still just like, he's fucking British.
Quiet, tap, tap, tap.
Oh, yeah, no, you didn't know this year.
Right, exactly. His writing is presented as very British in, like, apparently, well, for me, American schools, but apparently in a lot of places. There we
But
go.
it's also like everybody who ever like does voiceovers for his work always does a British accent. It's
We're
always
really in
performed by
British.
British actors. I'm like, everything. They're like, he's British.
Except Tourniquet. Tourniquet had the right idea.
I don't know. Tourniquet is. What's
Okay,
Tourniquet?
so there's this death metal Christian band that I listened to when I was a kid. Called Tourniquet, because I was really only allowed to listen to Christian music at my mom's house.
Okay, fair.
And Tourniquet is like really edgy in a lot of their themes and stuff, but they literally perform The Telltale Heart as a song, and they turn it into this really intense kind of, and there's like screaming of the beating at the end of it kind of thing. And so it's kind of just like heavy metal performance of, of American English performance of The Telltale Heart.
Wow.
And
okay.
it's really interesting. And honestly, it just has free real estate in my head.
You're
I
like,
was
it
gonna
just
say,
sits there.
It stays there, and whenever someone mentions The Telltale Heart, I get like a line and a riff from that song constantly. So some people went American with it, but that's all I got.
Yeah.
Right. I look around, then down, realizing it's coming from the trap door. It's a trap door.
Yes.
Underneath the floor.
Hello,
Thump,
Finn.
thump, 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 thump. Ah, of course. Finnegan. Wait, we're gonna call him his whole name?
What?
Since when?
Well, since we just, I don't know.
Since
Because it's more dramatic. when
We're
it's
being
Finnegan.
formal now. This is my boyfriend, Finnegan. We're not gonna say Finn. It's you know you're in for the whole story at that point. You know in for the big pinata. You know they're problematic boyfriend. When they say the whole name, this is Gregory. This is Finnegan. And you just say like you're like they're being apologized. You say it like it's an apology when you're introducing them to everyone.
This is Gregory.
This is Finnegan.
This is Finnegan.
All right. Ezra beams when I look at him, and it pleases me to see them so happy once again. Tapping from under the floorboard makes them look happy once again? You gotta help me out here.
What?
Game, give me an inch, okay?
He's under. You can just see the smile beaming through the floor.
No.
Hello!
So is that I look at Ezra, and it pleases me to see
Him.
Ezra,
Yeah.
to see the two of them, which I can't see the other
That's
one.
what I'm saying.
So happy once again. Also,
You can hear the beaming.
I just like, how do we see like Finn being happy underneath the floorboard?
It's okay.
We both stand, and Ezra reaches.
We sat down?
Apparently we did.
My God!
We
Okay,
took
fine.
tea and we sat down.
I thought we were standing around sort of awkwardly in the kitchen, kind of being like, we're having this weird sort of soft conversation where I feel weird.
holding teacups
Holding
and judging
teacups.
each other.
And sort of being like, I feel so ashamed that I have sympathy for the monster.
And him going,
It
I'm
changed
so
me into a
disappointed in
monster."
you that you have sympathy for the monster. Ah.
Ah!
We both stand, and Ezra reaches to unlatch the lock that keeps the opening to the catacombs locked. The lock keeps it locked. While I
Lickety
pull
lock.
back the rug that covers it, he can get to the lock without pulling the rug back. Where's the lock? Is it a magical lock on the wall or something?
What?
I love that the
That's
lock...
not how they described.
I love that the lock,
The lock is
isn't
just on the top.
under the rug. What?
I know where the lock is.
Where's the lock?
It's inside the fabric weaving.
Oh my
So it's
God.
literally a part of the tapestry, so it's that interactive thing. So you have to use magic in order to unlock it so that when you flip the rug up, then you can finally open the...
To move the basically, so it's like got like concentric circles on the rug, and you have to shift them into the proper pattern, like one of those like puzzles in the puzzle games.
Oh, whatever.
And then it
just something
unlocks
like
the
that.
lock.
And then unlocks it.
I'm like,
That would be actually really cool, where people are like, oh, you hear a sound behind the thing, and everybody moves the tapestry, and you're like, there's clearly a door here, but I can't open it. And then they drop the thing. I look around the room trying to open it. DM, what do I do? And the DM is like, well, you look at the tapestry, you can see like there's a picture. It looks like there's an image of a
circles or
door.
whatever.
There's a door that's up there, and it has a lock, and there's a key. And you're like, oh, can I grab the key? The key's in the tapestry,
Right.
And it's like it would be one of those little puzzles of people being like, you have to use magic to unlock the door inside
the tapestry. And then the door unlocks. Okay,
Yeah.
I love that. If anyone's DMing or role-playing and they want to use that...
Please feel free.
Please do it. Like, I would support you. And I would love to hear how it went.
I would too.
Okay, but it also could just be that Ezra assumes, like, you're just in sync, that you're going to go for the rug. So he literally starts just reaching for the rug itself, which the lock is completely under it, assuming that you'll grab the rug and pull it back.
Uh-huh.
Like, you're just that in sync. Alright, When golden eyes appear in the darkness, I feel a chill roll down my spine. We don't even have to open the trap door to see the golden eyes in the darkness.
It's okay. It's a mild skip forward, so we don't have to watch the whole process of it.
It's okay. Yeah. All right, it's fine. He immediately goes to Ezra. I don't know if he can go to Ezra. Ezra's right hovering over top of the trap door.
Ezra,
There's no
hello!
Finn,
slam!
Finn, I just put my arms around you and drag you halfway into the hole. Num, 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 num. Alright, he immediately goes to Ezra, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. And he presses a quick... Oops.
Kiss to his lips.
There you go, kiss to his lips.
It's a quick chase.
Kiss to his lips. Alright, there we go. I hit the button on accident.
Hello, angel. My angel of music! You'll sing for me!
It's happening. It's gonna be...
Right. I know! And then he becomes Gerard Butler.
Okay, I'm still just like, my bro. How is it that our one moment of going, seems like you guys have something more going on between you as I ogle both of you, is we've now realised we have a relationship and now it appears here, fully formed and comfortable.
We've done it. Well, it's been, you know, a couple of weeks.
Alright, hello, Angel. They lace their fingers, standing close, and Finn turns his attention to me.
What? I came as soon as I sensed you were here.
Apparently your sensory senses were a little bit
done
late.
it.
I've been here for most of an hour based on how time and conversations pass. I might have been here for most of the night.
I might have been here for 12.
Based on how some of the time passes this game, we've spoken more than 3 sentences. I've been here for hours.
I was stunned. Sometimes we're like, whoa. Uwu is on their way to see August.
Yes, see me on my way to see August while I loiter here and take forever to drink my tea. I am going as quickly as possible. It's the top of my list. I am super motivated. Can you refill this tea? Really hot, so I have to blow on it for a while, please.
Yeah, please.
Please. I'm leaving immediately as soon as my tea's done.
It's really important.
I'm really fast. That's my full direction, top of my list. Right, Finn crinkles his nose at that, apparently unimpressed. He's like, you're not leaving. You have no idea what you're doing.
I see. Well, I was hoping I could steal you away for a little while, actually.
Because, you know, we have to talk to him in private about our opinion on Harry.
We really can.
Oh? Really? You don't think you can talk about...
No, I have tea!
Holding our tea, desperately clutching at teacup, you are my only friend. Oh? You want to talk to me?
And
you're just
my tea? No, it's Ezra's tea. I need to leave it here.
Ezra... If you keep the tea warm for me, I'll finish drinking it when I come back.
Please.
It's fine. Tea, you are my only friend. Alright. Oh?
Nothing nefarious. Do not fear. Fiero longs to speak to you.
Did we break Fiero out?
Apparently we did.
Did we break Fiero out off screen with no updates at all?
Yes.
Since when? Oh my
Since whenever.
We're going to try and break Fiero out. And by that I mean he's already broken out and he's living comfortably in my own room. Oh?
Oh!
That squeaky ow!
Is this the tiny... Oh.
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 Oh. Does he have more information?
That's the fucking question, you...
He wishes to speak to you. I don't wish to speak to you.
Harry! Perfect.
This
is exactly why I picked you up.
Everyone's so bad at this.
You're so terrible about asking
This is
questions.
the best town to have ever done this.
That is the...
As soon as I managed to get stationed here, it was immediate. Like, I worked to get stationed here after doing intel. This is the most, like, completely uninvestigative place I could have possibly chosen. It's amazing.
It's beautiful.
No one questioned me. I've been doing this for like 8 years now, and only now someone asks any questions.
I've done it.
Damn, bro.
Success.
I really, you know what? Good job, me, for choosing the right venue. Okay.
Woo!
Does he?
Wow.
Have more information? He shrugs.
I'm not sure. He's not exactly a man of many words, so I don't know. Okay, you've said that several times, and he's talked a lot.
Okay, so what I'm getting is that he doesn't like to talk to Finn.
Oh no!
Okay. I don't know if any of you have ever had this situation where someone describes someone they know, either an acquaintance or like, you know, a friend that they're not super close with, is going, they're really quiet, they're very shy, they're really reserved, that's who they are, so just, you know, expect that. And then you meet them and they are a bubbling fountain of expressiveness in all possible ways. And you're just like, my bro, I really feel that, the person you were talking about is only that way with you, but I don't also want to tell you that they're only that way with you. And this has happened to me several times, because for whatever reason, in person, I have had this ability to inspire people to open up. Like, even people that I have no connection to at all, I will be the stranger they stop on the street and go, you know what, let me tell you my life story. And I go, I don't know why everyone finds me so trustworthy, but I'm not offended by it, it's just confusing, you know?
So I have noticed it happen in one of two particular cases, and this is based off of my limited exposure, and tends to be based off of also how I tend to be perceived. Is a lot of people seem to either open up really aggressively because they go, "Oh, you're a woman, you will listen to me, and that's what you're here for, is to coddle me and caretake for me," or you go, "You're a man, you will validate me, protect me, you will be there for me, you will be my bro." But it also depends on the gender of the person who's talking to the dude, but more on average, I usually see a lot of women really go, "I have just been dumped on by dudes or by literally everyone who walks
You're
through
the only
here."
one who I can trust. I'll tell everything to you.
Yeah, I'm like,
It's
there
alright.
are reasons why women tell horror stories about being stalked when they're in customer service jobs. Because they're like, "I have to be nice to you," and you literally do not understand that I am just being nice to you.
Again, my question of how do we keep creating such intensely lonely, disconnected, socially inept people? Because that's what our society seems to do a lot, especially to men.
Yeah.
And it feels like a failing to their entire gender role. And, but not going too deeply into all of that, because again, we're trying to see if we can sort of get somewhere in this particular round of things. We are almost to the end of this game.
We are! I'm actually...
I just say, but I love headcanon. He just doesn't talk to you much.
Despite the fact that you guys grew up basically together in your vampire experience, you only had each other, he still doesn't talk to you that much.
Yeah, he's just not that into you, okay?
It's
Alright.
He's just not that into you, bro. If he's asked for you, then I take it that he has at least something to tell you.
Right? And then he can't come to you himself because, he's a fugitive now, I guess.
Oh, Susanna. Yes! He definitely...
Wrong one.
Fuck!
Wrong character!
Finn puts the paper down. Sorry, I read the long line.
Finn, hold the script. Yes, he definitely... Ezra, this is for you.
Ezra,
Hand it over.
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right.
But the wrong fucking
Oh,
accent.
shoot.
Thank you!
God, I bumped it now. Okay, hold on. We're
No, that
getting
was a
more
click.
disorganized. We're getting more disorganized. Right there.
Shit, I have Finn's accent stuck in my head. Hang on!
Yes, he definitely just wanted to see how you were doing.
Yes, okay, hang on. Yes, he definitely isn't just wanting to see how you're doing.
Alright, there we go.
Absolutely.
I see. Well, considering I'm still avoiding going to see August, I admit to both of them, we could go now.
Why are you avoiding? It's fine. Excellent! Aha! Perfect!
I feel like the theme
You are still watching my titties, yes?
of avoiding August in here is just a weird, consistent inside joke. Because again, it doesn't seem like there's much reason to avoid them. They really haven't been that gruff or aggressive with us, and they've been downright helpful in numerous cases.
Or, again, if we go see August, the ending of the game will start. So
that's
they're
probably
the
this.
convention of going, we're trying to do everything else, so we're just sort of
Wait.
calling it out.
Are we saying August knows where Harry is this whole time? And they can just take us to him?
Probably.
Oh my
Since
god.
who else do we have left?
Right?
You know?
Well, apparently we're going to not talk to Finn. We're going to instead talk to... It's fine.
It's okay.
Excellent. Ezra clears his throat, his lashes dipping as he squeezes Finn's hand. His prosthetic comes alive, flickering in kind. You didn't change your subject from... It's okay. From Ezra to...
I mean, they did, squeezing Finn's hand, and it's sort of shifted to Finn. It's still awkward.
It's okay.
But I'm also like, why is it flickering if they're not touching? It's okay.
He did. He squeezed his hand. It comes alive.
Buzz, buzz.
Buzz, buzz. Vibe check.
Good.
Ah,
Always do, don't I?
well done, friend. Ezra's quiet laugh is infectious, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He exudes happiness.
You do.
I always come back, don't I? I mean, I have even this time, right?
Come on then, Uwu. Into the hole you go.
We'll go down the hall.
I will go down the hole. The whole asshole.
The entire hall. Alright, Ezra and I both look at him with blank expressions, and Finn merely rolls his eyes, sighs, and ushers me onwards. Neither of us understood.
Up, rolling of the eyes.
Eye roll! Take a
Shot.
drink! Everyone,
Take your drink.
Hydrate yourself. Take a shot. It's time for... We got an eye roll.
I think we've actually missed a couple of them now that I think about it, just because we were trying to just read through this and going, I'm so confused. It's okay.
Alright, so Ezra and I, apparently neither of us figure out that the person he's trying to take us to see is someone he has to, 1, take us to, and 2, is down there. Why do we not understand that they're in the couch? This is why we keep going. Uwu has big Vembo energy. They have 2 brain cells and they're doing their best to destroy things with one of them and, flirt with the other. That's all.
Except that then they took away our other brain cells. So
That's true.
Uwu literally doesn't know what else to do. Harry's still going like, perfect choice.
Perfect choice. Excellent choice. All right. And ushers me onwards. Downwards, you mean? Downwards. We're going down.
We're going down. We went down. We're
Right.
going down.
He says goodbye to Ezra, watching as we descend down, into the depths.
Oh,
of
it's
the
probably
catacomb
because
tunnels.
they said onwards because they were going to say down.
I guess.
Down and downwards.
How is it that neither Ezra or Uwu figured out that he's trying to take us into the catacombs to talk to the individual?
I don't understand what the blank face was for. It's like, that made total sense. He doesn't
It
want
was extremely clear.
It's
And again, it's like you keep sort of showing us that our character doesn't pick this stuff up very well, and then you're like, no, your character understands everything. They knew it was Harry all
They're
along.
flawless.
Suddenly, I think that's where we had the big, basically, dissonance between, I don't seem to get it. He said it was a really close to home problem, and then, I know after a montage I'm telling it's Harry, period. What happened in that montage? I need to know. I drop off the ladder at my friend's house, and then I come back and I get another ladder. I drop off the ladder, my feet hitting the dirt below with a thud.
Thud.
Finn inclines his head with a smile, and I follow him into the darkness. Okay, Finn went down the ladder after us, based on him waving to Ezra and us being able to see it.
Mm-hmm.
So, he would have had to jump down after us.
I know.
It's
He was
okay.
faster. He slid by us in his vampirism
It's Final
ways.
Fantasy VII remake mechanics. He just climbed right through us on the ladder.
Did we see his booty?
The clipping happened.
Did we clip through his butt?
We were clipped through his entire
clipped through
self.
our ass.
Our whole
We also
self. It was a very intimate moment of clipping.
Ninja strats. Yes.
Yes, that's it.
I mean, he's a vampire, so it's her.
Honestly, with his level of potential agility for being a vampire enhanced, he could do it.
He could.
You think we'd mention that he climbed over and around us in a great, effortless, maneuver?
I'm honestly disappointed that people don't have more like vampires as ninjas.
Oh my god,
Like,
that
when
would be amazing. You're like, it's Naruto and they're all ninjas. And you're like, okay, this is my clan of vampire ninjas. You're all toast.
Goodbye.
Bye.
They actually play real ninja. I actually always love that in Naruto where they're all like, these are the bad ninjas, they kill people, and I'm like, do you know what fucking ninjas are?
Okay, this
They're not
reminds me.
just information gatherers.
Okay,
and
but-
I'm like,
Okay, so there's this show that I've never seen on Disney for Kids or whatever, okay?
Oh, no.
Because I don't have cable, but I've seen it online, alright? And I've seen plenty of memes about it on Tumblr.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and it's basically you have these the friendship pirates or whatever. There's a whole team of pirates that are an educational show, right?
Okay.
And at one point they encounter another pirate ship and they're like, you shouldn't take things from other people, that's not what pirates do. And someone's literally like, what do you think pirates are, Disney? That's not nice. We're the good pirates.
what a fucking Nepenthes!
Welcome.
Hello!
Do you know what fucking ninjas are? Yes. Thank you for arriving in this moment. We are appreciative of your contribution. All right. Finn inclines his head with a smile. Vampire ninjas, just in case you mentioned it.
Yes!
Yes. All right.
I don't know, is it Roosh or is it Rosh?
I think it's Rosh.
It might be Rosh.
I think. But but it's like Rosh. But if you just read it, it's just Roosh. Because sometimes I'm a butt and I'm like, I'm just going to read it like it's written. Rosh. Excellent.
It's Rosh!
Thank you. Love it.
Yes! Excellent. Okay.
Well played and lovely to know. I still like Nepenthes. Honestly, if you just shorten it to Nepenthes, it just sounds like a Greek name. And I kind of am just like, it's one of those...
It is
It's
Latin.
I know, but it sounds like one of those characters that everyone keeps rehashing in their historical Greek stories. Like they should be a minor goddess or something, you know?
Oh, I mean, that's fair.
The goddess Nepenthes.
The goddess Nepenthes.
It's okay. I don't know what your pronouns are at all, but I think goddess Nepenthes sounds
It
amazing.
works great. I'll answer to either.
Perfect. Will do.
That is it.
Nepenthes.
Nepenthes is what
Nepenthes. There we go.
Yeah, it's like, no,
It's the great Nepenthes.
Nepenthes. And he did do twain forth.
And henceforth Nepenthes went on to slay the monster.
And then he said, I will weasel.
Squeak squeaker. All right.
Nepenthes.
So good. Oh, she, her. Thank you.
Yay.
Excellent. Good to know. Hi. She and I, we have a pronoun in common.
Hey! You're not alone. No, I'm kidding.
I'm not alone in the whole chat. actually have loved the representation we've had here. It's been really lovely.
It's been really nice.
Right. Finn inclines his head with a smile, and I follow him into the darkness. Into the darkness we shall go. All right. A shadowy figure. They're all shadowy. It's dark down here. All figures will be shadowy in the dark of the catacombs. You don't need to specify. Waits for us outside of Finn's quarters. The only door I know exists. And I smile. Sorry.
I have no other door.
It's true though. They're like,
it is.
First door on the left, and then we never investigate
On
any
the right.
other doors. Oh,
I
sorry,
think
is it on the right?
It's on the right.
It might be on the right. At any rate.
First door on the right and straight on till morning.
First door on the right, and stay there till
Till
morning.
Hi.
Except for stay there till sunset, because
You know what
vampires.
he is? He's a star child.
Oh my god. Alright, and I smile when I see a shock of white hair and friendly crimson eyes. Alright, eyes. You said eyes again. He's got one crimson eye based on his art. Okay?
One.
This is the same problem they had with Julian and his eyes when he had an eye patch on, okay?
He has an eye.
I appreciate that he has two eyes, but only one of them is crimson. One. Un. Ein.
Antonia, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Single. An eye. It's fine. It's a
alright.
typo. It's fine.
It's alright.
We stand the typos, right? All right. It's good to see you too. Under better circumstances this time. Nice to see you without wearing so many bars and shackles, you know?
Also, like,
know-
how the hell did you get out with them literally not calling any of us out? Telling the hunters that they need to go hunt down because somehow a vampire's gotten out or...
We've had a massive, inappropriate jailbreak of a wanted, dangerous, stamped dangerous monster. And nothing is mentioned anywhere.
No.
This is not news. This is not news within our organization. No hunters should know this. No enforcers should know this.
No.
Why would we tell you that this incredibly important jailbreak has happened? Because, officially he wasn't actually in the jail.
I mean, and that's...
I don't even know.
I have no idea.
As far as I knew, he was officially arrested, and so he was officially a prisoner. So it should have been a big deal when he was broken out.
Finn said that they didn't know where he went.
Okay, but
What?
they knew he was in trouble with the law. Okay.
What?
Imagine
Well, they didn't know.
that they just put like a spectre of him in there, a fake version of him. They just stitched up a dumb little like straw dummy and put a glamour on it and threw it in there. And it looks like he's still in his cell. And then they're just, the next time they go to take blood, they'll just be confused as hell.
Wouldn't that be great to poke?
Poke! It's not working! Poke! I don't.
Poke.
Why is nothing
You're
working?
using the needle and you're just like, nothing. There's no blood flow at
Oh,
all.
he died! Quick, set him on fire! And then it would also go up in
And then it would go
flames.
up in flames. It would be amazing. Okay.
Especially if your vampires actually do go up pretty aggressively in fire.
Oh, okay. So for anyone who doesn't know, at the beginning of this game there was an option for flirt, right? For some dialogue options would be flirty, because of course this is a romance game, right? And so we've been perpetuating the flirt basically option because they dropped it after you picked a route.
Why?
But you look good when you're not behind bars.
Flirt! I am still disappointed that they dropped it. They're like, you're in a route. You never flirt with anyone. Flirting becomes impossible for all people who are sort of semi-committed, even though we never actually talked about anything.
It's fine.
We're just in a committed relationship without talking.
It just happens.
It's fine.
Don't you know communication is not required in fantasy realms?
Not at
You
all.
will save 7 chapters of dialogue if you communicate, and we need those 7 chapters.
It's the only character development we have!
to pad out the story. It wouldn't be 150,000 words if we
I
communicated.
don't understand though. Man pain.
Alright, if I look
Haste.
hard enough, I swear I can see his mouth twitch. He is stoic McStoic, but I swear to you, he might have smiled
He
slightly.
might be Spock.
Fierro studies me with a certain intensity for a moment, and I feel a strange sense of calm washing over me. And he uses vampire magic to artificially control our emotions, but it's fine.
It's alright.
But he frowns. A blink and you'll miss it thing. But I see it before his face falls, because I'm a magical monster that can see everything quickly. Into that carefully calculated stoicism.
I mean, maybe Awu decided internally that they want to pursue that one person. Interesting. It's possible, but like... So the
Okay,
setup to picking Piper... Go ahead.
What I was going to say is, flirting doesn't have to mean that you're interested in someone else.
Oh,
Flirting,
absolutely.
I just want to basically here be like, flirting can just be a playful, fun, or social interaction. It can also just be a way of being clever and lighthearted, but also flattering someone, or just, making sort of playful tension, even when people know it's not serious. I don't know. I like to flirt with my friends, and we all have a good understanding that I am not into them.
Uh-huh.
You know, at least the ones that I'm, not...
Or that at least you're not looking for a relationship. It's going...
Exactly.
Flirting can be a fun sort of social, basically interplay behavior that you can participate in and enjoy.
My 3 best friends, I flirt with all of them, and they all understand that I'm not looking for a relationship, and they flirt back, and it's the same thing, and it's just a really fun activity.
And that's okay. Not everybody has to
I've
have
also
that experience,
done
too.
it when in a very committed relationship, and my partner was fine with it and just thought it was fun and sometimes clever, you know? So that one, I don't know. Anyway, and maybe that wasn't what you were sort of driving at, but maybe they just lost their desire to flirt, because for them, flirting is actually, maybe canonically, flirting for them is fishing for a relationship.
But
and once they've established one, it goes away.
Would like to know, is what I mean. Because
It would be nice if the character said it at some point, if they actually acknowledge that they've stopped flirting with people. That would be desirable. I
We're
can see
like,
that.
you know what, since I'm actually with, like, if they go to flirt, and then they go, you know what, since I'm with this person now, insert whoever it is, I don't really feel like I actually should be doing that anymore, because I actually don't know what this other person's feelings are, or I don't really like it actually because I feel like I'm involved with them.
I need to interrupt to make a quick nod to the chat. It says we have 7 viewers, and that's the most we've ever had at once.
Yeah!
So I'm super excited about that. The highest number we've ever had before was 6.
That's okay. It's with the advent of Nepenthes that this has come about.
Nepenthes has raised our spirits and our numbers.
Ah!
All right.
Oh, I was also going to say Drunkenness. Actually, so Nepenthes / Rosh is also the one that we were talking about that actually had gone through some of the Arcana, and they also like Valdemar. So,
yes.
ta-da!
So Drunkenness, Nepenthes, Drunkenness, you're both Arcana fans.
And that doesn't necessarily, or at least you've had things that you like about the Arcana.
You're both in the Arcana sphere. How about that?
Ha.
Arcana sphere.
You've had... had a circle.
Hello. Quiet hello in chat. I love
little
that.
tiny.
Hello. That's very cute.
It's
All
very
right.
cute.
Calculated stoicism. How do we know it's in the fandom? Yes, you
Or-
are in the fandom.
You are in the
solidly.
fandom.
I say I don't know what Nepenthes' commitment to the fandom is, but they definitely had knowledge of the lore for sure.
They've had experiences. with it.
She seemed solidly knowledgeable when we talked about it briefly.
Mm.
All right. Calculated stoicism. Do you
Calculated.
think it's calculated? That just might be his face.
I will not keep you long. I just wanted to thank you for finding me. I owe you a debt of gratitude for assisting with my extraction.
You mean that I walked down there and confirmed you were there? That is my only assist?
I've done it. I've assisted. You've done nothing. My job here is done. Goodbye, Tuxedo Mask.
I say, not that giving intel isn't valuable, because certainly
yeah,
it
absolutely.
is, but like the actual extraction, we did nothing. We didn't even know it had happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm glad he's grateful.
I gather you'll be meeting with the Lieutenant General soon.
If we can figure out where he is, officially we don't know. Yes, it's the Sailor Moon meme. My job here is done. But she didn't do anything. Goodbye. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh is out. Whoosh.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
All right. I gather you'll be meeting. We can't meet with him soon. We don't know where he is. Canon, right now, officially stated multiple times. We have no idea where he is and when he'll be back. We don't know if it'll be soon. He could not come back for months. Yeah, soon. 6 months later. Well, that went poorly.
Hi. I'm sorry. Do I regret this, baby?
I swallow thickly, my throat tight, and I haven't hydrated recently. All right, everyone who needs a drink of water, please feel free to get it, because, thick swallowing suggests you need hydration. All
Kinda
right,
does.
we just had tea. We must be really stressed out.
Woo.
All right. There it is again, that uncertainty, that push and pull of conflicting emotions that swirls in my gut, and almost, I wonder if this dialogue changes if you're really certain and you're just persecute every time, or if you're sympathize every time, if it doesn't tell you you're conflicted.
I don't know.
Because I would be interested in that. Almost suffocates me. Can't breathe or swallow. It's a fanfic. I nod a little too quickly, and though...
The tension.
Sorry.
It
I just couldn't help myself. Can't breathe or swallow.
me.
Welp. I nod a little too quickly, and though Fiera doesn't show it, I know he can feel my unease. I will be. I assume. Yes.
Yes?
Whenever he decides to show his face. I will be meeting with him soon, whenever he shows up. Okay, this is the same timeline as in the Arcana. The party will happen immediately, which is as soon as we catch him. We don't know when we're going to catch him, but it's happening really
But
soon.
it has to happen within the next 3 days. But the next 3 days could be 5 days, 6 days, 12 days, or 95 hours.
We either are going to catch him in the next 3 days. We have to catch him in the next 3 days because this party is happening. But if we don't catch him, it's not happening until we catch him. But it's happening in the next 3 days.
God, that was so tiring.
It was
I
exhausting.
mean, you could not decide what your timeline was, and I was like, well, clearly I have to then catch him because
All right,
this
so
is the only thing you could do.
For the writers and creators and stuff in the chat, I'm just going to say, if you ever want to like cater to us, don't use timelines unless you're sure of what they are. Like, if you don't use a timeline, we will never worry about it at all. But if you do, try and know what it is and stick to it,
But
please.
it's also like, if it is
Soft request, please.
My other request, though, too, is being like, if you're going to do a timeline, and you're going to say that timeline is really important, say, like, in the case of the Arcana, someone will die if you do not figure this thing out in those amount of days. To me, I'm going like, then I feel like the appropriate amount of tension would be to maintain that fucking tension, rather than going, let's go run off in a circle and go over there. And
And you
like,
can either force the timeline to happen appropriately, or, you can fail because you don't make it during your timeline.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, infinite uncertain, but it's supposed to be intensely timelined, just bother me.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, I'm trying to build tension because your time matters. But I keep changing the stakes constantly, and the time doesn't matter.
It's basically it's just not maintaining the pressure of what's going on. There's no tangible sense of what's going on, and your priorities get muddled really quickly. Going like, look, it's supposed to be really important, but we can just fuck off for,
Whenever.
ever. Yeah.
Whenever he decides to show his face. It's like playing Fallout 2, and as soon as you advance the story to a certain point, your people are
No, we had to
safe.
fall madly in love as soon as we talk and then have fun at the ball.
Yes!
True!
That's it. Oh my god,
Madly
thank
in
you
love.
for that synopsis. That is just, thank you. Okay, so I need to let you know that in our playthrough of Julian's Route, if you ever do decide to look into it, it's kind of funny, because we had no idea about the Arcana at all. It is utterly blind, and also we didn't know anything about the fandom, or even about dating games. It was really our first dating game that we ever played. And so there was this experience
I
of...
knew a little bit.
But my
yeah.
friend knew a teeny bit about it, but like going in, our character is like the most romantically unaware person you've ever gonna meet. Like, even Drunkenness has described them as like dodging romance bullets like a pro kind of thing. And so the whole thing is hilarious because it's basically like Julian going, I will be sexy or romantic, and Nerd going, I have no idea what you just said. Hey, look at that over there! It's like completely over their head constantly. They just miss every possible invitation.
Like, I still am not kidding. I think we did describe it last time, going like, it was impressive when we were doing, basically our cutouts for official, like putting up our run.
When we had to do research to make our Arcana run compliant with Nyx Hydra's rules.
Yeah, it was really funny because we would look up and we were like, wow, we literally picked all the least horny options possible.
Without ever knowing or meaning to. Just because it fit our character. And we're like, okay, success in our character run of building a character and playing the route.
It was really funny.
Alright, Finn scoffs at that, leaning against a jagged stone wall with a perfect kind of handsome nonchalance that not many could achieve. I judge all in their ability to achieve such things.
I need you to lean back. All right, everybody, find the nearest surface.
Lean back.
Punk! Cross your arms across your chest. Angle them hips. Look, bring your hair down if you have hair and put it in your face.
And try to be nonchalant and suave the whole time.
If he ever decides to again, if I was him, I'd have left town the second the first body turned cold.
That was his husband's body, as far as I understand.
Actually, yes, it was. As soon as his
first body ever turned, the main character, that was his husband.
Right, as soon as his
Finn.
husband, as soon as your husband became a stiff-ass corpse, you should have fled town. Excuse me, he was grieving? Wait, what? That's a little callous in context, just saying. Alright, but also, how do we suddenly know? Like, he's working with an entire group of people that are advancing a magical theory he has based on what James says. So who else is involved? This isn't a one-man show even then.
It's just a one-man show.
He did it all.
He
by
did it all.
himself.
The whole department is just...
It's okay. There's really only Valdemar and Dr. 69. There were not 68 other doctors ever.
Never, not even.
Period. The entire department for solving the plague is just 2 people.
And they never had people that came after Julian?
Nope.
No?
69 was the latest and last doctor.
Because that's the only position they could get into.
Just third from the top, okay?
That's all I want to be. It's just third from the... Okay.
Fiora continues to watch me, his stare unwavering. Well, the sooner the better. I'd quite like all of this to be over. It's a little stressful, to be honest.
Indeed.
Finn nudges him with his elbow while leaned back against the wall over there.
He leans his elbow out and then foot. Poink, poink, poink. Just
Okay, he's leaning against the wall nonchalantly. He tries to get his elbow over there, misses. He just raises his whole foot, sticks it over, pats him gently in the hip with his foot. I'm just like, was Finn right? It was Fiero right next to the wall? I'm like, I don't. Both of them leaned against the wall. We were actually comparing Finn's maneuver to Fiero's maneuver.
Oh, and we said Finn is the master.
Is more graceful. And Fiero barely shifts, holding himself like some ancient statue. An almost unnerving stillness. This is it again, that non-committal. Almost unnerving, almost unnatural, almost disquieting.
Just perhaps.
No one ever quite makes the mark, except for Finn being graceful.
I'll tell them what you saw in the dungeons before you were rescued. Do it now, before I kick you in the groin.
I thought he...
Move, you bloody bastard!
Hold us!
Fucking hell!
I know you're a man of few words, but you're gonna have to tell them.
More
10!
words!
Not 10 words or less. More words.
Aye.
Tweet it, at least.
There were a lot of commotion. There was a lot of...
There were.
There were a lot.
Mini commotion.
Well, he suddenly turns into Dougie.
Wow, much commotion. Woo.
So commotion.
Such disorganized.
Much disorganized.
Wow. Wow.
There was a lot of commotion down there the night you killed the creature. They were unorganized, clearly distressed.
I'm so glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah!
Okay.
That's the voice I actually used for Julian, because when we started this run for doing When the Night Comes, we both went, oh my god, it's the Arcana.
And we did. We went,
Like-
this has so many Arcana parallels, I can't even believe it. And basically, we just decided that Finn was Julian's parallel, so my friend's using a slightly altered Julian voice.
And that's it's debatable how slight. I'm not that good.
I was like, they sound different to me.
Oh, okay, well, I'm glad.
But that's okay. Sometimes it's not the accent, it's the inflection.
It's true.
Alright, commotion.
They were unorganized, clearly distressed.
Everyone was distressed that their creature had died.
My creature.
I watched carefully and I saw something strange. A hunter, or what was once a hunter. Now I'm not so sure.
How do you know it was once a hunter and now you're not so sure? Maybe it's wearing the purple sash.
Oh no!
Sees horrible Lovecraftian monster clomp by in its dying, undying, constantly
Has a
growing
beautiful
state,
sash.
wearing a perfect, beautiful purple sash.
A little sailor uniform sash, little fuku.
Oh my
Sa-
god.
little cute bow. Boink!
Oh my god, we have
Sparkly-
9 viewers! Whoever's lurking, I support you.
It's great.
Alright, thank you. I blanched at the thought, remembering the way the creature looked at me as it lunged, teeth bared.
Bared.
Naked teeth.
And it hollered at me. I went,
It
"Baloo!"
did this weird this quiet tootling in the swamp. And by the way that my body told me I was fighting one of my own before I ended its life. I knew it wasn't only a thing that moved a bit like a hunter, but it was once a hunter.
Except for the fact that we literally had never fought any hunter for a while when we had to go fight Piper, so it wasn't like a hunter at all.
I'm so unused to fighting hunters, but I'm immediately... Okay, so there was this thing that happened where we were sparring with Piper, and we specifically said, I'm so unused to fighting hunters because I so often fight creatures. And then we're like, fighting this creature feels like the extremely familiar experience of fighting hunters. And we're like, which is it?
Make up your minds!
Which one? Alright. Before I ended its life. His life. How did we sex it before we murdered it? Oh my god.
Ty, well, it's because we assume it's Azazel. As far as I can tell, that was Azazel.
I know.
And we assume that Azazel is very strongly either
Okay.
he or again we're just going, that was Azazel, and Azazel used he, him, and we respect him.
Even if he's
Even
not
he's a
him
creature.
anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. I just like...
Like, we don't know. It's okay.
We don't actually know, but I was just like... Maybe that's why we're correcting to his life, because we realize it was Azazel. I don't know when we figured it out. I wish we would have figured out that it was Azazel on screen, because that happened off screen in a corner somewhere with no mention. And it was disappointing.
That's still really frustrating.
Wait.
Oh, there is a second one!
Yes, that's what I said. So this one's Aya.
Oh, except he sexes them.
He did.
He does sex them, and Fiero, why?
Why, Fiero? He's
Why?
like, I can't help. My vampire senses just told me that it is, as far as biological essentialism is concerned, it was a girl.
That's all I want.
That's all I've got.
All I've got is female.
It was female, of that much I am certain.
It was a person, and it was female.
She was wailing all night after they shoved her back in one of the cells. They must have been in a rush because they weren't as cautious in hiding her as they had been.
I actually saw her this time. She was just walking down the hall. By that I mean they drug her through the hole and shoved her in a cell.
She was more whole than the other one, but whatever they've done to her, she's...
Wait, when had you seen the other one? Or did someone describe the other one to you?
Je suis picante.
Sorry, I'm expecting that's where that sentence can go.
She's pregnant.
She's pregnant.
Because
that's usually...
that's what you usually do with people who have uteruses.
That's
in
all they're
these
for
stories.
in fantasy or sci-fi, especially if it's anything to do with like medical experimentation or horror. People
Oh
go,
my God.
"You have a uterus. I know what to do with that.
You just
shame sick."
You just put things in it. Oh my God. It's the
And
most...
now, if you're writing fan fiction, you apparently go up so...
Oh my God. Anyway, I'm just
Fine.
like... But whatever... So, Fiero, how did you know what kind of state of decay and less wholeness the other one was in if you'd literally never seen either of them? And you're a man of so few words and you're only hanging out with Finn. Did Finn just talk endlessly about what the first creature looked like and you just absorbed it? Why would that be the primary topic?
I don't... Oh,
Cheese?
She's too far gone, driven mad. Feral, even. I've never felt anything quite like it. An impossible flurry of pain, confusion, but mostly anger.
Okay, I have to let you know that it takes him a long time to decide feral, but we can figure out feral in half a second, like we did with the vampire we killed.
Yeah, it's true.
I was like,
We're really good at killing fledglings that have gone
There's
too
also
far.
there's this really like strange thing of people identifying inhuman monsters as too far gone. It's a theme that has persisted now in two major occurrences, and we don't know what too far gone means. We also don't know. We've also never seen an example of not too far gone. There's been no contrast.
Yeah, there really isn't.
So too far gone is one thing, but we don't have the literal contrast for what is savable or not too far gone. Anyway, mostly anger. No. My girlfriend's ex is a monster now. That's gonna be just devastating to her.
No.
Honestly, she gonna be sad.
She gonna be.
Finn steps forward, seeing the way my eyes widen, the way my hands begin to shake. I can't face another. I can't. You literally don't have to. It's literally in a cell down in a dungeon. Oh my God.
I'm also just like,
Also, why can't you face another? So you could like literally do something different. You could also have like the incredible menagerie of other hunters that exist here do something different.
I'm also, you're gonna have to forgive me for being an unfeeling bastard like I am, but like, why are you freaking out?
Because apparently it was traumatic to fight the first one. And
No, I get how that's scary, but now it's going like, so you're freaking out because you're assuming that you're gonna have to kill this, you're gonna have to kill Aya?
So what I'm getting from this MC, and which I've got from a number of MCs, especially in romance and dating games, is that they assume that any problems that exist in the entire game are theirs personally to solve.
Ah, that's true.
So it is not this creature will have to be killed. It is that response of, I am the only one that does things, so I will have to do this.
Oh, it's the first personitis problem.
Mm-hmm. And it's also what
happened.
happened.
It's the main characteritis.
It's what happened really aggressively in Doki Doki Literature Club, where our MC was like, any problem that exists, I have to fix.
Yeah.
And if I didn't fix it, I was bad. Not things need to happen. Not someone needs to help. It's me personally. I have to help.
It's my personal social responsibility, regardless of ability or information or even capability.
Or even if I'm involved.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's that kind of thing.
If I know I need to fix it, you literally would cause more problems. But I will fix it. How?
I think what they might be going for here as writers, based on the very little that I've understood of the people that have created this game from learning and reading their material, would be that we're supposed to be having a panic response, and we're moving to, I have to fight them because we're so terrified. So we're basically being triggered, and we're going, I can't do this again. I can't fight another one. I can't. That one. I think we're just spiraling into a panic attack.
Hey, woo.
Ooh. I look at Finn, noting his concern over the way my heart lurches in my chest. How do we specifically know he's concerned about your heart and not you like panicking in your own head and like your blood pressure raising and you gasping and shaking? It's
also, I love the really passive, I look at Finn, noting his concern over the way my heart lurches violently in my chest.
It's not...
Like, really, I look at Finn. It's not my gaze snaps to Finn.
Yeah, the visceralness is gone here.
Yeah, it's very soft. It's very chill.
I actually like that because the tonality of that shifted completely, and that's very interesting. I simply nod at him.
You shouldn't say simply. Simply again deadens the sentence. You should go, I nod at him.
Yeah, as I say,
or I nod. Just say, I nod.
Yeah, I nod. I say, clipping the sentence is going to give it more immediacy, more urgency. I say,
I nod.
Exhaling sharply.
Yep.
Done. Alright, I simply nod at him, exhaling a sharp breath to refocus. You're sure? He said ooh woo, and you said you're sure. Did I miss that?
No.
He said
Quoi?
ooh woo, and we said you're sure. We're not asking him.
We're not
asking
talking
about
to
the
Finn.
monster.
We're talking about
We're
Fiero.
saying okay. We're talking to Fiero. Okay, thank you.
Right.
We're talking about the fact that Fiero
Sorry,
said it was a girl.
darling, you're not talking to me.
No.
Unfortunately, as lovely as I am.
But you're really lovely.
I know.
Right. The quiet vampire nods. His lips pursed into something that looked like an attempt at a grimace. We also have decided that Fiero is a person of few words.
I am certain, and I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's expected, actually. Just
Hurts to hear, to have it confirmed.
looks away. Look at his sad side-eye face. I nod, smiling sadly. Why do we smile? We're trying to be composed. Brave face, brave face.
We will not let you face it alone. You will never be alone.
I mean, I've been alone quite a bit in this game, but that's good, thank you.
No! Never alone!
Right, forever alone. If anyone has a forever alone emoji, God,
Oh
or
my
if you
God.
remember that one even. I don't even know if that's a thing on Twitch, but we could put it in here. All right. Forever alone. Fiero shares a look with Finn before nodding in agreement.
I will leave you now.
But you weren't even with me. How can you leave me? We weren't involved. I suddenly misunderstands it for dating.
Thank you, Fiero.
Now do we get to talk to Finn and sympathize or not sympathize? He offers us a stiff bow as Finn pushes open the door to his quarters, making a beeline for the carafe of scotch upon his desk.
That's okay. Time to drink the pain away.
I'm still like, how
Drink the
do we
pain
know at this distance
Drink the pain away.
that it's scotch? It's like before. He picks up a carafe of scotch. How did we know it was scotch? It's fine.
It's all right. There's weird stuff. You can just smell it clearly,
fine,
and
from
you can
here.
tell the difference between a regular old whiskey and that kind of scotch.
And
we don't
bourbon.
know what in bourbons.
Any brown liquid.
Any brown. It's all scotches.
All
and
brown
particularly
liquids
around
are
this
scotch.
guy.
You're just stereotyping me because I'm a Highlander!
Fiero casts me a final lingering glance. He ogles you before he disappears into the darkness.
It feels a lot with his one eyeball.
Yes. I can't help. Wait, disappears into the darkness. The room doesn't have all the candles lit like usual.
What?
I
We're
can't-
gonna get in there and it's gonna be bright as hell.
I can't help but feel like he sensed something in me that he didn't like. But whatever it was, I'm unsure. Okay?
Okay.
And now we're in here. Wait, are we saying that Finn pushed the door open to his room and went in, and Fiero disappeared down the hallway into the darkness, and Finn grabbed the scotch in his own room, and Fiero left down the hall? Because it sounded to me like he opened the door for Fiero to enter.
Okay. Well, let.
Like, I missed that. My mental image was gone.
Hang on. Give me a minute.
We have to. Okay, this is going to be really
This is
hard to scroll.
So shitty.
Bear with us. This is really difficult because it highlights quit.
All right. So.
Okay, it's not that far back.
I know. Where
Okay,
do you think I'm
thankfully. No,
going?
it's like, thankfully it's not that.
No!
Oh God. No.
Stop.
No.
Stop.
No. It's going to be a tactical challenge. Forgive us. Okay, don't let go for anything. Just keep the button clicked.
Alright, no, do not leave face alone, you'll never be alone. Not
Okay,
his
hold
agreement. I didn't let go!
Can we go down?
Bitch!
We cannot. Damn it.
Can I
we
use...
We don't have a scroll, so we can't scroll down
I
either.
can't.
No.
You made me so bad.
Wait, can you go below it?
I can't.
I think we've tried that before. You can't go below it. It just quit everywhere. We would love that
The
hitbox
quit
to be
button
changes.
is so big!
The quit button has a hitbox for days.
Honey, you have a really large
Alright, I'm gonna try
hitbox.
this. I'm gonna try
Alright.
it. Okay, we're gonna go down. Alright, have it confirmed. Where's the door? Okay. Finn pushes open the door to his quarters, making a beeline for the carafe of scotch. Okay, so he goes in. Fiero casts me fire lingering glass before he disappears into the darkness down the hallway. Got it. I misunderstood that altogether, so now I've got it. Thank you.
There's a lot of he's. And
There's a lot of
hims
he.
Without just being specific.
Almost 2 minutes, 2 a.m. in my time zone, so I'm passing out. Sorry, folks.
No, please!
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. It was lovely to have you. Please rest well.
Yeah, take care of yourself, have good dreams, and yeah.
And we will see you next time.
Yeah!
Thank
See
you.
you around, Draconergy!
Bye.
Bye!
Alright, I closed the door to his quarters, finding him sitting upon his bed, 2 glasses of his favourite poison clutched in his hands.
Would you like one? Looks like you could use it.
How have we just decided that's his favourite poison? We literally don't know. We've never talked to him about what he likes to drink ever.
We have no poisonous thoughts.
It's fine. Alright. Take a drink. No thank you. Why is this important?
Hi!
What?
Hi!
These are the big choices, okay? Alright,
I mean...
honestly, we feel super freaking nervous, and we have totally been one to use essentially stimulants and augmentations as like hunters and enforcers. I think we'd just take the drink.
I mean, have we? I thought that was mostly like August and we were super judgy.
We were a little bit judgy of it, but like we've drunk at every possible occasion.
It's true. We are quite
I think we
interested
would
in the
just-
social occasion. Honestly though, I also find it really weird because, okay, so it's something that I can't tell if I'm just overreacting, but sometimes I feel like when I'm reading like American-based content, there is this level of pressure assigned to drinking that you don't find in games that are written for or from overseas.
It's
People
true.
just drink.
I was gonna say, there is a level in like the American games that we've played where if there are choices, to drink or not to drink is always a huge choice.
Yeah.
As opposed to other like more foreign games where drinking just happens and isn't here's a choice. And it also is like a weighty story choice in a lot of places that we've seen too. I'm just not going to mention freshman fantasies here. Alright, I pry the crystal tumbler from his grip because he isn't actually letting go of it at all for reasons. Nodding my thanks as I bring it to my lips. Why would we have to pry it from his cold dead hand? Vampire, he does have a cold dead hand.
It doesn't say, it just says from his grip.
But why are we prying it? He's literally offering it to us.
Oh. That is...
I offer my
That is
friend
actually a good
a
catch,
drink,
actually. I didn't think
and
anything
they
of that
have
for
to
a second.
pry it from my grip.
hands? Yeah.
Like, that's not how I offer someone a soda, just saying. That's a little wild.
Here, I'm gonna give you a soda. Fight for it.
Holds tightly
Keep
onto it.
going.
If you can take it from me, it's yours.
Suddenly this becomes a shonen.
I pry the crystal
Will you
tumbler.
fight me for it?
I'd love to give you my hospitality, but first you must defeat me in single combat. It turns into Kung Fu Panda. Eat if you can.
I said, if you can.
You're free to eat if you can. Nodding my thanks as I bring it to my lips. Nodding my thanks confusedly because he wouldn't release it.
I knock my teeth into the side of the glass.
Fine.
Ting! Oh.
It's delicious. Refreshing. I have never heard of burning alcohol as being refreshing, but that's fine.
Okay, so fun thing about my friend. My friend is really, like, sensitive to alcohol and can really just, like, taste it, and it is not a good thing.
Okay, so I seem to have this genetic dispensation to taste the flavor of alcohol really strongly. Like, even if something like a sauce or like a saute or something has been lightly like sprinkled with alcohol and then it's been all, quote, burned off, and I have no idea what the cooking process is, in one bite I could be like, there's alcohol in this, and it's just been my entire life.
Or, you know, red wine was used part of this.
Whatever.
Part of the
And the thing
cooking
is,
process, yeah.
and I don't like the flavor of alcohol. It's so strong and like intense and acerbic. It's like a slap in the face.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really interesting that so many people put it in so many things, and I'm just like, not a fan anyway. I just blah, 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 blah. And I love it when people go, well, you can't taste it. I'm like, I literally don't know what's in it, and I just tasted it and said this is in it. And they're like, but you can't taste it.
You're like,
How else would I have come up with this theory that it's in there at all?
Hey, Bob, I just invented the taste, right?
It's fine. Anyway, it's a pet peeve of mine. It's okay. Anyway, it's delicious, refreshing, and has just the right amount of burn as it slides down my throat that I almost forget my troubles for a blissful moment. Thank you. Drinking has never been so good as in this moment, in the whole game.
Apparently.
He tips his glass towards me, suggesting that, I needed it, even though he wouldn't give it to me.
Okay, he's
Before
like,
he takes a
you've
sip of his
beaten
own.
me, Padawan.
Humming his approval. Why does he hum? I guess it's a
I miss being drunk, you know? Just the peace it used to bring me.
I have never known anyone who experienced peaceful drunkenness. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but I've never met them.
I have been that person who has tried to find that
The
sort
peaceful
of peace
drunkenness, and it didn't happen.
It doesn't happen for me.
I'm
I
glad
will
it did for him.
say, I'm glad. That feels like a level of cannot access.
Which wasn't necessarily a good thing, but oh, did I have my fun.
Because peaceful,
amazing.
relaxing calm is profoundly fun.
I'm really kind of like, I cannot tell if I'm reinforcing a negative stereotype of Scots by going, and now you have the Scottish accent tied to the alcohol, like the use of
person
the
who
alcoholic.
misses being an alcoholic.
Yeah, like, whoo, boy. I suppose it could be worse if it was Irish.
I think it's a callback to Julian, to be honest.
Yeah, it kind of
I
is.
think it really is. His laugh is wistful, and I wonder how long a vampire lives before they begin to forget their human days. I daren't ask him, for I don't want to sour the mood. We have this belief that vampires all forget their human days.
It is a little, but we'll get over it.
Yes! Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yes.
Alright. We really
I'm also
do.
like-
I wonder if that was in our training, because as a hunter, we've been trained to basically understand vampires and all non-humans in specific indoctrinating in negative ways. But like, is it really a thing that they forget eventually their entire human history? They lose their memories? Like,
course.
is amnesia a thing?
Maybe.
They basically get human life Alzheimer's?
Honestly, if you don't have any necessarily like mental like degradation, even though that's not a thing, so they talk about it the way that like people forget things
hang
is
on.
because they go, your brain cannot hold on to that amount of information. So at least not in active storage, because you don't need to use all of your memories.
Right, so the
your
oldest
brain just
ones
sort of
can drop
starts casually just kind of
So
dropping
two things. I don't know if you're still here, Cassagenic, but like, I thought of you the first time we were in this room because this is literally a drawing of a butt on the wall. There is a figure drawing of a butt, and I mentioned it in a different stream, and I went Cassagenic to see it, and it's there.
There's a whole ass on the wall.
There's an ass on the wall, and it made me think of you, so there we are. Additionally, for Nepenthes, like, this could be the vortex of screaming eyes here.
But yeah,
Just so in case,
we were kind of like,
since
what are
both of
these
you
doodles
here,
on the walls?
we don't know what Finn's practicing drawing or has these here for, but there they are.
Yes.
Yes! See, okay, so I circled it. See, butt on the wall. There it is.
It's so much sex. I think Finn
Sexy.
is really just like, I draw these for me.
I just draw
Very
butts
important.
for
I
me.
need so much ass.
Yep, alright.
That's very important.
Anyway.
I need to just like round it out.
I just...
I'm a little bit of pop to it. Now.
So I daren't ask him about his future amnesia, for I
I'm
don't
also
want to
just
sour
like-
the mood, but
I daren't.
I
It's not
daren't.
a dent.
It's okay.
It's like,
The name of my newest OC is Darent.
Darent.
A dent.
Oh, one day, maybe, I'll ask him about his fading memories.
and also
And the
his
fact that he's
butt
going
on
to
the wall.
lose the history of his humanity. And why he drew a butt. Surely there are ways for you to become inebriated, even if it's not quite the same. We can totally get you smacked up if we need to. There's gotta be some way to
I
magically
had vampire
intoxicate.
characters who specifically figured out how to do it. Bitch, you can do it.
So I have heard in some vampire lore the idea that if you drink blood alcohol of a certain level, you can get inebriated.
Oh, yeah.
But some say no because of it has to be a metabolic thing and you have no metabolism anymore. So, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you could also like so my friend here has this wonderful vampire that
Oh,
can get
God.
slightly drunk off of eating magic. And
Yes.
and Jan is hilarious in that fashion. And they've played it up really hard, but in the current like campaign that we're running with one of our other friends, I say campaign, but adventure if you
Yes.
will. He has leaned in aggressively hard to, when I eat magic, I get drunk off my ass. So as basically to be underestimated.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really lovely because not only like in one space, so vampires are a bit discriminated against in the world we're in the same way that like let's say black people are discriminated against here. There's a level of like ideology that the average people share, where they're just like, yeah, they're sort of hooligans, yeah, they're untrustworthy, yeah, they tend to violence, that kind of thing, all your standard stuff. And we just used that sort of like convenient shorthand for understanding what kind of racism is going along with them in this fantasy world, right?
Right.
And so Jan, who is half vampire, has leaned into it really hard, knowing that people are going to discriminate against him. And so he's been like, I am dumb as a board. I have 2 brain cells, and I get drunker and stupider the more magic I'm in the presence of.
Yes.
And everyone has just believed him because they're racist.
It's been really funny.
And so basically his bluff has been extra successful because it's modified by everyone's racism.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
So role-playing story, there we go. Alright, surely there are ways you could become inebriated.
Ooh.
Finn shrugs.
Sure, there are many ways actually, but the buzz wears off before you can really even enjoy it.
I like to be smashed for days on end. It's
I-
really important.
Finn, Darling, I gotta tell you something that is gonna blow your fucking tiny mind. A buzz is not the same as being drunk.
It's true.
What
It's
the hell are
really
you
true.
talking about? That's conflating two entirely separate states. A buzz is actually a temporary experience. In my experience, drunkenness lasts way the fuck longer.
Okay, so from every person that I've ever heard describe a buzz, which is supposed to be a precursor to getting drunk, it is a desirable experience prior to drunk, and you want to maintain the buzz, not the drunk. That is what I have heard from those who I know that drink a lot.
Yes.
All right.
And also, in my experience, it tends to be a really like careful dance of like I have to drink, eat, and also just drink slowly enough. So like drinking water.
To get there, but not to overdo it.
And not to overdo it. Like, at least in my experience, I don't know. Besides, there are other ways to find pleasure.
Flirt.
Flirt.
If that is not a flirt, I don't know what is.
Flirt.
I flirt.
Flirt. Donkey! Flirt!
And I'm somehow sure you've explored them all. You're extremely... We're now calling him an utter hedonist based on this one statement. I laugh at the way he waggles his brows, his pointed ears twitching alongside them. Okay, if you waggle your brows and your ears in sync, 1, why? And 2, the coordination is strong.
I mean, I think part of it is like, I knew people who could waggle their eyebrows and it would cause their ears to move, so I think that's kind of what it is, but like that pronounced, like, I only saw that in a few people where it was like big enough. You know?
As far as we understand, he can deliberately move his ears.
Which is sort of hilarious.
Which is kind of funny. It's a trait that gets added when you're a vampire. You can do expressive earness. It's okay. You just get a tiny, tiny little portion of what's valuable about a furry ear expression.
You know, he felt really bad he couldn't catch up to Alcar and his 4 ears and his 4 ear canals.
He was trying hard.
Trying so hard.
As he watches me, I still would love to see Alcar's skull. A skull that accommodates 4 separate ear canals would be amazing. 2 of them up top and 2 of them from the sides. Like, his brain structure would be fascinating.
Yeah, just a bit.
And also, like, unlike some furries where they're just like, oh, they're just there. It's like they've canonically 4 functioning.
Yes!
Other ways to find pleasure. Gestures at trampoline. I adore you. In this moment. That's perfect.
There are other ways to find pleasure.
Gestures
at the
swiping
Just
gesture at the
slow,
trampoline.
long, drawn out. Would you like to see my trampoline?
My God, I love it. I love that so much. Also, in reference to like foxes and things which we mentioned earlier, it just makes me think of the foxes bouncing on the trampoline. So Finn just gestures to the non-existent window where there's foxes bouncing on the trampoline outside. Have you seen my trampoline? It's so good. And if you haven't seen the YouTube of foxes playing on a trampoline, it's very easy to find. It's very cute.
It is very adorable.
It's like they're just having the most fascinating time going, the ground is, what is the ground?
It's wiggly!
What is it? It goes, you just bounce, it does a thing.
Aha!
Right, as he watches me, his smile fades. His dark brows drawn together, going, too soon to flirt? Is it too soon? We were just talking about death and horrors. Sorry, baby, poor timing.
Well, I can't help but notice something plagues you.
Okay, my dude, we were literally just talking about everything that plagues me like 2 minutes ago.
Just in case! If
like-
I miss it, I want to make sure, I'm trying to make sure. Emma, do I have an invitation to talk about what plagues you? Are they little red beetles? I need to know!
I just love this. We've just talked about a hunter being turned into a monster and it being a terrible thing. We've just talked about Harry and that we're going to have to meet with him and accuse him of stuff. We've just talked about how sad we are about the death of another hunter that we literally murdered because he was a monster trying to kill us, and how traumatized we were at. Looks like there's something on your mind. Are you okay? Do you have anything on your mind? I just like, that's so tone deaf. Are you? Is everyone in here just straddling big thembo energy at some point?
Also, again, he could be basically asking for an invitation. Do you want to talk about this?
He could just be trying to find an in, and I appreciate that, but it just feels really silly in this moment. Something plagues you. Like the plague
Is it red?
He smirks when I raise a single brow, almost accusingly, as if it isn't obvious what plagues me. I think they're using that word on purpose.
I think they are too.
I think that's meant to be an inside joke.
I mean, would you like to discuss?
Okay, it is an invitation. Well seen, my friend. I shrug, as if the things that bother me aren't completely earth-shattering.
I mean,
To Uwu, they are earth-shattering, even if to us they're not a real big deal.
I mean, they're fascinating, and I get that again. Like, we've had conversations, and we've had even personal conversations, where sometimes it is deeply goddamn frustrating to realize just how much... Okay, stupid story
All right,
time.
hold on.
Wait.
I'm gonna run and relieve myself while my friend tells a story.
Oh, okay.
Bye!
So recently, so it's bathroom break. Anybody who wants a bathroom break, please feel free. My friend Liza is going to run away to the bathroom themselves. But I'm going to tell a story really fast because I feel this sometimes where, like, in regards to being an adult and looking at other adults and going, clearly you either understand something, say, like, specifically, like, about something that I don't clearly have all the understanding or comprehension for. So, say, like, what happened to us recently is, one morning my friend actually got up to go to their job, to their other job, because this is also work in its own way and should be validated as such, because this takes effort, I think. But the car wouldn't start, and we couldn't figure out why. And so eventually we managed to take it in to see someone, and they were like, oh, it's because your water in your battery, so your car battery, for the particular type that we have, actually requires water being put into it to maintain basically proper balance, and also so it will convey a charge properly so the car will actually work, right? And I was blown away because I went, didn't we just fucking take the car in almost like a week and a half ago, or a week ago to the day, for getting it checked at a dealership? And so we called the dealership, and the dealership's like, oh, well, we never check for the water levels in batteries. That's just not a thing you do. And I felt like I had suddenly gone insane, because I don't know about you guys, but some things about me is that I've actually worked using forklifts for several years, and I found that to be bizarre, because every single either day or shift, because I have to use a forklift, you have to be checking the inside of the battery to make sure the water levels are at the correct height.
Yes.
So the fact that dealerships, which specifically deal in cars with batteries that are supposed to charge big, huge, giant machines that you need to use, and they just go, we don't check that, we just check an electrical output, and if it doesn't register, we don't care.
I was so angry because I missed work at my relatively new job because my car would just vroom and died, and I had in my possession, immediately stored in the car in its records, a green check on the battery.
You've done it!
Sorry, I made my friend have to leak.
You made me think about it!
It was just one of those things where I was like, as an adult, I thought I'd prepared for this. I had done all of my scheduled maintenance on my car. I'd done all the checkups I was supposed to. Like, I grew up really poor, as I've mentioned forever, so broken record, sorry. I was to say, and a lot of the people that I knew and was surrounded by wouldn't do their scheduled maintenance because it was just too expensive. I can't afford to just get this done when it says it needs to be done because I just don't have the money. And so cars were an experience of people would just drive them until they exploded, and then they would buy a new, different, cheap car, right? And so I was like, I won't do that with mine. If I'm going to own a car, and I've only just owned my very first car in the last few years, because I rode bikes for a lot of my early adulthood, just because I was able to figure out all of my errands and stuff that way, so it worked for me. But there was just this experience of going, I've done everything I need to, I've done all the scheduled maintenance, and I got a green check on everything, and I even specifically mentioned to them that the battery was having trouble, and they're like, yeah, checks out green, and then immediately my car dies, and then my current stepdad, he was just like, yeah, your battery is not cared for properly, it doesn't have good water levels, of course it's not going to hold a charge, this is ridiculous. And then I called the place and it just sucked. And I was very disappointed. I felt like I hadn't adulted correctly, but I also felt like the adult world had let me down. And of course, it's like there's no accountability for the dealership. And like, I don't know what it would be, but like when someone misses a day of work because you didn't actually protect them with the function of their vehicle, which is literally the only thing you're supposed to assure for them when they take it in, it just is kind of really disappointing and a big letdown. Anyway, we've both been leaked. On with the story. Thank you for listening. I shrug, as if the thing that bothers me aren't really earth-shattering. There's so much riding on me. This is this idea.
That really
we are running everything. That we decide for Harry, that we decide for the entire resolution of this, that basically we have turned ourselves into the complete and utter law. This is not going to be like a system by trial or arrest or any other people. It's just going to be, we know we're going to choose.
We're going to do it.
On decisions I make. I never expected to carry such a burden coming here. You honestly don't have to be doing this alone. You're literally in an organization that functions on teamwork.
Yeah, just a bit.
We are an island in a literal organization that says you should be in a partnership and work as a team. Mm-hmm. Like, that is even the function of, like, hunters and enforcers together. It's amazing.
And you shouldn't have to. It isn't fair what you've had to endure, but
You are the strongest and most capable hunter I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. And that somehow exempts you from help? Sure, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so but is really... I understand it doesn't always mean it, but for the most part, when someone says something and then they say but, it completely tends to... It just invalidates whatever they just said.
It means whatever they just said doesn't apply.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I know that this is racist and all these things and whatever else, but, you know, and you're like, whoa, okay.
I'm not a racist, but
I'm not a racist, but...
I still really liked that one of going, I'm not a racist, but I just don't like toast. And someone going, what does that have to do with racism? I said I'm not a racist! I said I'm not a racist! Which is basically the only positive reference I can think of in reference to the I'm not a racist statement, which is why it comes to mind, because then I don't have to get sad and I can just giggle about it.
It's true.
I was gonna say, so basically he's going, you know what, this shouldn't be on your shoulders, but I think you're the only one that can handle it.
Right.
That's what he's saying.
But you know, you're so good and you're so smart and you won't have any pressure, any psychological issues from me and putting on you of going like, it's really important that you do this for us, for me, for whoever.
I wonder, honestly though, he's met a lot of hunters, being that he actually works with the agency sometimes.
Because he doesn't want, you know.
This is kind of interesting, and I kind of like this in reference to what the game writing has here, because there's so many times that people say, you're the best fill in the blank that I've ever, encountered, and they've encountered like one before. So he actually has a large representative sample, and he's saying this, which actually gives it more weight, and I kind of want to nod to that.
I appreciate that, but I also literally have no faith, because I've literally sat here and played with the character and going like, you're a dumbass.
I mean,
you're a bit of a
okay, so if we're the most capable hunter ever and we're this bad, what
Harry,
does that say
again,
about our organization?
Has chosen well.
Harry has chosen very well.
Harry knew what he was picking.
The pleasure of knowing.
The pleasure of knowing. And I've known many in my time.
Which he has canonically, based on what we've actually had exposited in the game, and it works. He smiles, tilting his head, but only the one direction and not unnaturally.
Lunaris is lucky to have you on its side.
Am I on Lunaris'
Its
side?
whole side, like it leaned over and then it laid on the ground and then you laid on its other side and it was great to have you on its side.
It was feeling like it didn't know who was in charge, and so like a bunny it laid on the ground and we laid on top of it, said,
You
okay,
figured it out!
I'm the boss. And if you guys don't know about that with bunnies, so this is going to be a little bit of bunny rabbit lore, okay? Like specifically, I know it's specific to domestic bunnies, it might also be true of wild bunnies, but there's this thing where there's actually a hierarchy in bunnies. Like everyone likes to do the hierarchy of wolves, the alpha and the beta, but there's actually real hierarchies in bunnies, and if they ever are in a position where they're stressed out or anxious, it's really important for them to know who's in charge, and basically it will relieve a huge amount of stress from a bunny if they know they don't need to be making choices because they're not in charge. So a lot of times when you have a group of bunnies, if one of them is just really stressed and anxious, another one will just, the one that is in charge will just lay on top of it, bonk, be like, I am in charge, I will swish you into the ground. They just glomp them, and then the other bunny will calm down with the whole like weighted blanket experience, but also going, you've asserted dominance, which means I don't have to make choices and decisions, I'm okay. Hooray! You will handle it. And it's a really neat thing, but also like the fact that I haven't seen it in some fancy fiction yet is just because people don't think bunnies are sexy, and that just kills me.
It's true. Everybody's like, what? Bunnies?
Well, basically, they don't think male bunnies are sexy.
Oh, the call-outs have begun.
Because ABO is mostly the gay, and it's all about the wolves, you know?
Even though
but so it's
Alpha, Beta, and Omega is completely
wrong for wolves, and would make better sense actually with bunnies. But here we are.
We've done it! We were so close. But we really just all needed to be wolf girls.
Right. All right. Lucky to have you on its side.
Unless you're going to be reading, the book.
Shiver.
My God, my brain was like, I don't want to remember it. I'm traumatized thinking about it. It's okay.
Burr. Book go burr.
Book go burr.
Burr. He drops his gaze to his lap, his brow twitching.
Is he sitting?
Into a frown.
Is he fucking sitting? I thought he was standing.
He was standing when
he
got the alcohol.
leaning against his desk. Maybe?
Maybe he has leaned so hard he has a lap now.
Just say he drops his gaze to his crotch.
Yes!
Do it!
He just looks down, okay?
God, I really have misshapen balls today.
Oh my God. You would.
What?
No, it's fine. I'm just like... He drops his gaze to the
Have you ever just
floor.
had that thing where you just kind of look at it, you're like, God, I can fucking see my leg hair is poking out of my socks, or something. You just kind of think.
Alright, his brow twitching into a frown. My friend's gonna die here. It's gonna be okay.
No! Tell me about my leg hair! What?
Honestly, except for your chest, you look amazingly hairless.
Actually, that would be amazing. He looks down at his lap. You don't realize actually he's looked further than that. He's like, does my chest look too hairy today?
Like, he doesn't actually look down to his lap, he just looks down at his chest.
And my bobby is a little bit too small. Do they look good from
I was
this
like,
angle?
is this shirt flattering my pecs or not? What do you think?
What do you think? Poink!
Do you think I should have more support?
Do I need more support?
Should I flex harder? Alright.
Do you see this? It says effort. For me. Now, tell me, what do you intend to say to dear Harold when you finally face him?
It's Harold. It's fine.
That's
We're gonna
not
use a formal whole name. He's now become the problem in the room. It's now Gregory. Dear Harold.
Dear
We have to
Harold.
introduce him with his whole thing.
To Gregory.
The Gregory.
Harold.
His eyes search my face as if looking for answers I don't know how to give, or don't want to give. Alright, here we go. I'll confront him. I want to understand him. I feel like we're at this point, we're just so done with Harry. We're like, I'm gonna confront him. Oh my god, this is what I am doing.
This is what we're doing.
Because I really feel like, again, we're just going back and forth between the tone of the different conversations we're having.
Yeah.
We're not actually thinking ahead to the bigger picture, because we still seem to think we're going to be able to find Harry on command, and we're really not thinking this through at all.
It's very
And really, we're getting into this impatient, exhausted point. I just want it to be over. I'll freaking confront him.
Enter. There you go. When you're making a
Yeah,
choice,
I know. You
you
gotta
gotta hit
press
enter. Yeah.
But I forget about the enter key.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's there to help you.
No, but the space bar does all things.
Well, you know, believe in the power of the enter key.
No, because the space bar
Hit
should do it all.
return.
No.
No, decide.
That should do all things.
No.
One button to rule them all.
No. And then for men, there were 9.
9 buttons to make it more complicated.
9 buttons. Fucking humans, let me tell you.
I ponder my response because, truly, my thoughts are still jumbled, anxiety mounting. But one thing I know for sure is that what Harry has done, is doing, is wrong. I'll confront him and expect straight answers, not gay ones, even though he is amazingly gay.
At least according to his one single relationship that we know about.
It's
Also,
true.
like, how is that not sympathetic? I thought the sympathy was like asking for, or maybe it's just like sympathy is like forgive Harry. I'm like,
feel
why are you using sympathy? Because part of me's going like, I'm looking for comprehension.
I was going to say, I feel like they're using sympathize and don't sympathize in a way that I don't really understand what they mean. Like I said, they didn't teach us about this game mechanic.
No, they didn't.
The last time they had parentheses, they told us exactly what it meant and what the ramifications were, and this time they added them and they didn't tell us.
They didn't. Because remember how we had Kiss Piper go to sleep.
Oh.
And that was apparently as Niyagaku, which I totally appreciate, was
yes.
the explanation of, that means have sex with her and not. And I'm like, how the fuck?
Okay, so it
does
was there
kiss
once,
her?
but it wasn't a repeating convention.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm like, we've had it actually, like, and it happened with her twice. We were like, what do these options mean?
But it wasn't a repeating convention, sympathize, don't sympathize,
Yeah.
flirt, don't flirt.
Yeah.
I was going to say, but I would like to know what they think sympathize means.
Right?
And not sympathize doesn't mean, because it almost feels like sympathize means defend him and support him.
Maybe?
Not try to understand his position. When I think of sympathize with someone, I don't think of I identify with what they're doing and I support them or agree with
'Cause-
them. I always think of I'm trying to understand their position.
Are they mixing up sympathize with empathize?
They might be.
Because having sympathy for is a thing even our characters put in going, that's pity.
Uh-huh.
Right? And empathy is going,
I feel what you feel.
feel what you, yeah. I'm like,
I think they
like,
might,
I'm not exactly sure.
that might make it make more sense. I want to know why he did what he did.
Because suddenly this popping up under I'm going to confront him, I want to know why he did it, when we said that before, of going, I want to know why he did it, with the whole I want to know how he did it thing.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Like,
the
I
thing is-
don't-
I was
I'm
just
not-
saying, now we want to know why. Previously, I wanted to know why, and then we could only ask how.
Yeah.
And now I'm asking why, and I'm just like, this is
Weird.
wild. I would, on the other hand, these conversations may happen in a different order if you're in a different route.
Maybe.
So it might just assume that you're getting to ask all the questions, but it doesn't matter what order you ask them in.
Maybe.
I want to know why he did it.
I just ask that you're careful. No sound-minded man would make the decisions he has of that much, I'm sure.
Okay,
So he just says he's crazy.
yeah.
It's temporary insanity or full insanity. Done.
Isn't that a little bit... I don't know if that's ableistic, or is that greatly oversimplifying basically the complexity of human nature.
I think
like
it's just
people literally.
oversimplifying.
So it's been a complex thing of being like, do you have to be insane to kill yourself? Or do you have to be insane to kill someone else?
Or do you have to be insane to make extreme choices? If you just leave it more bland. Whether in the case
But that's like one of our really extreme examples where people go, well, you have to be insane to try to kill yourself. You have to commit suicide. That's so much. And you're like, is it truly insanity, though?
And
especially, like, there are lots of people who've, like, casually talked about going, like, and in a very, like, and I mean this really seriously, and I understand it's a hard topic, and it is meant to be serious, but going, like, this idea that only people who are insane think about that, and it's like, there are some people who are perfectly, like, and they'll go, I was perfectly fucking happy. I really was, but there was just always this level of despair that I could never get to. Or understand, where it's just sad and going, you know, what am I doing? What is the point of my life? It's that existential sort of question. Who am I? What's the point of my life? Whatever else. Is that insanity?
And there's been a lot of discussion, I think this is where my friend started at the beginning, about basically, if you're talking about someone being sound-minded or not, what exactly are your parameters and what do you mean?
Right, it's like...
And there's been a lot of, throughout history, people who were mentally different. That were not they were not neurotypical, your average citizens. They either had some kind of difference or divergence.
Which is also funny anyway, because what's neurotypicality, right?
Also labeled as disabled in many histories.
Right.
Were labeled as insane.
Yeah.
And so there is that experience of going, what do you mean when you say not sound-minded?
And I don't get that. That was because also, to me, you'd be like, there are plenty of choices that many of these characters seem to have made. You'd be like, you've all made weird, non-sound-minded...
One could argue that participating in capitalism means that one is not of sound mind because it hurts so many other people.
Right? And it is literally about inherently taking advantage of other people. Like, that doesn't sound sound-minded to me.
And basically, if it's common enough, it's then the norm, so it's no longer not of sound mind.
Right? You don't know how he'll react to being confronted.
Of course not. How would anyone react? How would we know anything about anyone's experiences ever before they happen? We can't see the future, Finn.
Oh my god.
He's right. I don't know how he will react, nor anyone whenever I say anything. And somehow, that thought hadn't crossed my mind. We did think we would know how he would react, or we just never considered it?
We just
didn't think after I'll confront him.
Mm-hmm.
But Harry cares for August deeply, and they will be by my side.
Since when?
Does Harry care for
Oh
August
my god,
deeply?
game! You're not giving me a process.
Is that a relationship that was established? Are they really close?
Oh, we've seen them together
Twice,
I
think.
Maybe twice.
I'm not sure Harry would want to
God.
bring harm to August, or even myself.
Except for the fact that as, like, I don't know, like, people will be like, you can make the argument. He might be perfectly willing to do so, because apparently whatever he ended up doing caused his husband to die. But you could also say he didn't intend that. That is not an intentional thing of going, hi, the things that we have made have ended up murdering my husband, because my husband realized what they were.
Mm-hmm. Or because my husband realized who one of them was in the heat of combat.
Right.
Which we don't know when or how he realized it.
The one that James was fighting was Azazel. This one was Aya.
I would say the one we killed was Azazel. The one that killed him was Azazel. Aya's in the dungeons.
How did we kill Azazel twice?
No. Because James didn't kill his, he just died by it.
Oh, right.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So he didn't...
I forget.
And remember, we're like, there's more than one monster. And the whole game's been foreshadowing, there's more than one monster. I love it, where basically, Uwu, the MC, sees a monster, runs back, I've seen the monster. No one questions it ever. And then you get this sort of like soft foreshadowing from Omen's sister, whose name I can never remember.
I can't either, I keep wanting to call her Emma.
I was gonna say, and she's just like, I heard it crying. So clearly there's still another monster right now, currently, and we still don't figure that out until we're like, oh goddamn! Oh yeah!
I know, we were both like, of course there's another one. Wait, what? There wasn't one?
We also suspected there might have been a completely different monster, though. Mm-hmm. That maybe that wasn't the killer, it was just a monster. Mm-hmm. Because it hasn't demonstrated using incendiary powers, which is how everyone seemed to have died.
I know.
And it still hasn't demonstrated incendiary powers. I'm not sure Harry would want to bring harm to August, or even myself. Finn looks at me like I've gone mad.
He is directly responsible for the death of his husband. You and August are just collateral damage at this point.
It doesn't mean that's what he meant to do.
Whoa!
And, okay, that's a manslaughter thing, okay? Unless you know somehow that he actually sicked the Azazel monster on his husband because his husband was getting suspicious. And if you know that, God, you should be sharing information.
Holy
so
fuck!
much
Yeah, I was
more.
about to say, whoa! You sound like you have a story to tell. Please explain, because that is
That is way more information than we have.
He killed Levi. That seemed like an impossible feat to me for a very long time. Centuries, even.
You're saying Harry killed Levi?
What?
Harry's supposed to be absolute trash at killing anything. You're kidding.
Wait, what?
Are we saying that everyone has been agreeing that Harry's absolute shit at fighting, but they're all lying? They're all purporting a thing that isn't true and he's actually a badass killer?
Or is it just the fact of saying, like, well, because, you know, he was the one who put out the order, he killed Levi?
Okay, could be indirect. Alright, that would be an amazing twist.
That's...
I have somehow convinced everyone to lie for me. I'm actually a total badass. Alright.
That's fucking bonkers, though.
Centuries
Why would we
even.
never have heard that Harry killed Levi?
I think
I have never heard that mentioned even once.
I think it must be the experience that basically the organization do to his
No,
daughter
I know,
killed
but
him.
why wouldn't...
It'd be, I don't know.
Like, because he didn't mention how Levi died.
He didn't mention that Levi was killed by hunters or by the agency at all. No, it was just Levi died.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Or is it just that assumption, though? I mean, that makes sense in that cop mentality of going, like, why would that be a surprise? Because, of course...
Who else would have been able to defeat a vampire?
Right?
How else would he have possibly died?
That's why we're all considered to be monsters.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
I just don't...
He had James to help him, didn't he? We're saying he killed him directly.
We
We are saying he killed him directly. So
are we gonna find out from Finn? No. No, actually, he is a huge fucker.
he's
and
an
he
absolute
ruined him.
badass, and August has been lying for him and agreeing that he's shit at it. And the other people, including
Just
Piper,
don't know.
have been either don't know or are lying and agreeing, yeah, he's shit at this. Or he's somehow been perpetuating a myth of, yeah, the reason I'm in paperwork is because I'm crap at fighting, hee 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 hee. And no one knows except for James.
Oh my god, the manly.
How the hell would you keep that a secret?
What the fuck?
And if you did, how would he know? How would Finn know?
Alright, keep going.
Alright, it's fine. Finn scoffs. It's a scoff! Take a drink!
Up, shot time!
And I can tell his frustration is mounting.
You've seen his face, right? That pretty scar? He squared up to Leviathan Casimir one-on-one at some point, and he lives to tell the tale.
Levi's name is Leviathan? Oh my god, you're kidding. Oh my god, you're kidding. This is the first time we've ever heard of this. You call Leviathan Levi. Okay, everyone, your greater hell demon named Leviathan is now Levi. We need to go to the Obey Me game series and call him Levi.
We really do.
Oh my god. Okay, so for everyone who is here for our scheduled stream, it is now 4:30 our time, which is when we would normally end, but I want to try and get to the end of this conversation, just so everyone knows that we will be wrapping up relatively soon, but I was hoping to get to the end of the chapter, which might also be the end of this conversation.
It might be. I'm also just like...
Alright, he's
Wait, or did they just catch Levi?
He squared up with Leviathan Casimir, who's been Levi this entire game, and lives to tell the tale.
I don't know
so
why,
sorry.
but I'm just like, it's fine.
Sounds hilarious.
Sounds like... And my sire?
I stare at him, at the strange way he almost vibrates. Is it fear, maybe? Vibe check.
Vibe!
Alright. Something long ingrained in him, after the hell his sire put him through, that the mere thought of the man has him shaken like this.
I think it's supposed to be shaking, not shaken.
I mean, it's a past tense, has him shaken. So it shook him. He shooketh.
He shooketh.
He is shooketh.
He shooketh. He's ash.
Yes.
I spent centuries terrified of him, watching him take down clans twice the size of my own with little to no effort, just for fun. Twice the size! I mean...
We don't even know what size your own is.
So you have 6 people, including yourself, so they have 6.
As far as we know, your clan is 3 people.
As far as we know.
Now, it's been implied there's a lot more, but we've met 3, including yourself. So your clan is 2 people plus you.
That's why I was like, so 3.
Canon-wise,
so
so
6.
he's taken down 6 people before, which is not an unsmall feat, but that would be a more impressive statement if we knew how big your clan was.
I don't understand. I thought whoa, clan equals huge. There's 3 of them.
There's 3 of
Look at
them.
my huge clan! clan!
My clan. It's
My clansmen!
We
I'll
don't-
flash them all in my little gear!
We don't call them family. We call
Down
them
the
clan.
ledge!
It's okay. So my brother and my daughter. That's my clan.
What was it?
Done.
Harold Addington put him down one night with the same ease at which he puts his boots on in the morning.
So
You assume?
if you know that Harry is an absolute total badass and you trust us and we've become friends, why have you not told us until now? This seems like a huge fucking reveal.
What? Well, I didn't trust you beforehand.
Also, we're not
See,
going
my
to react
titties
to
didn't
it.
vibrate correctly.
We're not going to react to the fact that it's literally been set up in the story.
Why
that-
would your character not go, what?
That Harry cannot fight at all and is shit on the battlefield and is better suited to paperwork.
I mean, James literally goes off about it.
Uh-huh.
Going, Harry's garbage at this shit.
And not only is he garbage at it, but when he's with me, he's even worse because he's staring at me going, woo, sexy.
Ha
And so we respond to learning the most incompetent fighter here is actually the biggest badass here by going, I suppose I should go then. That confuses me amazingly. I don't exactly sound convincing. In fact, I think I'd be quite happy to stay down here and hide away from my responsibilities a little while longer. Okay,
Look
what
at
if
my
that was...
beautiful, big, strong, handsome black
What-
husband. Isn't he
what
great?
if-
He defends me and he takes care of me. Sorry, I just...
What if
That just hit me for a second. Whoa.
that was a response of going, oh, I guess I should be going then. The person you're going to confront is the biggest badass ever, and it completely blanks our entire mind, so neither brain cell functions. And then we're just like, I guess I should leave then. But I must be responsible, unfortunately.
Because you're the only mother... Why do main characters
Because we
do this?
refuse to work with other people, okay? Group conversations are hard, and coordinating teams is even more challenging.
Except that apparently our character can completely do it off screen and also understand it and yet completely not get it until it basically happens to go, yeah, that was exactly what I planned for. And then you're
Right.
like, what?
Fenn shifts to stand, running a hand through his hair, rubbing at his chin. He's twitchy tonight, showing more signs of humanity than I'm used to from him. We usually mention that more about Omen, don't we?
I thought,
It's fine.
it's okay. I know I said it already, but be careful.
Because no one's going with you, and I won't help you, and everyone who said, we're here if you call, aren't going with you. It's going to be you and August, by yourselves, showing him down, even though we're all technically here to support you. Got it. I smile at him, reaching for the handle of the door. I've fought much bigger, much scarier things than Harold Addington III. I'm just going to add that on, because usually they use his full title.
Yeah.
As the words leave my mouth, I feel a terrible dread watching over me. And Finn notices. We should comment on the fact, even in our own head to ourselves, that he's a badass, and that's terrifying because we thought he was absolutely shit at combat.
Never underestimate your foe.
I mean, he's been apparently working really hard to make everyone underestimate him because the standard has been, oh yeah, I'm shit at combat, and everyone goes going, oh my god, he's so bad at combat.
Oh my god! He's just here. He's here because he's pretty. Farewell, Hunter. And I was like, Harold is too fucking big to just be... I was like, he's like the beefiest fucking character.
Okay, I want to let you know you can bodybuild without being good at fighting.
I know, but I was like, especially for like a game like
The
this,
visual
that
cues?
seems weird.
Yeah, it
I was
seems
kind
like
of like, why is he so big?
Secret badass.
Secret badass!
Secret badass.
Secret badass!
And we won't react to the grand reveal. Alright.
Farewell,
Hunter.
Hunter.
Okay. That is not the chapter end.
Nope, it's
Because
not.
we have to do our opinion with August first. Alright, so we need to wrap this up, guys.
Alright, we'll read it real quick and then we'll
Alright.
continue.
I find August in their office, staring at their desk. It's rife with papers, and yet beautifully illustrated as always. Strewn in different stacks, but without its usual method. We've said it's a disaster every time.
It's
Is
okay.
it more organized this time?
What is have we suddenly become more organized in our destruction? Chaos.
Alright. So, I just want to say that we're going to end this here for this week.
Yes!
We will be continuing this game next week, same time on Saturday. If you're not sure, you can check our schedule in our profile, and we will go from there. In the meantime...
Also, very quick announcement, even though we didn't get to it, and I was very disappointed because I forgot.
Okay.
Is that we actually have our YouTube channel back!
Yay!
Hey!
Okay, copyright strikes were finally removed. We have our channel back. In another week or two, when we can get ourselves organized, we'll resume posting there. We'll resume our regular series and stuff. It will be amazing.
Yes!
This is the third copyright strike we've had to fight to resolve now, and we're like, app games are the end of our world, apparently, and we just can't play them without getting permission directly from the creator.
Yeah, it's quite an experience.
Which is disappointing, because again, like, there's this specific audience where a lot of specifically dating app games, seem to be directed towards women and non-men. Like, that's their target audience. And playing games for girls seems to come with a really heavy punishment in many cases.
Same nice time, same Scandal channel.
Yes!
Correct,
That's the one! Anyway, so for anyone who's interested, our channel will be returning to a posting schedule again. Feel free if you want to go check things out there. Also, to drive engagement with the YouTube channel, help support us if you want to. Feel free to leave comments. That's always really cool. Or like the videos.
Yes.
Additionally, if you had fun here and you want to share our stream with anybody else or feel comfortable sharing our online presence with them, we love that, but there's no obligation to do so.
There absolutely is not. We do appreciate having you guys with us. It is always fun. It is always interesting. We appreciate the engagement. It has been great. So thank you very much, Delta Whiskey. Thank you very much, Casadelic. Hi, Hal. Hello, then Rosh. Also, then for Drakenishi, I know you went to bed, but thank you very much. Thank you, Palm. I imagine you passed out.
Yes,
That's
Palm's
how that
also
works
in
out.
Russia. I say, and thank
then
you also to Niagaku.
Yep, Niagaku as well. It's been fantastic having you guys.
And for anyone who was lurking or is still, we appreciate you greatly.
Yes, and now, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. I have been Scandal. If you wish to support us, please feel free to go check out our Ko-Fi or our Patreon. There actually are some links on our profile. If you'd like to go check that out, that would be super awesome. Again, also feel free to go check out our YouTube channel. We are also going to be making some decisions in regards to the series we either are or are not going to be continuing. We have a mild debate about how many, shows basically a day we're going to be doing, because my friend does actually work an early morning shift, and also we have people in the house who require, unfortunately, the internet and also quiet during the day for a certain period of time. We've got to make different choices for recording.
Yeah, previously
So-
we had a breakneck schedule of running 7 different series at a time, 2
Yes.
on the weekend and 4 during the week. And we'd mentioned that once I got a job that was going to slow down, so we'll have to sort of reassess that with our current streaming schedule and the needs of the household.
Yes. But yeah, so if anybody has any ideas or opinions, because you can look at some of the more recent games we were still working on, because we're debating on what to drop, please feel free to look at those. We will probably come out with a schedule or a video of talking about the ones that we're running and seeing what everybody thinks of the ones that we should continue, and then we'll cycle through those.
We
and
will
then
also
move
be
on.
making a full video discussing our entire copyright experience. It'll probably be about 20 to 30 minutes long, because that's how these things work, and putting that up on YouTube if you're interested in the whole process.
Yes, because we are trying to help people actually figure out how to interact with YouTube and sometimes with various different creators and channels, because it is difficult.
Additionally, now that it's all resolved, we will probably be putting up all the emails on our Patreon. Even though several of them are in full Japanese, you're totally welcome to check those out once we get those up.
Yes,
They
absolutely.
are not behind a paywall, everything's free.
Yep, absolutely. But other than that, yes, I have been Scandal.
And I have been Lies.
And it was great playing with you. Bye!